Hey guys, Sean here and welcome to Testing Live Day 2, a full 9 hours of this beautiful face and this terrible voice. How are we all doing this morning? Thank you everyone who's popped on. I know it's really early, so not expecting huge numbers, same as yesterday, early doors, but hopefully we'll get a few more in a little bit later. But yeah, it is very early. I've just been listening to F1 TV talking about getting their morning coffee, and it's like 10 a.m. in Bahrain. Come on, you lightweights. It's 7 a.m. here in the UK and we're ready to go. So I'll do some shout outs in chat in just a moment. Hope you're all having a good morning or afternoon or evening wherever you are. Plenty to talk about today. Actually, I forgot to put my notes up, but we've got to talk about the 12 sprints. That's going to get a bit ranty, I suspect. Or proposed 12 sprints. We've also got the Ferrari diffuser in the rear of their car to look at. I've got that on the doodle board. I think Stuart's got some graphs he wants to share later this morning. And I think there was something else, possibly more on the Mercedes engine compression stuff. I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout the week, to be honest. I am in the Mercedes shirt today because it's really comfortable and it's a really nice t-shirt, so that's why I'm wearing that. But yeah, not no bias towards Mercedes on their compression ratio, although I was about to be able to get a bit bored of the conversation already, but we'll definitely have this conversation today. Also, some news on Red Bull and their fuel homologation. Lots to talk about. It's going to take all day, I guarantee you. And of course, we'll take your questions and everything throughout. But yeah, usual stuff. As always, no on-track footage for obvious copyright reasons. I haven't got the money to buy the rights, so there we go. You can watch it there over on F1 TV. We've got live timing provided by Multiviewer. Thank you to those guys for providing the timing, the track map and everything else for the stream. Link in the description if you want to go check out their app. It's free to download and to use, but you do need an F1 TV subscription, so I suppose technically not free, but they don't charge, is my point. So yeah, thank you to those guys. Please do drop a like on the stream and subscribe if you're new. Again, thank you to everybody who's followed over from the F1 Word since the video on Tuesday. I've been having some conversations and ponderings about... Yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that later. We don't need to that first this morning. And also, you can support the channel through Patreon and memberships to get your name at the end of the stream. I forgot to update it yesterday. I'll try and remember to do it tonight, but it will be done at minimum on the first of every month. So your name will appear in videos and on streams. You'll also get a badge and all sorts of other stuff. You can also support us more short term with a super chat or buy me a coffee. That is going to go towards a new camera, is the plan. Yes, and it's the camera everyone knows I'm going for. You all know which one I'm going for. It is going to be a new one. I have looked at options, but as always, I'm going to overspend on something that I don't really need and not actually spend any money on the things I do need. You know, like electric, things like that. So yeah, your support is always appreciated, but as always, we'll come to you in chat. We'll spin the wheel. We'll take your questions. We're never going to force anyone to pay anything. So quickly run through the very limited times we've got. Then we'll do some shout outs in chats to get your hellos in. Let me know where you're watching from this morning. But we got Max Verstappen currently fastest. He is in all day today. So we're going to get lots of Max Verstappen. 1:38.955. 3 laps on the board. Lewis Hamilton at 1:39.670. He's got 3 laps on the board as well. Liam Lawson at 2 minutes and 7. I think he might be a bit quicker than that this season. Can't be sure, but we'll see. 28 seconds off the pace, so that's even worse than Lance Stroll's projections for Aston Martin. So come on, Liam. Very early days, of course. 3 laps for him, 2 for Bearman, 1 for Bortoleto, 1 for Norris, 1 for Colapinto, 2 for Russell, 1 for Albon, 2 for Alonso. They're the drivers we've got in today. We've actually got 16 drivers out on track. We had 21 yesterday, but 16 in total today. Norris, Russell will swap out for their teammates this afternoon. Verstappen, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, Alonso in all day. Bearman and Ocon, will swap out. Bortoleto is going to be swapped out for Hülkenberg. Colapinto's in all day, and Perez will be in the afternoon for Valtteri Bottas at Cadillac. So, yeah, that's your early morning update. We've got a Russell we've got a rogue George Russell out on track at the moment, circulating. So looks like everyone's on the C3s as well for the first runs. Used C3s. For example, Colapinto's tyres for his 1 lap have already done 20. So, you know, it's very early in the day. Not much to talk about at this stage as the TV looks at the Williams. But hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to Michael. Hey, Michael. Hey to Dave, says Cargo Vroom. Absolutely, Dave. Hey to Christine, good morning to you. Hey to Tim. Hi to Josh, who's watching from New Zealand, as always. I like the as always, as if to make out like you could like go to Brazil and watch me from there one day, and then maybe go to Malaysia and watch me from there. And yeah, I've mentioned Malaysia straight away. There you go. Hey to Yinka, hey to Stewie as well, and to Zach as well. Says hello from the opposite time zone, Sean and chat. Look forward to you going for your nap later, mate, and then popping back while we're still live. But yeah, thank you to everyone tuning in at this early, this godforsaken hour. But it's all good. I'm looking forward to today. Lots to talk about, like I say, and we'll head over to the doodle board, which is always fun. But not really. I'm trying to do anything to update you on from yesterday. I think they just said in the F1 TV commentary, actually, to be fair, it's not much has happened since we were live. I know late into the streams yesterday, we got the news that the FIA is going to have an e-vote with the teams and manufacturers, or the manufacturers really, on the compression ratio situation at Mercedes, with a rule change coming in potentially, or a new way of measuring the compression ratio, not necessarily rules changes, so it's not going to ban it or anything, from the 1st of August. We've also got the F1 Commission. They had their meeting. They want 12 sprints, and that was pretty much it. Not a lot going on, which is quite strange, but it's all okay. There'll be plenty going on today. I'm sure. As I watched George Russell just sweeping through turn. It was wide there at turn 10 as well, but sweeping through turn 11. My throat's a bit croaky this morning. I think it's probably because I did 9 hours of streaming yesterday, but by tomorrow I'm going to sound awful. But yeah, it's we'll be fine. Dex says, oh boy, 2 a.m. here. I was wondering why I missed these. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. is an early one, Dex. A very early one. But, you know, go get some sleep. Stay for an hour, get some sleep, and then come back when we're live later, a bit more alert, and we'll have Stuart and Jonty. Stuart's going to be from 8, by the way, again, 8-ish through to 12-ish, and then Jonty will be 12-ish through to about 4-ish is the plan. So, usual lineup, but looking for a lot of you very happy to have the old team back together, the band back together, so that's good. We'll be joined by Doggo as well at some point soon. He's just gone for a walk, so not on his own. That would be weird. Yeah, George Russell just locking his inside front there, his left front into turn 10. It's not really, I'm commentating on it and letting you know, but it's not really newsworthy, given that I think we've seen every driver out there locking up at turn 10. So yeah, looking at the cars are so lively, aren't they? When you look at particularly, Stuart said it yesterday, that the back of the cars seem to bounce quite a lot, certain cars, but I think it's not a porpoising thing, of course, but it's just a bouncing thing. But a lot of movement there, but the cars move all over the place, and seeing the drivers having to fight these cars, I think that's what we want to see. I'm looking at chat. I think that's what we want, isn't it? We don't want these drivers having an easy ride. We want to see them working hard for wins and points and things like that. So I like the more movie cars. I've seen that cube on top of the timing tower in Bahrain this year more than ever, and I'm just wondering, that's always been there, right? Or is that a new thing and they're just trying to do, you know, moody shots of the cube and the track for some reason? Are they practicing with cameras? Because I don't really care for that, frankly, but here we go. It's very early 2000s, the way these cars move, says Yinka. Yeah, if it just feels, I mean, they look, I said this a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? They look more like proper race cars again, and less like, I keep saying an HGV, but like a bus. They used to be so big, and I know that the dimensions for the narrowing of the cars, if you like, to make them a little bit smaller, they're quite small themselves, but the tyres, I think the tyres do a lot of heavy lifting. Their reduction in size is what's making the cars look even smaller. So they just look more nimble, they look smaller, they look more racy, they look more of a handful, and that's great. And I know that when we get to, let's say, end of next season, we're going to be talking about how these cars look like they're on rails, following's harder, because these engineers and designers, they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. They're gonna do everything they can to find ways around the regulations. So they don't want dirty air, but dirty air is a benefit for the car out front, if that makes sense. So they're going to put all the effort in to create the dirty air because they want more downforce. So they're going to adapt, and things will change and these will evolve, and we'll probably be talking in 5 years' time about how these rules were a failure, like everyone did with 2022, forgetting that actually 2022 was although Max ultimately dominated in the end, it was actually a really great season, and the cars were, according to the drivers, much easier to follow. But then as these cars got more refined, the engineers got clever, they found the ways around the regulations, that all changed, and people call it. I don't agree that the previous rules are a failure. What to me is a failure is having to change the rules every 5 years. Last season was fantastic. 24 was a great season as well. So it's just frustrating that we're constantly changing the rules. But I know that Formula One is ever evolving. So quite a big lockup at 10 actually. I know it's difficult when you get a slow-mo replay. The lockup's always look more dramatic because it's slower, it's going on for longer. But it didn't look that dramatic on board from George. But that is about as exciting as it's got so far this morning. Hoping we get lots of running, lots of laps, and hopefully Lance Stroll, who's not in the car today, so he won't do, doesn't end up in the gravel again. That was a bizarre one, wasn't it? Hey to Silicon Defences, good afternoon from Adelaide. Hey mate, hope you're having a good one. Had a good day so far. What time is it? I only ever know Melbourne time because of Australia. I keep it on my clock, so 18:15 to 6:15. Just have to cough for a second. One sec. Don't want to cough in the microphone. That'd be rude, wouldn't it? Very rude. Just a cough down in your ears at this time of the morning or afternoon. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton out of track again. Quite slow between turns 3 and 4. We saw this yesterday, a few cars doing this, and I don't know. I don't know if there's a reason for it, or is that the optimum place to do some recharging? I don't know. It's really, really weird. I just noticed it a lot. Leclerc did it. We saw a Cadillac doing it, didn't we? I think we saw an Alpine doing it yesterday. So, yeah. Question. Support seems a little lukewarm for Oscar in Australia. Is he popular? I asked this. Who did I ask this of? I asked this of... Might have been a net actually, and I know that Matt over at Planet F1 said something about it as well, that he's not as popular as say a Daniel Ricciardo, or as popular as other Australian drivers have been. But I don't know how much of that is. And if you're from Australia, and I mean, Silicon Defence will tell us, and others will as well, whether that's the feeling over there. But from what people have told me, it's not. He's not as popular as those. But I do wonder how much of that is the fact that, although I think he's got a cracking personality, he's very dry, and I love that kind of sense of humour, and I love that kind of Raikkonen-esque response. He's not quite as quiet, let's say, as Kimi, but he gives very short, sharp answers, and I like that. But I wonder if that lack of personality, like a Ricciardo, for example, but also the fact that this is only his fourth, he's only 4 years in F1, so maybe over time, people warm to him is what I'm trying to get to, but it is strange. But I think there is an element of, and I'm not. This isn't a criticism of anybody, but I remember when Fernando Alonso first joined F1. Nobody, the grandstands were just normal. Just a very normal F1 grandstand in Spain, and then when he moved to Renault and he'd had a few years in sport, all of a sudden everything was blue and yellow, and it was just Alonso fever. So I think as time goes on, people warm to drivers, but also it's weird because I've never, although I was part of the Jenson Button fan club as a kid, I've never really warmed to British drivers. And that's not to say I don't like Lando Norris, I don't like Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, but I've never really warmed to them in the same way as I have, say, a Michael Schumacher or a Sebastian Vettel or a Max Verstappen. So just because he's Australian doesn't mean Australians need to like him, but I think he's more popular than maybe is perceived. Is probably a good way of putting that, but I really like him. I got a bit pausey halfway through because I did read it as Silicon Defence, and it isn't. It's Sicilian Defence, but I don't know why I read it as Silicon Defence. That's fair enough. He seems even calmer than Kimi, says a Yinka. He's just not a big bubbly personality like Daniel Ricciardo, so naturally people might not be as drawn to that. But also, I think there's a lot to be said for a personality that's a little bit cooler and just, you ask them a question, they give you a one sentence answer, and then that's the end of that, rather than having long paragraph after paragraph of, like Sean when he waffles, saying the same thing just different ways. So I like Oscar. I like him a lot. So yeah. Hey Patricia says from a soggy Alameda, California. I've not heard of Alameda. I feel like I should have done. I must have done at some point in my life. Hey, Patricia, hope you're well. Hey, Josh. I said hey to Josh, but I'll say it anyway. I don't know about Aussie and Oscar, but the media here in New Zealand don't really know anything about motorsport, so it's very cringeworthy when they talk about Liam. Yeah, there is a... we talked about Liam Lawson yesterday a bit, and there is a... Obsession's maybe harsh, but there is a big obsession with him in the media in New Zealand, from what I understand. But actually, I get that. I get it with Checo and Mexico, because we don't get many Kiwi drivers. We don't get many Mexican drivers in F1. So when they do get one, it's like Colapinto. I mean, some of his fans are great. I've interacted with some of his fans. They're fantastic, and they're just like normal F1 fans who enjoy racing, but now they've got a driver to back. Some of them are nuts in the nicest way possible, and are so obsessed it's ridiculous. You can't even say his name. You've got no right to say his name unless you've got him as your avatar or your profile pic, whatever you want to call it, and you're wearing a Colapinto shirt all day, and they've got no right to talk about him. But I get that when there is, we don't get a lot of Argentine drivers or Mexican drivers or New Zealand drivers very often. So I get that obsession, but I don't quite get the obsession of... I've said it before, I don't understand why people have to make another driver their entire personality. I find that weird, but to each their own. I'm never going to say that's wrong. I just find it weird. And I think people do get too obsessed. And there is a difference between passion and obsession. I think, if you're passionate about... Pick a driver. Fernando Alonso. He's about halfway down the title. If you've got a passion for Fernando Alonso and he's your favourite driver, that's great. But there's a difference between that and hanging around outside his girlfriend's house shouting abuse all night, which we've seen with other drivers and fans of other drivers. So there's a difference. I think there's a difference. But I like Franco as well, Stewie. I really like him. He's somewhere in between, is he? Somewhere between a Piastri and a chattier driver as well. So I do like Colapinto, and I think he's got speed. And I think last year, as the season went on, we saw him really improve and close that gap to Gasly, which was really, really good to see. So hopefully he gets a bit more progress this year, and we can see a bit more of that speed. And hopefully he can brush away that crash happy badge that he sees, the crash kid badge that he seems to have got, that Sebastian Vettel used to have. So but yeah, I do like Colapinto. He seems all right. I like Alex Albon as well, by the way. I'm watching him on the camera. That's what I spotted this. That's what I was going to say this morning on Twitter, I think it was. Alex Albon, it was on an Autosport post. There was a quote of him saying, this is how we drive these cars, and he thinks that they suit Lewis Hamilton. And someone in the chat is like, "Oh, that's nonsense. I think this is how you drive these cars." It's like, are you really arguing with an actual F1 driver about how you're supposed to drive these cars? Shut up. Seriously. You can have an opinion. Oh, do you not drive the car? Or ask a question, do you not drive the cars this way? Or maybe this is... But you don't tell a driver they're wrong about how you should drive the cars, given that they're actually, driving the cars. Weird. Oscar Piastri has a problem of following Daniel Ricciardo, says Matt. Valtteri is an honorary Aussie, and to be honest, the F1 season coincides with Aussie rules football, which is infinitely more popular overall. That's a fair point. Would you say then, Matt, do you think Bottas, given his cheeky personality, is more popular in Australia right now than Oscar Piastri, or do you think Piastri would still edge it if the Aussies had to pick one to back? I'm not asking anyone to pick one to back, but just a way to look at it, because I know Bottas isn't. He's got the look of an Australian, but he's still a Finn. The look of an Australian, the personality of a Finn, but also the look of it. Verstappen a little bit wide there, kicking up some dust. I hope you get what I was saying, but yeah. Yikes, says a Yinker. I don't know what I've missed there, but I will say Alex Albon's up to second place on the timing tower, 36.7, 4 laps. Bortoletto's done a 37.5 and 8 laps so far, up to thirds. Russell's jumped to 4, 38.2. Hamilton and Verstappen had times, didn't they? Yes, and so did Lawson. Norris now fastest, 34.625. So there we go. They're the changes there. Hard for Kiwis. His parents, referring to Liam Lawson, were mortgaged up to the eyeballs to get him to Europe. I'm a Max fan now myself as a Kiwi. rake flour my whole life? Rake flour? Or is that Raikkonen follower? Come on, Josh. Let me know. But yeah, I think I was going to make a really excellent point there, and it's gone. No, that was it. It's harder. I understand how hard it must be for like Lawson's parents, even Ricardo's parents, whoever, to get a driver noticed in Europe, a driver from somewhere like Australia, New Zealand, China. It's harder to get them noticed in Europe, and it does cost a fortune to get. I mean, Oscar Piastri raced under a British license. There were reasons and stuff behind it, but he raced under a British license, so it was so hard to get recognised. You've got to spend a fortune to get the drivers over here. So I'll always have a lot of respect for drivers from the other side of the world that manage to break into F1, and even more for those who are successful with it. But it's why I was again, it's nothing against Norris. It's why I was a little bit disappointed with Oscar Piastri's drop off towards the back end of last year, because as I kept saying, it would have been great to have had our first Aussie world champion since 1980, wasn't it, Alan Jones? So we've had lots of British world champions in more recent years. So it would have been nice to see an Aussie do it. So I was a bit gutted on that front, but I still think, looking back at last season, a lot of people talk about papaya rules, which apparently are back for this year. Yay. Says nobody ever. But yeah, a lot of talk about papaya rules and favouritism and all of this. But actually, when you go and break the season down, there are so many moments that swing it one way and then swing it the next, and they probably all even out. And it was actually, I would argue, Oscar Piastri's drop off that cost him that in the end. I don't think one incident in Canada would have cost it for Norris. I don't think the engine blow would have cost him. I don't think there's one incident anywhere. I think for I don't want to say threw it away, but I think his performances certainly didn't help back end of the season, did they? So yeah, it was a strange thing. I was obviously rooting for Verstappen last season, especially when it looked like he was going to do it. Liam Lawson's asleep in his car. And his engineer's just going to poke him on his head to wake him up. That's quite funny, actually. That looked really comfy, actually. I'd never fit in that. What am I about? I'll go sit in that. Yeah, right. All right, should just sit on it and break it. Yeah, it was Kimi Raikkonen. Yeah, sorry. Oscar is more popular. Bottas has a cult following. Says, is it Bupkus? Oh, that's what I'm calling you. That's your name now. Bottas has a cult of mullet, says Sicilian defence. Matt says Bottas has it. He has more of a stereotypical Aussie and is bigger on social media, which helps. But I do think the overwhelming influence of Aussie rules is the main issue. It's a fair point. I don't follow Aussie rules myself. Probably not a massive surprise. I very much am Premier League and soccer, as the rest of the world calls it, or much of the rest of the world seems to call it. Yeah, but yeah. Football and F1. I'm calling it football because that's what we call it. Football and F1. That's and weirdly, football, F1. And do you know what I really, really do enjoy? Firstly, the curling. I love watching curling. Secondly, I really enjoy snooker. I've always. And I used to, when I was a kid, my dad entered me into a 24-hour snooker tournament, and I was bloody dreadful. Despite the fact he put me a little snooker table in my bedroom, which took up the whole bedroom, so I could practice, and I was awful, but it was great fun. So I don't know what it is about snooker. There's just something about it. I think it's just relaxing. Rest in peace, John Virgo. Never going to be the same again. To become the new Iceman, says that Red Raven. Morning, mate. It says that Piastri is lacking a decade of experience and copious amounts of vodka. Good morning. The drop-off second half was tragic, 100%. It was, but actually, as I think I talked about this possibly in a video last year, or at least a stream, if you actually look at 2024, yeah, the races that he struggled at last year were races he struggled at in 24. So maybe we should have seen that coming. Perhaps, and I hope that's something you can iron out this year. But I mean, I don't know what the pecking order is. It sounds like the general consensus is that the top four from last year will be the top four from this year, but in potentially a different order, which I've got to be honest, I'm really looking forward to the meltdown when the top four teams are in some sort of order: McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari, and everyone goes mad going, "Oh, these rules have changed nothing." It'll be so funny. Where's the cue ball going? Yes, Michael. Matt says Aussie rules runs for 90% of the F1 season. It's covered from March to October, pretty much every day. Yes, that'll be the dominant thing on the news and everything as well, won't it? So, yeah, I get that. It's the F1 season's so long as well. I think people. I mean, let me know in chat. Tell me in chat. Do you? Is there a point in every season in recent years? Now we've got sort of 24 races. Is there a point where you start to think, "Oh, when is this over?" Not in a I hate F1, can't wait for this to finish. But this has been long. When you start to get that F1 fatigue. For me, it is immediately after Interlagos, because I always feel like that should be the season finale. So that's to a football analogy. That's full time. And then Vegas, Qatar, Abu Dhabi are extra time or added time. Verstappen 1:34.620 goes fastest by 0.05 of a second. Norris, by the way, 10 laps so far this morning. He's got the most on the board. But I just think Interlagos feels like the natural stopping point. But I also know there could be a reason, and somebody will let me know. But I also don't understand the triple header at the end of the season. Why we can't do COTA, Mexico, week off, Brazil, Vegas, week off, Qatar, Abu Dhabi. It's just odd to me that we go Vegas to Qatar in a week, but that's just me. Do you guys know if the point system changes, given we now have 22 cars? No plans at the moment, as far as I've seen, and there was nothing in the first commission meeting notes yesterday. It'll stay as top 10 this year, normal point system, no fastest lap, of course, for a second year now. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if they extend it to 11th or even 12th place in a year or two. That's my feeling. Because I think top 10 makes sense when you've got, always makes sense. But I think if you've got 22 cars, you could do half the field score points. The trouble is I don't want to close the gap up at the top too much. I like that 7-point gap because it means that you get rewarded if you want to. It was one of my biggest gripes with when we had 10 points for the win and 8 for second. There wasn't enough, apart from obviously you want to win races, but if you're fighting for a championship, there wasn't enough of an incentive to make a balls to the wall move to take the win, because it was only 2 points and you risk throwing 8 away to gain for just a gain of 2, whereas when there's a gain of 7, it's more worth the risk. And I think having that bigger, you don't want a huge gap. You don't want like 25 for the win, 50. That's a bit too big, but 7 points feels about right. So if we did it, I'd maybe cut one of the gaps down further down. So instead of going 8 to 6, you go 8, 7, 6. I think, is that the points at 25, 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, isn't it? So just close the gap in there somewhere. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Stewie. There's nothing wrong with the point system as it is. I just think if they do want to go with half the grid scoring, now we've got 22 cars, then that would be the way to do it. But nobody seems to be talking about it, but there has been talk in recent years of pushing it to 14. Some even want I know Stuart's a big advocate for the whole field scoring points, because then every position matters in a point sense in a champion. It's not just about who's finished higher if you finish on no points, because everyone's going to score points. But I like the reward of being top 10 or whatever and scoring points. The other thing was that on sprints, they do need to extend those to 10th place. They need to put more points in there as well to make it worth it. Otherwise, especially if we're going to 12 and eventually I imagine a whole season, we just need more points because make it worth it. So we're staying as we are is the short answer to that one. I get fatigue when listening to Crofty when I tune into Alex Jakes and I'm back. Yeah, Alex Jakes Crofty seems to be, or seems to get confused between energy, excitement, and passion versus just shouting. Whereas Alex Jakes, you can hear his passion, his excitement. I'm not saying Crofty's not passionate for the sport, of course, but he's more shouty rather than just being excited. So agree that Brazil should be the end, but I never get tired of the season, says Michael. That's good then. Honestly, never just look forward to it to start again, says Stewie. Yeah, I'm with you, Sean, says Josh. Brazil should be the finale. Aussie should be the opener. Yeah, Aussie opener. Couple of reasons for the Aussie opener. First of all, it just feels right nowadays. Even though actually I think Bahrain's nearly hosted as many opening races as Australia has, which is weird. But it just feels right. Australia does. Getting up at, for the race at 4 a.m. or the race starts at 4 a.m. For me, that's how I start my season. That's how it's all. I just prefer Australia as a season opener. But the other thing as well is it's not always the best race. So having it at the start of the season as the opening race means that by mid-season we've forgotten about it and our minds tell us it was great and we all love Australia. So it works both ways for me, that one. But yeah, Brazil the finale, there's so many variables you can overtake. The rain can hit at any time. It's a great track for racing. It's a great track to watch the cars on. It's a track the drivers love. And I feel like, and the energy from the crowd, that even comes across on TV ridiculously. So I just think there are so many reasons to finish the season in Brazil, particularly with the title on the line, rather than what is just a flat, like I suggest, a soulless bowl. F1's equivalent of the soulless bowl stadiums. That's what Abu Dhabi is to me, and it's just not great. Even the change they made, I like the change to turn 5, but I just think the changes they made haven't really helped much, and just a bit of a miserable track to finish on. I get rid of Qatar in a heartbeat. It's as John suggests, a great track for bikes, terrible track for F1, especially given that the tyres don't seem to bloody work there. And Vegas, I don't mind Vegas. I quite enjoy it actually. So, but yeah, Australia start. Brazil end of the season. But I'm old enough, as some of you will be, to remember when Brazil was like the second race of the season. You go Australia, Brazil. Was it Australia, Brazil, Argentina? I seem to think it was like a starting 3 races for a few years. And then you go on to San Marino, Barcelona. Why do I remember these things? What's the point? Well, who cares? God, it's 2026, Sean. Move on. Move on. Morris is 11th, 1 point. 10th, 2 points. 9th, 3 points. And the rest the same. Yeah. I did toy with the idea of half a point for 11th place, but that'll ruin graphics and all sorts. I'm not having that. I'm not, that'll be so unsatisfying. Crofty is a bit biased too, but still less than Ted, says that silly in defence. Yeah, it feels that way sometimes, but also, and I will keep making the point, I know Sky gets broadcast all over the world, but I don't feel like they're any more biased than Spanish media are to Alonso and Sainz, or Dutch media to Verstappen, or Italian media to Ferrari, possibly even less so. So I will defend them on that. I get that, but whilst they are broadcast all over the world, they are still a British broadcaster. They're British people. They're going to be, even if there's always going to be, it's like last year, Lando Norris won the title. I wanted Max to win it, but there was an element of pride in the fact that we had another British world champion. There's always going to be that there. I just don't warm to them quite as much. I can't wait for the life of me to figure out why they don't do tracks geographically: Asia, Middle East, Europe, America, and back to Middle East to finish if you must. They're trying to do that. The problem they've got, it's much better this year. Again, they've improved it again for this year. The problem they've got, in particular, is, or at least this is how it was put forward a few years ago, that there is a little bit of a rivalry between some of the Middle Eastern countries and states, and so it's difficult to put them side by side and back to back too much. But also, you don't want too many races in one region. The Middle East is a big region, but it's not. I try to explain this in the best way I can without offending somebody, but it's maybe the best way to do it is just not say anything, but it's difficult. You don't want, in fact, Jonty worded it well yesterday, you don't want too many races too close together because you want to sell tickets. So you've got to, if you're going to have 4 or 5 Middle Eastern races, you've got to split them. But then it works in Europe, so I don't know how that couldn't work. So there must be something else. I know that, but Abu Dhabi pay a fortune for being the final race of the season, so F1 are always going to take that money. But then why can't we push Bahrain back towards the end of the season with Qatar? But the biggest problem they've got is Canada. Canada don't want to and can't move too much because of weather. So, any Canadians in chat, let me know. But as I understand it, if they even coming forward by as much as a week could mean that we've got snow. Pushing back too far changes it the other way. So they can't really bring it forward to meet Miami, but you also can't push Miami too far forward or too far back because of weather there. So you have to. That's why we've got this really weird. Well, I call it a 3-week break. I think it is technically a 4-week break, but I'd look at in season. I look at weeks as race weeks and non-race weeks. So there's a 3-week gap or a 2-week no race gap between Miami and Canada, but it's basically 3 or 4 weeks. So that's where they're trying to get that to. What they want to do is put Miami and Canada back to back, but they're struggling to find a way to do that works. So we are better than we were. We're not. There aren't too many. For example, at least this year we're not going Miami, Imola, Canada for it, or Miami, Imola, Monaco, Canada, whatever. That was stupid. So it is better, but it's frustrating that they can't find a way to make it work with Canada and Miami. But I suppose apart from changing climates, there's not a lot you could do, is there? I'm sure Domenicali will try. If somebody's able to put all that into a really nice, clean sentence, I'll try and remember it for future reference so I don't have to waffle on about trying to explain how things are working. So if anyone could do that, you're the star of the day. Also, by the way, I saw is it Ruth? I want to say is it Ruth who's with F1 TV with Bernie Collins this morning presenting and as one of the analysts. So she said she referred to the Ferrari diffuser yesterday as diffuser of the day. I was like, oh, we've so got to make that a thing. Diffuser of the day, driver of the day, diffuser of the day. The reason why it works in Europe and not the Gulf state is that the Gulf states have a very low population, of which many are in indentured labourers. So a big amount of their tickets are from people flying in. Yeah, it's that's the other thing. I'm not having a pop, but there's a much bigger motorsport loving crowd and much more motorsport heritage in Europe than there is in the Middle East. So it's still growing over there, isn't it? So I suppose they can't, if you put too many excuse me, if you put too many close together. So if you had Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi as your final 4 races, they're going to struggle to sell all their tickets for all 4, aren't they? Then again, the way F1 has been for years, and it continues to go, and the amount of money over there, it's pretty much rich corporate people that go to these things anyway, so they probably could afford to buy tickets for all 4, but that's why they've got to be careful. It'd be a bit... Not the same thing, because I think you could easily sell out Imola and Monza if you put them back to back, but you'd be at risk of oversaturating almost, I suppose. So putting them at opposite ends of the season or at different sides of the season makes sense. So, yeah. A lot of calendar talk. I love it. I love calendar talk. I love calendar talk, driver speculation, and, well, just talking nonsense, really. 24 laps for Colin Pins. That's the tyre age. 24 laps on the mediums for Colin Pins. He's just done 5 laps in total today, yet to get a time on the board. Same with Bearman, 6 laps, no time on the board. So lots of reconnaissance laps going on for those there. Verstappen's done 10 laps. Norris, 12. Russell, 11 are your top 3 in terms of lappage. I love the word lappage. It's my favourite testing term. A big flat spot on the right front for Alonso. Left front as we look at it. Right front for him. So he's had a lock-up somewhere. Must have missed that while we're talking calendar there. But obviously, as I say every year, we're not going to commentate on testing like we would for a race or qualifying, because it's not impossible. It's just cack, which is why these are very podcasty and chatty, and that's the point of these. When we get to qualify watch along for Australia and so on, it'll be more BTEC Crofty time. But yeah, the reason it's difficult to commentate and testing is because you don't really know what anyone's doing. They're definitely all going slower than they can, and it's just not very exciting. So we look for the big moments and call them out. I would just say as well, just to confirm, I think I said this yesterday, but just to absolutely confirm, the race watch-alongs are not coming back for this year. Just the qualifying watch-alongs. I'll also do sprint quali watch-alongs as well on a Friday when that happens. So just the qualifying watch-alongs and the race reactions, and it's not anything to do with you. You guys are great. I love spending Sundays with you, but I just want to go back to watching my racing on a Sunday because, as I've tried to explain to people in recent months, let's say, you should be a fan first. And if I'm not watching the racing, I'm not enjoying it, then there's no point doing this anymore because it'll all be fake. So, yeah. A lot of the Gulf states race fans are probably from India, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc., which don't really have a nearby race other than Singapore. Yeah, it's a good point. Still a shame we couldn't get like a Thai. No, it was a Vietnam Grand Prix they were doing, weren't they? And there is still talk of a race in Thailand. But that seems to have gone quiet again. As again, by the way, just to talk about, we get 3 months of nothing but F1 negotiating with South Africa for a race in South Africa, and then we hear nothing for a year. Then we get 3 months of it again, and everyone gets excited, and then nothing for a year, and it's so frustrating that can't be resolved because that is, F1 is a world championship, and it seems bonkers to not go to Africa. So and there are tracks there. There are ways we can race there. Please, I know it costs a lot of money, but please get Kyle Army up to scratch. Unless it's already there. I don't know what upgrades they've done a lot of work on it, haven't they, in recent years, but get it up to scratch and race there. Please don't go to a street track. Norris has gone back to top of the timesheets, 33.453, 1.1 seconds quicker than Max Verstappen, 14 laps so far. Max with a lot of flow-vis on his right front as we look at it, down the side of the car. We'll see what he can do with this. He's going to be closing that gap, but again, to those new to F1, just ignore. I don't ignore the times. They are worth looking at, but really, they mean nothing. We're a long way off last year's pole time still. We are quicker than last year's testing, I think, though, aren't we? We said this the other day. So, yeah, that's good. These drone shots are great. I wonder. I don't know. I suspect these drone shots will disappear for the season and return for testing next year and possibly get rolled out for 27. These it feels like they're testing these a lot. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will just go for it and give them a shot this year. But it might even be track specific as well. It'd be difficult to do drone shots around Monaco. Well, let's not get into drone talk. I'll be here all day. I love watching drone racing. I don't know if it's called drone racing, but I love watching it. It's great. Ian says that's fair. Silly Defences, I'm glad I watched your video on the F1 Word channel. Otherwise, I never would have known you had a new channel or was streaming again. I'm happy to keep talking about this for today and tomorrow, but after Friday, that's it. We're not talking about the past anymore. We're looking to the future. But again, thank you to everyone who's followed me over. I am so sorry that I was naive and didn't put that video out sooner. I felt so stupid. I honestly, I didn't say it on stream, but I felt really stupid last week when everyone was like, you do know that people probably don't even know you're here because you haven't put me on the F1 Word about it. And I was like, yeah, that's the point. I was like, oh, you bloody idiot. You dickhead. I just felt so stupid all night. I was like, then I'm going to do one. That's it. Should go to Morocco again. How often was it only once they raced there, Stewie? I think Elizabeth did a video on it on to the channel. Or she did. I think she recorded one. I edited it. I think, did they go to Morocco once? I'm just going to have to let the dog in. The doggo is entering the room. Hello, doggo. How are you? There you go. He's here for treats. He's not here for love. He's just here for treats. There you go. Sorry, you might have seen a tail there, but he needs to wander or just sit out there whining all day. Yeah, it's a good side effect of that video. I hope you can promote this channel with the rest of the content you do in the F1 Word. Yeah, I'm basically... I'm basically just left to it and I can run it how I see fit. So I'll promote both channels across each other. I've not got a problem doing that at all. So it was only once in Morocco. I thought it was 1959, I believe, says Stewie. It was around that time. Yeah, I can't remember. It took me, so hard to find photos for that race. When I was doing the video, I was like, does it even exist? Has she made this up? But yeah, it's all good. The doggo's just sat down here now, quite happily getting his ears rubbed, so he's happy. Until he gets another treat and then he'll disappear. I know what he's after. I just read. Oh, sorry. Dead air. I was reading somebody's conversation. I won't read it, but Red Raven and Neelish talking about something there. So, good morning, Latox. Hope you well, mate. Having a good one. As long as they are sensible about it, a drone dropping on track could be a disaster. Yeah, that's what I was thinking yesterday. There were a few shots of. And the camera plays tricks me, doesn't it? So a few shots of drones, like really low, and they looked like they were really close to the cars. But then when you pulled out sort of the camera, you could see the drones were like really far away. So it just looked a little bit too close for comfort. So one of those drops, it'd be you'd wreck a car, wouldn't you? Yeah, words, Sean. Use your words. I tried it. My teeth aren't in there. Yeah, that's why. Could back-to-back that with Spain as they are close. Is that the Morocco? Yeah. I thought the year had come to me then. It didn't. It's gone again. I think. Try to think of the year. I might Google that later once Stuart's in. They've got a bit of time to do some Googling. But I'm not against them. I like going to new places, but I wouldn't mind returning to some old places. Colapinto goes fourth, by the way. Albon up to third. But I'd like to see us go to some new places. But I don't want the street tracks, and I'm not anti-street tracks. I don't want 18 street races a season and then 6 on a proper track. I just don't want that. I want proper tracks. A bit old school like that. Josh says reactions are 100 times better than a watch along. Completely agree. And Yinka agrees that reactions with the guests especially. Yeah, guests this year, I'll try and get one on for every single one, but obviously I can't guarantee that because people are massive lockup for Norris, by the way. Turn 1, left front. Nice flat spot there, Lando. But yeah, people are giving up their time for free and they've got their own plans and things, so I can't guarantee it, especially for flyaways. Like your proper late night ones and your early morning ones are a bit more difficult, but I'll try my best to get people on. But otherwise, we can solo. It's fine. I can still fill 2 hours on my own. You might have noticed. But yeah, I'd like to go to new places track wise, or places we've not been for a long time. Would be really cool. Kyalami, first race I ever watched, 1992. What was the track called in Buenos Aires? It had a name, but I always just called it Buenos Aires. It might be the Buenos Aires track. I can't remember now. But yeah, I always thought that was quite a good track. I'd like to go there again. Manicourt in France. I think that's maybe tricky now for F1 because it's quite narrow in parts, isn't it? That track, in fact, for much of it, thinking about it. But I always loved that run through those fast first 2 corners and then the run down to the hairpin. Always seems to give great racing, and the cars look great through there as well. I'd like to go to a Thailand or a Vietnam if possible. I don't think we need a second. Well, I don't think we need a second race in China. China is massive, so you could easily get a second race in China, but another one on that side of the world would be nice. We all talk about it. We all talk about on these streams about tracks we'd like. I'd love to see a Finnish Grand Prix. All the years, all the Finnish drivers and world champions over the years, and we don't have a Finnish Grand Prix. It's time to give something back. Ideally in the middle of winter. No, I don't want the track to be heated. I want it to be ice because that'll be hilarious. There'll be no racing, but it'll still be great watch. Yes, Sepang. Yes, Sepang. We love Sepang. I know. At the Bud International Circuit in India, that was a cracking track as well. I know politics, money, that's why we don't go there, but it's such a shame in a lot of ways that we can't go to Bud again and to Sepang because I think they were pretty awesome races. Finland, talk about weather problems. Yeah. It could be a laugh. Fuji, when did we last race there? Was it 2008? And there was a typhoon, wasn't there? There always seems, or it feels like there always seems to be a typhoon threat when we go to Japan. Looking forward to Japan again this year. Just earlier in the season still feels weird, but I get why it's there. It makes sense, geographically. If you're blocking, if you try to do geographical blocking in the calendar, then that makes sense. Morocco Grand Prix was after World War II as a non-championship race in 1957 and the season finale of 1958. Says Red Raven. Had a fatality there, which is sad. The racetrack doesn't exist anymore. There we go. Latok says, yes, India, South Africa skipped 2 desert races for it. Will not happen. Money. Well, this is it. Money, money, money. You say it exactly. Which, business-wise, you can't really argue with F1 business-wise. If you've got... This is why I keep saying, I think when this new track in Saudi Arabia is built, we're still going to have I think we'll have 2 races there. There'll be one in Jeddah named something, and then the new track will be the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. I'm so certain of it because they can pay not infinite amounts of money, but they could pay a hell of a lot more than most tracks. So why not why not just go there and take the money? I get why they do it from a business point of view, but I'd rather have some proper racetracks with some heritage. It's just, you look at Spa rotating, but there's a possibility of 2 races in Saudi Arabia, and we've got 3 races in the US, which again, I get the US is huge, and the audience are trying to grow over there, but you sort of think, is there not a way we can facilitate Spa be on the calendar every year? No, I won't let it go. I know people love Suzuka, but the race was so dull last year. Still love seeing the cars go around there, though. It's those S's up the hilly, Inca. They look great up there. It wasn't great last year, you're right, but it has given us great racing in the past. There's some proper iconic moments. Alonso around the outside of Schumacher at 130R. Kimi Raikkonen's comeback, taking Fisichella on the last lap, didn't he? Some incredible stories over the years, and not to mention Prost and Senna, for goodness sake. I'll never forgive. Was it? Now going back a bit here, Toro Takagi and I can't remember the car who collided, which put the debris on the track, which gave Schumacher his puncher in 1998. Damn them. I can't remember who the driver was. Was it Nakano? Was it Takagi, or was it Rossett and Nakano? It was a Tyrrell and Minardi, wasn't it? I can see it. I can't think of their names. Let me know in chat. I'll bring Stuart in shortly. Don't worry. It's not just me today. I won't put you through that. I promise. But yeah, I'm trying to think it was. It's really annoying me now. I've got... It's fine. So, someone will know. Someone in the future will know. And they'll let me know in chat. Although I don't want to sit Googling while we're streaming. It's a bit of a pain in the backside. I have to reset things as well. So, Doggo's needy today for some reason. There you go, Doggo. Other than the pit straight, Fuji wouldn't be terrible for energy starvation, says Neelish. The new track looks a bit rubbish, says 2 left feet. Is it Kadia? I'm never going to be able to pronounce that properly. I might have just done it perfectly, I don't know. But yeah, they're going to have that big elevation change, aren't they? And they're going to have stuff underneath it. And it's just one of those projects that feels like we're doing it because we can, rather than anything else. But, if you got the money and you could do it, why not? But it's definitely happening. So hopefully once it's actually... I know some tracks could look... I thought Vegas looked awful, and actually it was the layout worked pretty well in the end. So I'm going to have to go and Google it. It's really bothering me now. 1998 Japanese Grand Prix. I don't know why I'm letting it bother me. It's 2026. It's time to move on, Sean. Let it go. Let it go, man. So it was Takagi and Tuero. Esteban Tuero. That's going back a bit. Bloody hell. That's a name. Esteban Tuero. He was he from Argentina? Still, I mean, yeah, blast from the past. But at least I got my answer, and that's all that matters to me now. So, I love my F1 history. I love going back and watching stuff and whatever. But you know, I'm weird like that. I'm sure lots of you do it, to be fair, especially when you've got the archive on F1 TV. But I'll run through the times quickly. We are at 8 o'clock, and then I'll bring Stuart in. So Lando Norris currently fastest on a 1:33.453, 16 laps on the board so far. Max Verstappen 1:33.584. He's done 15 laps. C4 tie by way for Norris and C3 for Verstappen. C3 for Albon on his 1:35.3 and 13 laps. C3 for Colapinto at 1:35.846, 12 laps. 16 laps for Russell at 1:37.063. That was set on the C1. Gabriel I heard take on Gabriel Bortoletto, so maybe I'm wrong on how to pronounce it, but Bortoletto 1:37.5, 8 laps. He did his fastest lap on a C3. Lawson was C3, 1:38.106, 7 laps for him. Fernando Alonso 1:38.191, 9 laps for him. His fastest time was set on the C3. Hamilton was also on the C3, 1:39.670, 5 laps for him. And then Bearman yet to get a time on the board, 8 laps. Reconnaissance laps, I suppose, for him. But yeah, we've got still waiting to see. Is it Bottas this morning? Yeah, Bottas go out on track. So again, Cadillac, a little bit slow away this morning. A little bit slow away. So there your time. I'm going to get Stuart now. I'm going to go bring Stuart in. I do remember South Korean Grand Prix. I actually think the South Korean Grand Prix was a better race than perhaps people remember. Now I've got to settle this up properly again. So Stuart's going to look really awkward for a minute. So I'm sorry. Sorry in advance. So we need to turn on camera. I need to. This will sound more dramatic than it actually is. I need to pop you out, which sounds. Stuart's been all awkward. I'm going to make you watch him now. Make sure everything's working. I think it's working. Good morning, Stuart. How are you?
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
I'm just muting your stream so you're not talking to me twice. Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Okay, that's good. We're sorted. We're almost. It's almost like we know what we're doing. Almost.
We're getting there. Exciting times. Day 2. Here we go.
Yes, day 2 of I mean, tomorrow's the last one. Sad times. Still plenty of time today. I was going to ask you something this morning. All I was going to ask you really was, did you watch testing yesterday afternoon, or did you go out and have a life? And did you spot anything interesting? Because we were keeping an eye on things. It felt like a bit of a flat afternoon for testing, apart from Stroll's spin.
Yeah, I didn't end up watching it because I had some bits I needed to do in the afternoon. But I did catch that replay of Stroll having a burp, which not a Stroll error, a car error. It turned out Aston Martin's still fighting that car for all it's worth to try and make it competitive by, I don't know, June or something. But a lot of stories coming out, I think, after we had our chat that I think validated our chat. I found I was reading sort of like article after article. I was like, wait a minute, we said that was going to happen. We thought that was going to happen. We said if they were going to ask, if they were going to change how engine compression was measured, it would probably be in the middle of the year so that they had some time to do it. We said Max Verstappen probably wasn't disparaging Formula E. He was just saying they're two different things. In the press conference, he clarified exactly that. There were lots of things that we said that then came out to be true. Because I think we're geniuses, and this is the stream you need to be listening to if you want the front line on Formula One information.
I do like how you've rolled straight in with a really polite "told you so."
I'm just saying it was kind of nice to be validated. We waffled for 4 hours, and then official sources ticked all those boxes for us. Very quickly before I forget, did you see 5 minutes ago the Ferrari front wing, rear wing?
It's at a slight angle.
It flips all the way upside down.
Oh, okay.
When it's in DRS mode. Forgive me, I wasn't listening to you in the first hour because I was just watching the stream and sort of hearing some of the commentary just so I could pick up some information. And yeah, Sam Collins had... Ferrari seemed to have realised that the rules don't actually clarify what angle the wing needs to be at when it's open. We were saying like, oh, is it, they seem to be much more wide this year. apparently they could be as wide as you like, including going all the way upside down. So Ferrari were experimenting with flipping it upside down completely to seeing if that offers an advantage. It was quite weird to see.
Okay. I'll keep an eye, see if they do that again. Keep an eye out for that one. I know, like you say, we were looking yesterday at the, was it the McLaren and the Williams wing seemed to catch us out quite a bit, didn't it, with how wide it was, more than any. Exactly. So I love that that's not regulated at all, really, now. They think it's as big as you like. But I've actually seen, I think, Craig Scarborough and Matt Summerfield, unless I've misinterpreted what they're saying, they seem to be sort of... I guess not criticising, but sort of saying this Ferrari diffuser thing, which we'll have a look at in a bit. That's what happens when you're not tight with the regulations. Like 2022, they were really strict with them, whereas this year there seems to be a lot of loopholeage, let's put it that way. And they seem quite critical of that, which surprised me because I know they like their tech stuff. So I don't know if it is a criticism. It's difficult, sort of. I would pull a tweet up, but I don't like just reading other people's work. It feels weird. But it's Liam Lawson having a moment at turn 11. He's off track, but he's okay. Got to go in again. He was sleeping in his car earlier. I don't know if you saw that. But yeah, not on track, I should stress. So yeah, a little bit of criticism about how the rules aren't as tight now, and this is what happens. But I love that kind of thing. So good stuff from Ferrari. It feels a bit early to do tech talk at the minute, but certainly for me. But I've got a picture on the doodle board ready to draw on, so we're good. And I've got some notes. So, but yeah, I don't know how tight these rules are. There is an element of, I think parts of these rules feel like they've been rushed a little bit. Like, we need to add that, or we need to do the other. And it might just be the way from the outside looking in, it looks like that, but from inside, everything's very nicely planned out. But as we said yesterday a few times, the fact we're still faffing with a lot of this 2 weeks before the start of the season suggests that maybe I'm right on that as well. But yeah, it's a strange old sport sometimes, but I like seeing that innovation from Ferrari, something a little bit different to everybody else.
I feel like you just can't please people, can you? If they're like too strict and they're too tight, and people, when they were banning DAS and banning this and all these things that were like really interesting technical innovations, people complained that Formula One doesn't like you to innovate and Formula One is too strict on policing these things. And then as soon as they allow a bit of technical freedom and we see some interesting things, then you'll get people criticizing that they haven't written the rules well enough. And we did a bit of that, but I think we did a bit of that yesterday when we were talking about how you can blame them for writing the rules badly if they then change their mind about how they're going to regulate them once people have built everything. That's their fault. So yeah, I think it's nice to see some interesting innovation. Obviously, if certain aspects of how they've regulated the engineering of these cars is important to the philosophy of what they're trying to do, and they've left a big gaping hole for people to get around that, then sure, then maybe that's worth criticizing. There's another thing that I think is interesting in that regard, in that the barge boards, or they're calling them something else this year. In the regulations, they're called something else, but we all know the barge boards, the bit that sticks out in front of the side pods, essentially. They are, in the regulations, or the idea of them is to actually point inwards to create inwash, to kind of push all the air essentially between the rear tires. That's what they're meant to do, to stop outwash. That's what they're for. But obviously, and they're very quite like strictly regulated, like in terms of what angles you can have, how sharply you can turn away. Like they're really, really trying to not allow the teams to cleverly flip them around and turn them into outwash again, which is what they want. But I think we've seen most teams have managed to create outwash with them, which is what they want. Like it's really hard. They
always find ways around things. I mean, Jonty was saying yesterday, the Audi crash structure, you can see that sticking out the side pods they've got. And you think, could that be used for aero? But they look quite blocky. Then you look at the Red Bull, and they're really well sculpted, and there's things around them, and you think, they're so clever with it. And this is what I said at the start of the stream. We talk about making the cars better to follow, and maybe they'll achieve that. But ultimately, in a year's time, 2 years' time, we're back where we were, because these engineers will find a way to get that outwash and that dirty air going where they want it to go, because they want that advantage, don't they? That downforce advantage. And They'll always find a way around it. So it's quite funny that we reset the rules to sort out the following problem, and then all the teams go, "This is great, so great to have cars following." Anyway, we're now going to destroy that, and we'll see you in 5 years for some new regulations when we'll try and destroy it again. But that's part of it. I just to confirm, I do call them barge boards. They're not barge boards, but to me, they will always be barge boards, and I can't wait for Turn 1 in Australia and seeing lots of minor contact and a ton of debris everywhere, and cars being 3 seconds a lap slower because they've lost a barge board and half a front wing element or whatever, or an end fence. We've definitely gone back to those days, haven't we? Because can you remember, like, when you will remember, it was only last year, and the last set of regulations, you could lose an entire front wing end fence and it would not affect your performance really at all, whereas before that you could lose a tiny little element off an end fence and that was your race over. Crazy.
It's going to be interesting to see how affected cars are if they start losing bits off these cars. We haven't really seen that yet, obviously, because they're not coming into contact with each other. They're occasionally having a little bit of a playful jostle, but they're not in any way that I think is going to risk any damage. I do find it interesting that they've allowed some bits of the car to be in such a dangerous place. And the front wing in particular stands out because the main part of the front wing, they've massively narrowed. So it's basically the plain part of the wing is between the front wheels, which is kind of how it was in 2008 before they made them wide in 2009. But they've also put these massive, like, I don't know what you'd call them, but like horizontal flappy bits sticking out of the end plates that go basically all the way to the edge of the outside of the tires, right in the danger zone of a turn 1 style bashing into each other. Now, as you say, I don't know how critical those, I don't know what we're calling them, but the flappy bits on the outside of the front wings are going to be, and they do seem to be sculpted in a way that's probably not going to be as much of a puncture risk as some previous wings might be, but still, I am interested they did manage, they didn't just bring those in a little bit so that they're not quite so prone to clanging into the next car in a sort of braking zone. But we'll see. Yeah.
I'm fully expecting carnage in Australia, full stop, to be honest. We'll see. But it's parts of these cars, I mean, they look great, but then parts of them, like those, when you really notice them, the sticky out bits on the front wings, they look ridiculous. They look really weird. Daft. But that's an interesting hat, sir. You'll see it in a second, I'm sure, Stuart, but that's okay. Big Checo fan, obviously, and loves a checkered flag. That's cool. Loves a checkered flag. We all do. Okay. Read a couple of things in chat. Hey to MSC Biles, hope you're well, mate. Says, he says hello, everyone. There you go. Glenn, hey Glenn says this is like the good old days. Rock on, guys. Yeah, rock on. Monster Racing Bear says top tip, Stroll for the championship. There you go. You heard it here first, and we're always right, as we found out. You know, Stroll will win the championship. You never know. Brabamos says one of my favourite times of my year. Hours of F1 word waffle. F1 word. He swore. Michael is baffled by the Ferrari wing and arm. Good morning, mate. Side Canvas says we'll call them the sticky out bits. There you go. And Michael says Roman chariot spikes. They are. There you go.
They are. They're very similar. It is going to be interesting to learn how these cars all kind of work. I'm also interested, front wing wise, how fragile the actuators are on the front wing. Like, we've had DRS on the rear wings for over 10 years now. But you don't often get a sort of clattering of the rear wing in a big way, and if you do, it's normally a rear end shunt that's race ending. But we do get a lot of front wing damage because that's a very vulnerable part of the car when you're racing wheel to wheel. And I do wonder how easy it is to damage the actuators on the front wing and essentially break straight line mode on the front wing if there's a bit of damage. I'm interested to see if that becomes a thing as the seasons go on.
That's a good point.
Or if they're strong as shit and doesn't really matter.
Hopefully the latter, although anything to add some variables might make it interesting. But yeah, I'd not thought about that because we do see front wing damage, but you also see how often does the car nudge the back of another car with not really any damage. Could that cause something to get knocked out? Or, not long to find out, to be fair, unless somebody wants to go and have a crash for us now and let us know. That'd be great. Stop being selfish, drivers. Come on, Liam Lawson's out of the car, by the way, just to let people know. Max Verstappen, the only one circulating at the minute. So it's got a bit quiet after a busy-ish start. Ruth Buscombe, that was who I was thinking of. Sorry, yeah. She referred to Ferrari's diffuser as diffuser of the day earlier, and I was like, we need to make that a thing. we need to pick a body part of the car, diffuser of the day, front wing of the day, nose of the whatever. We need to make that a thing.
It's been I've been interested to see that Norris and Verstappen just seem to like immediately out there ready to put in some laps, put in some decent lap times, just run, and just like actually do a little bit of pushing straight from the offset. And already we're at the fastest lap of the whole 5 days here in Bahrain.
And 41 laps between them, 20 for Norris, 21 for Verstappen. I mean, steady on, lads. Have some breakfast. Wait, do we have 4 DRS zones? Did I miss that last year, says Dave? They're not DRS zones. They are the straight modes. And from what we sort of don't know, track to track, where they're going to go for sure. But based on the Bahrain track map, it looks like any significant straight is going to be straight mode, which sounds obvious. But the reason I say significant is that there's a straight between 8 and 9 where there isn't one, and between 7 and 8 where there isn't one. So I think anything... I wonder if they've got a minimum straight length in mind, if that makes sense. So if a straight is over this amount, we'll have that as straight mode, maybe. Or maybe it will just vary track to track. Because I'm pretty sure, as you said yesterday, if it was good enough for DRS, it should be good for straight mode. But that run out of 7, 8 and through 9 at Australia, up to that fast chicane, that's not a straight, is it? But you could get away with straight mode down there. So I'm not sure what the criteria is, or whether or not they'll have a bit of trial and error initially. And maybe it'll change later in the season.
I think there'll be some analysis over, essentially, I think safety. How important is it to have the car with a significant amount of downforce, really, to get through that section? And there's that fast section in Australia is high speed, and you are turning the car, and you are between barriers. So will they think it's a bit, you do need a bit of downforce to actually keep the speed through there without losing the car completely? Maybe we can't put straight line mode down there. When we did announce this, I was fascinated as to on each circuit where they think they could get away with it and put it. We did chat briefly yesterday about whether they'd put it on the straight leading to 130R, because that is a very long straight, but it does go into a fast, dangerous left-hander that doesn't have a braking zone. So, but like, as I can't remember who in the comments just said it, they've put one on the back straight of Bahrain into where they didn't have one before, into the final corners. So a lot more is going to be open from track to track. I wonder if they'll put one in Monaco anywhere other than the pit straight.
Would they dare do the tunnel?
I don't think they would. And then after that, it's sort of... Monaco is going to be an interesting test, isn't it? Because Monaco's sort of one of those... is just a downforce track. So are they really going to get anything out of straight line mode at all? They'll probably turn it on down the pit straight just because they can. But like... they're probably not going to be pushing the car energy-wise in the same way that they do at even at this track, really. So there's going to be a big variation in how these cars run on the big. What I think is interesting and a little bit ironic to me at the moment, in terms, especially year one of these rules, is Formula One in the last over 15 years, I guess, as we've introduced new tracks, they've been designed with whacking great straights in mind, because we're going to have big long straights and big braking zones at the end, because that's sort of became the only way overtaking became possible. So every new Tilke track, for example, let's put a massive straight in. Abu Dhabi's got 2 massive straights back to back, and now we're moving into an era where cars can't go full flat out down long straights anymore. They have to kind of pull back before they get to the braking zone, and you're kind of like, maybe they're more suited to tracks with shorter straights and more medium to high speed corners in between.
China's going to be interesting, isn't it? Second race of the season. That blast down to the hairpin, that's one of the longest, isn't it, in F1?
Yeah.
If not the, I'm trying to think of one that's longer now, but yeah.
And they don't have a lot of corners between the massive back straight and the pit straight to recharge.
No. A lot of heavy braking to the hairpin. Then you've got that final corner. Would you call that a medium speed? Because they don't brake hard for that, do they? They see that as some decent speed.
Yeah.
Or like somewhere in between.
I think we're going to see big lifting at the end of the China back straight, just so they're not vulnerable down the pit straight.
Oh, that's good. Look forward to that.
That's my guess.
We will take a look at the Ferrari. Maybe we'll do that at 9ish, just after I've gone through the times at 9 o'clock. But I did want to. I guess we're starting on a negative again. But I don't know if you caught the commission meeting notes yesterday. And I will read the line that's really riled everybody up, in case anyone missed it yesterday. Quote, there were discussions around the possibility of increasing these sprint events up to 12 based on the demand for sprints from fans and promoters. My first response is, if anyone from F1 is listening, please delete fans from that and just tell us the truth and stop trying to mug us off. I love that phrase. I was watching it on Danny Dyer last night, you mags. But it's it's just leave the from promoters. It's because you want to make money, and that's fine. Just own it. You don't need to lie about it. Just there are fans. Don't get me wrong. There are fans who seem to love sprints. And there are lots of bots on social media that also seem to love sprints by quite literally taking the words that F1 says about sprints and then reorganising them to make it look like a whole new tweet and a real, like you do as a real person. I'm not saying bots are a problem or anything, but you know, and there are a lot of people who love fans, and I know that we're kind of aligned, aren't we? In that if they stay, fine. If they go, fine. We're sort of that's the conversation we've had before. We're not massively woohoo sprints, but we're also not boo sprints. We're sort of in the middle somewhere, unless your views changed. I'm sure you'll let me know. But 12 seems, I said to Jonty yesterday, 12 seems like madness, and it also seems like a backdoor way of increasing the number of races in a year without actually going above 24, because that's going to take us to 36 races in a year across 24 events, which is mad. And no matter where I look, if I look on a post about sprints or I go into anywhere, it's predominantly people don't want them, and then you get a few who are like, I like them or whatever, but I don't know where this demand is coming from for fans, unless it is just those that attend race weekends. I don't know, but I think 12 is mad, and it feels like this is just, you know, in 3 years we're going to go to 18, and then we're doing 18, we may as well do 24. If that's where they want to go, I'd much rather everyone just said, look, we want to do sprints every weekend because the promoters love them, we can charge more for tickets, and it's great business. I'd have so much more respect if they just said that and did that than try to make out like they're universally loved. And it's my favourite line to go to. If sprints are so popular, why after every sprint does every broadcaster feel the need to defend them? If they're that good, we don't need Martin Brundle going, oh, well, that's better than FP3 session. Of course it is, Martin, because practice isn't supposed to be entertaining, for goodness sake. It's such a crap argument. It really annoys me. It's such a rubbish argument. I've done housework that's more entertaining than FP3. You know, it's just not a great session. The worst of the weekend for me, but I don't know how you feel about it, but if we're going to end up at 24, just do it. Let's not faff about.
So I'm going to build up to playing, I guess, Angel's Advocate. Are you Angel's Advocate if you're opposing someone being negative about something?
Maybe.
And I'm not necessarily saying I agree that upping the sprints is a good idea, but I think it might be worth giving a different side of things to chew on.
Yeah.
But before that, I was very like meh about sprints. Like, fine, you know, sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're not. I'm kind of like practice versus sprints, much of a muchness. But the sprint itself often doesn't add anything. It can dilute the race because you get a little bit of a flavor of the race, but in a kind of boring way. And Formula One is not a sprint-based sport. Like the way it works, partly because overtaking is quite tricky, partly because of the way the tires are designed to wear and how they change via fuel and energy management. Like they're designed to be this kind of uh, medium long race where the race comes alive via strategy and how you do stint lengths and how you manage the car. Like that is a big part of Formula One, whether people like it or not. I think there are some people who think it should be flat out the entire way through, and I don't think that would be as interesting. I think the interest is in actually sort of managing your pace over the course of an entire race and when to push and when not to push. I don't think it should be you're managing tires for 80% of the race. I think then it becomes boring, but I think in a nice balance of you're managing parts of the car, you're pushing when you can, but not pushing too much, so you've got some in reserve when you need it. I think that makes the Formula One race interesting and come alive. And that's, I think, where the sprint had been falling flat because you sort of just get one stint of a Formula One race with no strategy, and so drivers can't really do anything. They're not, the cars aren't really built for just going flat out the whole time because that's not how Formula One has been designed to run. Now, so my angel's advocate bit, or my maybe optimism, or my let's see how this plays out. This new set of regulations is opening up new ways of racing. Like we know lap by lap, they're going to be managing energy in a different way. And whereas tires are sort of managed over an entire stint, fuel weight drops over an entire race and things come alive in different ways. And people could be on different compounds. Energy management changes lap to lap. So you could have a driver decide to go full beans on one lap to make up positions and then have to go into defense in the next lap, and there'll be a sort of like trade-off in strategy from lap to lap to lap, and that may open up sprints to actually be interesting. Like over whatever 15 to 20 laps, you still may have a little bit more going on. People may be able to actually fight lap to lap because they have this kind of energy-based strategy available to them to play around with, and people may think, oh, you know what, I'm going to go make a move and see if I can defend this position on the next lap. Or I think I'm going to be open-minded and say, let's see how the sprints go this year with these regulations and with these new engines and so on, and overtake modes, and see if actually they can make 15 laps more interesting than they have been before. And if that's the case, if they are genuinely much more interesting than they have been, then I would be open to having more sprints than a couple of practice sessions. I think they would become more interesting and qualify their place for more weekends worth of them. So that's going to be that's my let's see if that happens. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm like, let's not bother.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I can't. Ultimately, it's the same with the criticism of these regulations. If the racing's great, that's fine, and people want more of that, and they'll enjoy it. And if the sprints are entertaining and there's enough going on, people will enjoy them. But I think when we go look at the history, the very short history, but still a history of sprints, the thing I'll always defend them on is the way the weekend format runs now with sprints is so much better than how it was originally, when it used to be that you'd have normal Grand Prix qualifying on a Friday and then go into a sprint Saturday. So it completely made the weekend feel completely disjointed, and the sprint set the grid for the race. That didn't work for me at all. So the sprints now are better than they were. And I think you're right. We give them a shot in this year, but I mean, they're not saying 12 for this year. I assume it's for next year. So let's give the 6 a go again this year. But the problem is as well, the 6 they've picked, are so
not
bad.
Great, is it?
China, that was okay last year. Miami, no. Canada could be interesting. Silverstone, as I recall, apart from Checo spinning, nothing happened in the first sprint we had at Silverstone. Zandvoort is leaving the calendar for financial reasons, but also people are glad it's going because it's too tight and twisty. So let's have a race that we're calling a sprint around a track you can't overtake on. And then we're going to Singapore. No Austria, no Interlagos, the tracks that were almost built for sprints and sprints were made for, we're not going to them. So it's, I suppose my point and my question to you in the chat is, when it comes to sprints, the circuit selection is just as important as refining the format, because you can have the best sprint format in the world, but if you go to a sprint around Monaco would be dreadful and completely pointless. So circuit selection is so important. So going to Austria and Interlagos should be the first two names on any sprint calendar every year, because they work, and they are, in my opinion anyway, if a sprint ever gets exciting, those are often the best two that we get. So they're just made for them. So I think circuit selection is so important. That's why I don't understand picking those 6 and then say we want to make them 12. If you want to pick 6, you pick the best damn tracks you can for 6 sprints, and then go, hey, let's have 12 of these next year. And everyone will go, or a larger chunk of people go, actually, yeah, I really enjoyed them this year because they worked at the tracks and they were entertaining. But you imagine, let's say Singapore, we have a sprint around there, it's absolutely diabolical, as it likely will be, because it's a street track and it's tough to overtake on. And then they go, we're doing 12 of these next year. You're going to get so much more negativity and so much more anger from the fan base about that. I just think, I don't know, the whole message around sprints doesn't work. And just on one other point as well, on what you said about how F1's not a sprint format, it's also not an endurance format. And it's quite funny how F1 seems to be trying to play to both of those when actually it sits somewhere in the middle. So it's quite a funny little sport when you start picking it apart, as Ollie Bearman locks up at turn 10, shocker, and goes straight on, but he's okay. So yeah, no, it's I don't know, I have, it sounds like I'm sitting on the fence, but I'm not. I have a lot of negative views about sprints, but also I can see the value they bring from a business point of view. You can charge more for a Friday ticket now, can't you? You've got 3 days of action or competitive action, but also when they get them right, the sprints can work, and then the way that the weekend is formatted now works better than it used to do. So I just think the one thing, if I could change two things about sprints I would change, and no, I can't just get rid of them. I suppose 3, but I already mentioned one of them, but one of them is they feel like they just need even just a couple more laps, because it just starts to get interesting and then it's the end of it. So I feel like even just a couple more laps might make a difference, or extend them even further so we get some sort of strategy in there. But the other thing I'd change is, I think, the point system. If you're going to go to 12 and eventually maybe 24, I don't know, we need a point system that rewards, it gives drivers incentives to overtake, because if you're down in 15th place in a sprint, you're just not, it just turns into a test session because there's no point. So it's the sprint where you do, people will hate what I'm about to say, but run points all the way down to 15th place or something like that, and you don't have to do 25 for the win. You could do it in a way that works at 15 for the win, 1 for 15th place or whatever, and just give people a reason to overtake, because there's no point if you're, who's 15th? So Antonelli's on the timing tower at the minute in 15th place. He's not been out yet, that's why. But if he goes for he's not going to go for a move on a 50-50 move on Sergio Perez and risk an accident that then rules him out of qualifying for the Grand Prix that actually matters if there's nothing on the line. The positions that you gain in the sprint don't count towards your championship position. So if you finish 14th in a sprint and 15th, your best finish is 14th in a sprint and your best finish in a Grand Prix is 15th, you'll finish 15th in the championship. There's no benefit at all for going for a 50-50. So I just think you need to give people a reason to go for an overtake. 8th, 9th, 10th place, it's worth it, but behind that, it's not really, and that's why I think they fall very flat for me. It doesn't, when you get a boring a dull Grand Prix, there's always somebody at the back trying something, and it gives you something to watch. In a sprint, those who are not going to score points just tend to sit back and go, well, we'll just cruise this home, then we'll test this for the race, or let's put some softs on and see how long we can go on that, and that might help us for tomorrow. And I don't like that. That's they're the two things I'd probably change if I could on sprints. But and maybe F1 are listening. maybe that's why they put all those statements out yesterday, because we were right. Maybe they're listening to us. You see,
I think it's very clear they were listening in and needed to respond forthwith. Yeah, I agree with basically everything you're saying there. I think Formula One, in trying to do this sprint thing, which, what is this? This is the 6th year of sprints, I think. 2021 was the first one they brought them in. Well, it's a couple of things. It's kind of what we discussed already, that Formula One doesn't really work for sprints. I think also the weekend structure doesn't really work for them. If you look at Formula 2 and Formula 3, for example, they do one qualifying and then they'll do a sprint race with a kind of flipped top 10 based on that qualifying. And then the next day they'll do the full race. So you have that gap between the sprint race and the feature race with nothing in between. So they're not worried about damaging the car for a qualifying that's coming up in a couple of hours' time. They know they can go for it if they want. I mean, Formula 2, the feeder series is slightly different because every driver is wanting to show themselves. Like, it's basically a mobile CV every single time they're on track. So they do have more incentive to push, even if there's not a lot on the table points wise. So I know that's different as well. But again, this is where Formula One is a bit different because, as you say, a lot of the drivers aren't motivated to attack a lot of the time in sprints because the gains are not going to be as much as the potential losses. Like, even when you're in the points, you're sort of like 1 point, 2 point. Is it worth making a big lunge if it's going to cost me in qualifying and then it will cost me 10 points in the race if I'm a front runner? Yeah, there is that. And I strongly believe they've picked these 6 reasonably weird races this year for sprints. I mean, some of them are a bit more. I think Silverstone has potential to be fun, for example. I think China's tested, but I think choosing a different set of races is the first move towards increasing the number of sprints because they just want to try things out in different tracks or different types of tracks. Because obviously we're not going to Holland again, but just to sort of try sprint formats out in a variety of different circuits to see how much they can expand it. I don't know how successful that'll be. Again, I think it will depend on how well this new format works with the sprints, and it could well do. Like, it could be great and fun and interesting on a Saturday to watch them playing about with energy and overtaking and undertaking and all that kind of thing in a sort of, dare I say, Formula E style way for 30 minutes. But I think, yeah, they're definitely trialing some things out in a move to expand beyond the usuals. I think it's been quite clear from the last 5 years of sprints that they've found limited success. I mean, there's no reason to get rid of Austria and Brazil, which I could arguably say are the only 2 sprint races people look forward to. That they've been pretty fun every time. I'd say they were like that. Those tracks are well suited to the sprint format. The only reason you get rid of that is if you're trying other things out. I would assume, because it seems like an insane move to get rid of because there are so few tracks that seem to actually work well for sprint. So yeah, I'm interested to see it play out. But fundamentally, in terms of the weekend format and just how the races work, so far Formula One has not just a suitable sport for sprints being in the middle of the weekend.
I think you're probably right on the circuit selection for this year, actually, thinking about it. But also, I do think there's an element of the Zandvoort selection this is their last year, so let's make a big fuss of that weekend. I think there's probably an element of that in there. And Canada, I think that could be a lot of fun. But yeah, I sort of agree. I just...
Oh yeah, Canada, yeah.
I think there also comes a point where, and maybe we have to as well, but there comes a point where if F1 is going to run with this and give us more sprints, they need to just commit to it and stop defending them and stop stop constantly trying to push this narrative that they are universally loved or loved by a majority of fans. I think if they just do that, it's the defense of them. I think if you come out to defend something all the time, you just open yourself up again, don't you, to more criticism and more complaints about it. Whereas if you just go, right, it's a sprint weekend and then that's it, nobody references this is better than an FP3 or, oh, that was more fun than more practice. We just get on with it. I think there's an element of that, and there's no 6 years seems mad. When you said 6 years, I was like, no, it can't be. But it's we're there now. They're clearly a part of the I'm not convinced the trial period was ever really a trial period. I think that was to shut people like me up, people who keep complaining about them. We're only trialing them, but just crack on with it now. If you're going to do it, and then, because I keep saying 24. I don't know if they would go to every race. I think there would be, maybe they could do most races, because that 12 strikes me as every other weekend, which makes sense. But you can't have a sprint. Well, you can, but you should never have a sprint around Monaco, for example. No. So I think maybe we might see 23 or 22 or something like that, but we'll see what happens. But I mean, Jonty stormed out yesterday when I read that it was 12. He just left. I was like, oh, okay. It's just us then. He came back. It was okay. But I saw somebody make the point that we've made a few times, and I bet I can't find it anymore. I'll say hi to everyone in a bit who's just popping in, by the way. I'll do some shout outs. But where have you gone? I did see it. It was something. So, Bahrain, for example, you could have a sprint weekend.
Mm-hmm.
How
logistically, it'd be a different time of day as well.
Yeah, logistically, how hard would it be on a race weekend to have the sprint around the outer loop and the Grand Prix around the main track? Because that means you've got to have more marshals posts. You've got to get it all set up. I mean, Bahrain have got the money, so I don't think that's a problem. But how hard would that be, do you think? Because I think that's one way at a track where you could run a different layout. It'd be kind of cool because I think we talk about Austria and Interlagos being good tracks for sprints. The outer loop at Bahrain would be fantastic for a sprint. So could we do that? I'm trying to think of another example. If we ever went back to Paul Ricard, oh God no, could we ever have a different layout for the sprints there? Could Abu Dhabi use their shorter layout, for example? I don't know how hard that would be logistically, but and how you wouldn't need more marshals because you just use the same ones for the Grand Prix and send them to the track, but you'd need more marshals posts and more everything else, wouldn't you? It'd probably just be quite difficult to do, but that for me would be a great way to mix it up, because then although part of the outer loop is on the main tracks, there's still an element of this could help towards the Grand Prix, but at least it's less of a problem, if that makes sense.
I mean, you say it's quite difficult. A lot of things are quite difficult, but Formula One has a lot of resources.
Yeah.
I think there are definitely tracks where it's more possible than others. Speaking of the Bahrain outer loop, people who can actually see the screen and can see the track map there, like the outer loop goes from turn 4 to turn 13 just across the top there. It's not a massive, it only has like 3 corners in between those, like 3 little corners. So having it's not a huge lot of work to put marshal posts there. Now, I'm speaking here with a bit of ignorance, but I don't know how much work it is in terms of how much infrastructure has to change between the normal track and the outer loop in terms of like safety and like signage on track and things like that. I don't know if that's going to cause work that takes a lot of time, and you've got support races and things going on at the same time. So I don't know about that, but potentially things like that are possible. If you want to do it, you can design systems that allow quick changes to open up the outer loop and close down the outer loop as needed. I feel like it's possible. Again, not at every track, but having ideas like that, I think works. I think if F1 is going to try new things, then try new things. On the same vein, like I'm not, a massive F1 purist and everything needs to stay the same forever and things like that. I think trying things, and the one thing about the sprint I do like is that they were like, let's try something. I'm glad they tried something, and I know it didn't stay a trial, and we're kind of stuck with things that actually didn't work, and maybe they weren't trying things; they were soft launching things they wanted to do anyway. But if I take things in the most positive, naive spirit, I think it is worth sometimes trying things. And we've got 24 weekends a year, and let's use a couple of them if we've got some ideas to see how they work. And if they don't work, we don't have to do them again. I think, for example, I don't think the format has to be identical every weekend, and it clearly isn't because we've got sprints some weekend. But I think perhaps Monaco should be one shot qualifying, so everybody has the space they need, and we get to qualifying is probably the most interesting part of the Monaco weekend, and we get to watch every single car do their full lap between the barriers. I think that makes sense as a qualifying format for Monaco, in my opinion. And I don't know why we can't just change it up. But I mean, we've already changed the format for Monaco anyway in the race, right? We forced 2 pit stops on them. Do things like that. At least try it out for a year, see how people feel. I'm all in favor of people trying things out as long as it's kind of informed and they explain why they're doing it and things like that. And yeah. I don't know.
Generally agree. The only thing I would add to that is, yes, try it, but also have the balls, quite frankly, to say if it doesn't work, we're not doing this again. Because sometimes I feel like they try things and then they feel like they have to keep going because 6 people really liked it. And sometimes you need to just go, no, that didn't work for us. So, but no, the Monaco things, I think that one shot, I've said that before about Monaco, I think one shot quali is a great shout for that, because also one of the things we talk about why we love Monaco is, the racing's terrible, but we get to see these drivers, car and driver, balls to the wall, almost quite literally, in between the barriers, great to watch. So why not make that a bigger spectacle of the weekend by doing one shot quality? Because then we get to watch everybody do that, and then you can sort of analyse the differences. Oh, Max did this, or Pierre Gasly did that, and you can sort of see how they take corners, rather than having to just having to pick a driver to follow. We need to follow the championship lead. Even though Ollie Bearman's pulling off the most incredible lap we've ever seen in terms of how close to get to the barrier, we need to now go to Lando Norris because he's about to, as the championship challenger, about to take pole. You're like, oh, come on. I want to watch Ollie Bearman finish his lap. So, imagine if we'd not seen that Max Verstappen lap where did he hit the wall twice in the final sector and still took pole with that incredible lap in Monaco? Imagine not seeing it. So being able to watch that for everybody would be great. But I know there'll be people that, I'm not going to look at chat, but I know there'll be people who will say things like, yeah, but then if it rains later in the session, it's not fair. Swings and roundabouts, what goes against you one weekend might go for you another weekend. So that's just the risk you have to take. But I don't think... I was going to say it doesn't rain much in Monaco. We've had a couple of wet races the last few years, haven't we? So, but I think you could take a risk on Monaco. And
you can't make Monaco qualifying completely fair anyway,
no.
Because you could be on a hot lap and there's a yellow flag because someone's touched the barrier. There's always going to be something that has the potential to go against you in a way that's not your fault.
But also, whilst it won't be one for the purists, maybe, I don't know. But also, if Lando Norris, Max Verstappen and George Russell all go out later and end up in the rain, that means they're starting down the back, which could make the race more exciting anyway. Reverse grid without actually calling it reverse grid, which is I'd like to see that trialled somewhere at some point. Like you said with the F2 format, where you just do like a one qualifying on a Friday afternoon, and then they'd never do that. They'd never do that, would they? And then the sprint on Saturday could be a reverse grid, and then the Grand Prix on Sunday's a normal grid, but they're never going to take... If they can get a sprint and a quali in one day for maximum price on ticket sales, they're never going to take a competitive session away, are they now? But no. I'd like to see them try reverse grids, or just reverse top 10 in the sprints, just once, even if they're terrible, and we never do it again. The issue with reverse grids, though, to sort of counter my own point, is in F2... it's a lot easier to overtake than it is in F1. So would a reverse grid actually work, or would we just end up with maybe a Verstappen starting 10th and gains a couple of positions but doesn't want to take too many risks for one extra point or whatever? Or are we going to get that much overtaking given how difficult these cars will eventually be to follow again? It's tricky. It's a really tough balancing act, to be fair to F1. And just on one other point you made, Stuart, sorry, they love them or hate them, at least sprints do break up the 24 race season a little bit, because it does get a little bit does get a bit long, doesn't it, when you get towards the back end? So at least that sprint at Interlagos is something to look forward to that's a bit different, or at least mixes the weekend up a tad.
That is true. Like, it is nice to have like different things every now and again. Although I guess this time the last sprint we get, instead of having this big run up, well, not a run, but like a sprinkling them towards the back end, the last one we're getting is Singapore, which is round 18 out of
Qatar
24.
last year,
So
wasn't
we're not getting any in the last 6 races. Interestingly, and we're having more in the kind of first half, which is unusual. But that's fine. Yeah, no, I do like a little bit of a. I do like that it mixes things up a bit, and I do like it changes things. In terms of doing a reverse grid and not being able to overtake, that's another thing. We can wait to see how these formats, whether this format changes things or not, whether it makes it easier to, with that energy differentials, have a little bit more strategy in hand, lap to lap. We'll be able to see if that's more feasible. And if it is more feasible, then the drivers might be more open to having things like reverse grids. I think there's a lot of fans. I don't know. I think the fan consensus is quite mixed on reverse grids, because I think some people don't like it because it's impure and it's more gimmicky. And I think some people like it because it's like having a rainy qualifying. You get a mixed grid and a more exciting race. I guess the difference is a rainy qualifying is a more natural way of mixing up the grid, whereas a reverse grid is a contrived way of doing it. But everything in Formula One is contrived, really. I was going to say something else, and I can't remember what it is. It's completely left my mind, but I'm sure it was super interesting, and I'll be able to come back to it any moment.
Night, Josh, mate. Have a good one. Hopefully see you later. I will come to those in chat and say hi in a minute. I just wanted to finish this conversation, really. But I was just going to say something. It's gone now. That's annoying. It was
amazing, isn't it?
Look, we were both. Look, we were going to blow your minds with what we were going to say. I can promise you that. It will come to me. It was a very good point I was going to make about. I say good point for me, which doesn't really say a lot. But they're doing rate comparison at the minute on F1 TV, which is interesting.
It's nice to be able to see a side profile of all those cars.
Yeah,
in sort of similar alignment. You can't see this, of course, if you're not watching the thing at the same time, listeners. But
it's come to me. It's come
trust
back
me, it's
to
an
me.
interesting visual. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So, I thought it got again. The purist argument. So I used to be very, F1 should be pure and it should be proper racing. And over time, and to be fair, one of the things, I grew up with no F1 fans around me, really. So being able to talk to like you and Jonty and others in chat, you sort of helped me see another perspective, which I think is, people call that flip-flopping these days, but I think that's called being an intelligent grown-up. I think if you could have a conversation, it changes. Yeah, being open. That's a better one than insulting people. That's the way to go. But I think the purist argument, when you actually look at it, when was the last time F1 was truly pure? When you think about the fact we've had DRS for so many years and KERS before that, and messing around with tyres every year to try and make the 32 stops a race just because let's make the tyres fall apart because that'll make the racing more entertaining. When was it last pure? Are we going all the way back to 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, really? Because it's not pure racing in the way that purists want their racing, if that makes sense. I still think it's racing, and it's fine. I agree with you. There needs to be elements of tyre management and strategy and even energy management now, but I don't think the purist argument washes with me too well anymore, because it's not just a driver in a car go vroom. There's a lot going on now.
I think so. The issue with the purist argument is it causes you a lot of difficulties in a sport where everybody has to design and develop their own car.
Yeah,
like I think a purist sport is something like F2 or anything that has a kind of just I've forgotten the word now, where everybody had the same thing. I've forgotten the name. What do you call that? A blah series.
Spec.
Anyway, a spec series. Everybody basically has the same car, and you can set it up differently, and you've got different drivers, and you can, there's some wiggle room in how you run the team, but essentially everybody's using the same machinery in it, and everybody has the same opportunity and it's about the drivers and how they handle their machinery and how they set up the car. That's where the difference is. I think when you have Formula One, where everybody's building their own car, you're naturally going to get a spread of performance where you've got people at the top and you've got people at the bottom in terms of just the pure machinery they've got. And the drivers are limited in how much difference they can make between that. And if it was pure, then you may get a little bit of difference between cars that are similar in performance and drivers that are similar in performance. But otherwise, naturally, you're going to get a spread in performance. So in order to make that more interesting and allowing good drivers to have a little bit of wiggle room to play with to showcase what they can do in maybe an inferior car, you've got to introduce some things that they can play with, be it strategy, be it tire wear, be it energy management, or little things in the format that allow them to exploit and showcase their talent that allows them to play around and move, or DRS to overcome the fact that when you allow teams to build their own car, they're obviously going to build them in with a lot of dirty air and turbulence because that's beneficial to them. That's this kind of side effect of the way they design the cars. So you need to kind of counteract that, or you're just going to keep this spread and not have an interesting competition. You're just going to have it's going to become much more of a here is a showcase of technology rather than here is a showcase of racing. So I'm perfectly happy with, if you want to have a series where you're showing off technology, you've also got to pepper in some things that actually allow you to kind of overcome a technology deficit and stop it becoming a kind of just, a showcase with a lack of actual close racing. If that makes any sense at all.
No, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. I was just going to say, a couple of people in chat saying that the last time things were pure was when they used to do the reasonably priced car on Top Gear and get the F1 drivers on, which was just a car that everyone drove and that was it. I keep saying I do this, so I'm going to do the times in 4 minutes. I'll let Stuart, if he's got some more cereal to eat, I'll cover his face so that he doesn't have to do it on stream uncomfortably like yesterday. I was going through the times. I was like, "Oh, that's really unfair on Stuart. I need to put the be right back thing on it. That's not fair." But I'll run through the times at about 9, so about 4 minutes. So I just wanted to say hello to Etapal. Hope you're well, mate. Good to see you. I saw Annette's here now. Hey, Annette. We love you. You're crackers, but we love you. I still remember. I don't know if you'll be doing it this year, but I still remember first few years we did this. You were with us all night in Australia. You stayed up all night, and I think you said at the time your family thought you were crackers. So that's stuck with me. Hey to Exert says morning to you both. Hope you well, mate. I've said hi to everybody down there. Hello to Professional Moron, says morning. Miss CZ, hi to you, says variety in the weekends is the only thing that works. Picking the right race for sprints and changing the races instead of hitting a target number of sprints for the season makes more sense. That's fair. Hey to Two Left Feet as well, says, I know I'm getting when I watch practice, but when it's a sprint race, I'm expecting entertainment. That's a good point. Fair point. Good way of looking at it. I think I said hi to Sighted Canvas. If not, hi Sighted Canvas. Hey to Sad Mariners fan. Says, morning, Sean. I need to go to bed. Have a good stream. No worries. It's probably gone now, but I hope you're all right, mate. I'll still say hello. I said hey to Latox. To Ash as well. Hi, Ash. Said maybe Monaco be one-shot qualifying, then elimination-style sprint, like 25 laps, which sets the grid for the sprint. At worst case, on points, in the best case, people are forced to overtake. I'll think about that. I'm trying to ponder how an elimination style sprint would work in Monaco. Not too hard, I suppose, to implement. Josh has gone to bed. See you later, Josh. I think I said that earlier, but I'll say it again just in case. Probably long gone now. Hey to Joker, Joker Sensei, and to DTGR77 and Valentine as well. I hope you're all doing okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to slot an ad in now and annoy people because, YouTube. It's I keep getting a notification saying turn on automated ads, and it's like, no, I won't. YouTube, actually, I'll pop one in every now and again on the hour because you'll take the mickey, because they really do take the mickey. The channel got monetized last Tuesday, and it said, do you want to insert mid rolls into your existing videos and live streams. I went, oh yeah, it saves me a job. I went to the live stream. I don't know how, it was well over 40. I was like, for goodness, I know not everyone sees every ad, but good God. I was like, that's ridiculous. It'd be like, hey guys, Sean here, advert. Hi Stuart, morning, advert. And this is ridiculous. Morning, Jonty. I'll let you go and stretch your legs or eat some cereal or do a dance if you want, Stuart, and then I'll bring you back in when I've gone through the times. Let you have a breather.
Okay, great.
Back in a moment.
Bye.
Right then, times wise, Lando Norris currently fastest as we come up to the 2 hour mark 2 hours left for the morning session, 1:33.453. He's done 25 laps so far. His fastest time was on the C4. Just checking I've not muted myself again. That was stupid yesterday, wasn't it? Max Verstappen, 1:33.584, 26 laps for him. His fastest time was done on the C3 with George Russell in third place, a 1:34.111, 36 laps. That fastest time was on the C3 as well. Alex Albon ran the C4. 1:35.130, 36 laps, 27 laps for Ollie Bearman at 1:35.279. That time was set on a unmarked tyre, we're going to call it, because I'm not sure how they're doing this still on the timing tower. Colapinto, 1:35.795. He was on the C3, 25 laps for him. Fernando Alonso, 1:37.472, 19 laps for him in his Aston Martin C3 tyre for his fastest time. Bortoletto, C3 tyre for him as well for that 1:37.510, 8 laps in total. Lawson, 8 laps too, 1:38.106. He did that on the C3. Hamilton was also on the C3 for his 1:39.670, 5 laps in total. Bottas has done 3 reconnaissance laps, we'll call them. However, no lap time has been set by him just yet. Cadillac, I still can't work out what their program is at the moment. There seems to, I don't know what they're doing, but they don't seem to be wanting to do a huge number of laps, which is interesting. But we know they had those teething problems last week, didn't they? So maybe just taking their time this season to get up to speed, which is completely understandable. So those are your times for the morning sessions so far. Please do drop a like on the stream, by the way. The sooner we get to 100, the sooner I shut up about it. So it's always best to get there as quickly as possible. And subscribe as well if you're new. Welcome again to everyone who's joined over the last 24, 48 hours. Really appreciate the support. You can support the channel if you want to via not Streamlabs, via Patreon. That was it. Or by channel memberships, links in the description. You can also more short-term support the channel with a super chat or by buying me a coffee if you'd like to. Again, links in the description. No pressure as always. We always come to you in chat for your comments and your questions, but any money we make on this stream is going into a new camera. So there we go. That's the plan. That is the plan. Let's go back to Stuart now, and I think he's ready to go again for the next stint, the next hour of thrilling excitement and waffle.
Just looking at how awful the Red Bull driver numbers are again. I know we spoke about it yesterday, but every time I see it, bad.
But the rest of the livery, really nice, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm also enjoying seeing Max in like the I don't know about the overalls, actually. I haven't been noticed the overalls, but the kind of, the polo jacket things they wear. Yeah. Those are really nice. He's in a nice blue. He looks kind of sporty.
I got that shirt on my door. I saw that and I was like, I really like that. And then I got it and I'm like, I don't think I do anymore. See it in the flesh and it's a bit like, maybe not, but yeah.
It kind of has this kind of rally driver look to it, I think.
Yeah.
It's
or
interesting.
Rally livery, almost. It's quite strange, but it's all right. It's better than last year's with that Red Bull across the middle for some reason. Looked like a football shirt.
Yeah,
that was a weird decision.
I see you've changed from Ferrari to Mercedes today.
Yeah, Mercedes today and probably McLaren tomorrow, I think, is what I'm going to go with. So hedging my bets this year.
Limers t-shirt, which, if you don't know, is one of the teams in Marble League.
I didn't know that. I do now. Is that still going?
It's still going. I love it.
Good.
It's great. It's so much fun. I don't watch the racing ones. I just watch the Olympics ones.
They got it's trouble. They had to change their name, didn't they? A while ago because the Olympics went which was weird. But that's such a random thing. But it was so much fun.
I live in Stratford, and often I walk past the cafe that's called the Olympic Cafe because the Olympics made them change their name from the Olympic Cafe, even though they were called the Olympic Cafe for like 20 years. So now it's just Limpic. You can see a slightly faded O where they had to scrape it off.
We've got it's like a garage, mechanics and tyres down. I don't know, I'm pointing. Like anyone cares. Like you even know, like over there, we've got something called Formula One tyre something. I'm like, how are you getting away with that? They are called for. Yes. I took my Formula One car. They won't put tyres on it.
I know that they're in a few places. They're quite big as well. I don't know.
Yeah. It's not like a small
considering
local thing.
We used to get banned for doing these streams every now and again.
when there were just photos and a screen, a display capture of a Excel document that Eru was updating manually all day, we still got copyright struck. You're like, what?
Yeah.
They're definitely less. I'm going to knock on wood as I say this. They're definitely less attacky than they used to be. Less aggressive with it than they used to be. So that's good.
Yeah, if you go on TikTok, there's lots of just race clips being used, which I think is correct. I think just giving people, content creators, just a little bit of leeway to use a clip here and there, I think is more beneficial for you as a brand than banning every single second of footage you see everywhere.
I mean, I completely agree. I still think, and I know I'm saying this from a creator's point of view, so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I still think there's a way that they could create a media portal, FOM, where you can go and grab maybe 30 seconds of footage of each driver from practice on a race weekend, so you could use them as B-roll in videos and content, and maybe even open up some of the driver interviews. Maybe clips from those could be used in video, like Formula E did before they went, we're a world championship now, la-di-da. Mm-hmm. I don't see why they couldn't. That was basically the gist of the email I got when they went down that road, by the way. I'm sure you got the same one, but I still feel they could do that with F1 and just they don't have to give us race clips, just so that we're not still using winter testing B-roll in September, especially on a year where the cars could look completely different by September. So it'd be nice if they could just do something like that. I know from a commercial rights point of view, it's difficult because you've got to protect the likes of Sky who pay an absolute fortune for it. But is Sky really going to mind somebody getting a 30-second clip of Isack Hadjar driving slightly slowly in practice around a few corners in Australia?
I think like in their hearts, Sky wouldn't mind, but Sky would use it as an opportunity to renegotiate.
Yeah. Or,
they'd be like, well, if we don't have exclusive rights, then we want to pay a little bit less. I don't they're not idiots. They would definitely. So I think at the moment, I think you're not allowed to use clips on your TikToks or whatever, but I think F1 are a bit more blind eye to things that they don't feel are worth chasing up. I think to make it kind of official, they would have to sort of do negotiating with everybody they've already given rights to about how that works, because there are exclusivity around that. So I think it's possible, but I think it would take a lot of work for them to do it if they really wanted to do it.
Yeah. Like you say, easier to just turn a blind eye than it is to have to go through renegotiating everything and creating a portal that works and uploading footage to that, I suppose. Yeah, but it'd be nice if you could do something. I mean, I think they're a little bit overprotective sometimes. Like, you're not allowed to film certain parts of a circuit during race weekends and upload it to YouTube because that would be in violation of terms. You're like, why? I get it's your sport, but it's my camera. I'm doing the work. But yeah, it's yeah.
It was quite funny watching the race in particular, but I think other people too, journalists standing outside of the Barcelona circuit and still getting shooed off by security during that first private test. Like, you start to question, how much jurisdiction does the circuit really have for you being outside of the circuit looking in? Like, how much could you police an eye line
at the airport ready to arrest you?
Yeah.
I think the whole thing around Barcelona was a bit silly, but I also think that there's an element of silliness from fans and journalists who went there, because they were always told they wouldn't be allowed in. They were always told it was a closed test. Then they got there like, oh, we're not allowed in. It's like, I mean, they did tell you, to be fair. I know the race. I mean, the race. Look, skeptic in me, the pessimist or whatever. Whatever. The race went there because they knew that it would make good content if they're trudging around Barcelona trying to find a good view of the circuit. They're not daft. They know what they're doing with content. But people turning up and being surprised when they've been told they wouldn't be allowed in is a little bit silly. But it was funny watching Ed climbing hills. And it's like, there's the circuit. And then they have to zoom in so far that it's just a big low-res smudge because you can't see anything. You're like, yeah. And there are cars circulating. We can hear them. And you're like, cool. Content.
Let me in. I think the funniest for me wasn't this year, and it's partly a little bit because I don't like Joe Saywood, but during the COVID year when there was a big chunk where Joe Saywood was one of the people who just wasn't allowed, like they were very limited in the press passes they gave out, but because he'd like been to every F1 race for X amount of races, he would still turn up and go to the gate and kick off about it just so he could say he'd been to every race still and still complain despite the fact that he just didn't have a press pass. And what did he expect to happen? So it was quite nice. Well, I don't often revel in other people's frustrations, but Joe Saywood annoys me. So
was that the area had a massive strop because Pudsey the Bear was allowed in and he wasn't?
Yes, I think so. Amazing.
Oh dear. I don't know well enough to have much of an opinion, but from there was an interaction with, was it Ellie? I think it was Ellie on Twitter once, where she'd written something and then she'd been to uni and he dropped in the replies and was like, oh, well, something Larry, like, I get a refund on your university tuition fees given your punctuation and grammar or something like that. And I was like, oh, piss off. Don't be such a knob. It's no wonder. It's no wonder people have such a dim view of sort of some of the older or old school F1 journalists when that's your attitude towards new people trying to make it in the sport. Because, don't forget, sorry to get all grim, everyone, but long after we're all gone, F1 will still exist and they'll still need journalists and content creators. And so, the next generation, how about you support them rather than being so gatekeepery about the sport? It's one of the things I'll always defend. Drive to Survive has brought some interesting characters to the fan base, but it's also brought people to the fan base, and those people are the ones buying the merchandise, trying to get to Grand Prix, interacting on social media, buying Sky subscriptions or F1 TV subscriptions to watch the race. So long after we're gone, they'll be the ones that help sustain the sport. So they're the next generation. So let's, if somebody says something about F1 that is accidentally maybe not very well informed, some people will say things that aren't very informed just for clicks, but some people maybe get something wrong. Rather than jumping down their throat, how about without being a condescending prick about it, educate them, talk to them about it. They want to hear your side. I do it with my my sister-in-law and her girlfriend. They're into F1, but they're really new to it. They got into Drive to Survive, but they'll say something and I'll correct them on it and we'll have a conversation, and then they understand that, and then they get a bit of the history. If you've got knowledge of F1, spread it. Don't gatekeep. It's weird. Yeah. Weird to me.
I absolutely agree. And I think you can really get the measure of a person by whether they're willing to elevate other people around them, especially people who are like in earlier stages of their career and development, and whether they elevate people up around them or try and keep them pushed down so they can have the spotlight for longer. And I just don't see that in Joe Saywood and some of the old guard in many aspects of Formula One and life. I'm just watching the Aston Martin at the moment. I can't work out if Alonso's driving around with his front wing in straight line mode and his rear wing in normal mode. His front wing just seems incredibly flat right now, and I can't work out what I'm seeing. He's definitely not going at normal pace. I know I did just pivot immediately away from what we were talking about, but as I was watching it on screen, it does. I'm trying to work out if his front wing is flipped up or not.
It looks flat, completely flat.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Has it broken? No.
Well, he's just come out of the pit, so I think he might be testing something. For those of you who don't know, so obviously straight line mode, you can open both your front wing and your rear wing into sort of a flat, no drag mode, but you don't. I don't think you don't have to do both of them. And also, there's going to be certain times when you can only do one of them. I believe in some wet conditions, they're going to allow you to go into kind of an interim mode where the um, only one of them goes up at a time or something. I need to reread how that works. But yeah, it's not always going to be both of them together. There may be some low grip modes where they're only flipping one of them, like maybe the front wing doesn't flip down. But right now, it looks like Alonso is running with the front wing flat and the rear wing up, maybe to do some testing, I think.
Permanently as well.
Yeah.
It's not just in the straight mode zones, is it?
And he's not opening the rear wing at all in straight lines.
So
interesting. No aero rakes either. It's not like he's doing aero testing.
Am I to take it then that I assume, and I think I safely assume that you couldn't do that on an actual race weekend, but you can in testing because you don't have to follow those as such, do you? But in a race, you couldn't run your front wing flat outside of the zones.
And open up the testing regs again and do a quick read through to make sure. Sometimes I'm like yesterday, I read through the testing regs when we noticed how wide the McLaren and Williams rear wing was when it was open, because I was trying to find out if there was like a limit on the opening angle, and I couldn't find anything that did specify a limit, but I didn't go into it because I'm like, well, these testing regulations are so long, I could easily just miss the clause that says that. But as we found out this morning, it seems like there isn't a limit. You can go so far, you can turn the wing upside down if you want, as Ferrari did earlier on. If anyone wasn't there for that, Ferrari did try flipping their rear wing all the way upside down to see if that's any better. So I'll have a quick flick through the regulations and see what's allowed. We do know they don't have to close at the same open and close at the same time, because some teams have just a slight delay between the front wing and the rear wing closing, I think, just to help with the balance of the car. Something we haven't talked about yet, or you and I haven't talked about, maybe you did with Jonty, is, and this is something the cars will have at the rear of the car, they'll be used to from DRS, but when the car goes from straight line mode to overtake mode, which it will, not overtake mode, to cornering mode, which it will do normally at full pace at the end of a big long straight, it's suddenly all at once getting like a huge amount of downforce on the car, which is going to push the car down front and rear axle, and the car, needs to be designed to respond to it suddenly diving down. And we've seen a few parts of the car that have been designed to kind of respond to that, to kind of cushion the blow of the front suddenly diving down when the rear wing clicks on, because there's a short amount of time. You slam the brakes on to go into the corner, the front wing opens, your car's going to dive down, the balance is going to change suddenly, and your car needs to be able to respond to that. It can't just be doing something unpredictable and freaking you out. But that is an interesting part of these cars that we haven't really spoken about, is that sudden appearance of like all of your wing downforce all at once. And now I'll look at the rules.
I also noticed as well, it's more obvious in slow-mo replays, but the Alpine rear wing almost opens either in stages or just a little bit more slowly. It looks more cushioned as it opens than others. Not the Alpine one. There was, why have I said Alpine? I meant somebody else. One of them.
Audi?
It just seems to... You know how the McLaren one, we watch it now, it just flicks open, flicks closed. Mm-hmm. This one seems to sort of a lot more gently come up and then, again, more obvious in a replay, up and down. It's almost like it's cushioning that. So I wonder if that's something to do with controlling how much the car, as you put it, jumps down, or whether it's just a design choice. I don't know. It might even just be a testing thing. But yeah, it's interesting, the different approaches to how they're testing their straight line modes, but also, again, with the Alpine rear wing, how different they've gone with the designs, and Ferrari flipping theirs upside down, and it's kind of weird. We're just so used to it being this regulated, open in these certain areas, and it can only open by so much, and now you're looking at it wider than we've ever seen it. It's quite funny.
I'm looking at the rules, and I'm looking at the rule that I was looking at yesterday. So the only thing I can see in the rules about how, and this is the rear wing specifically, is that it's essentially the straight line mode, the angle of the wing at straight line mode must always be the same, and the angle of the mode when it's in cornering mode must always be the same. By which I mean, when you put it into straight line mode, it must always go to the same angle, and when you put it in cornering mode, it must always go to the same angle. There can't be any interim settings you can put it at. There must always be like one angle and another angle. But I can't see anything about how long it takes to do that. And it doesn't say anything about what that angle has to be, as far as I can see.
Okay.
So take that as you will.
Well, yeah. I don't know what to say. Okay. Good info. That's what I'll say. There we go. Yeah. I just... I was watching the Mercedes rear wing. Again, that gap doesn't look on the rear wing as big as others, but it might just be, I don't know, it just doesn't look as big as the McLaren gap does. But we'll get used to it. We'll get used to it all, and they'll get used to it. And I still think that straight line mode in particular will be something that we just don't really think about later in the season. It's just something that happens on certain straights. Everyone gets it. It doesn't make a massive difference to overtaking or anything, and it's not until they get their overtake mode, I think it's called, where that'll make a difference. But yeah, I don't know. It's still very interesting. It's still weird seeing that front wing flapping all over the place. It just looks like it breaks, but we'll get used to it, definitely. Can they adjust the front wings since they now move? Says Sighted Canvas.
As in put a little bit of extra flap on? That's a good question.
They can. I think they can. I think it was Ted was going over it. One of the teams, he showed on the nose now, there's some little bolts on the nose, and they're putting what I'm going to call the Allen key, it's not, into that, and then twisting that rather than at the side of the nose or on the front wing. They're twisting something there that changes something. So I wonder if that's the front wing angle adjuster now, rather than where it used to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because it used to be sort of basically where the end plate was. There used to be a little hole. I don't know if you ever saw that Sky segment where I've forgotten his name. You know, the Scottish presenter that normally does the news bits. He's not
Craig
normally on the main
Slater.
broadcast. Yes.
Yeah.
He sort of did a crash course. Yes, exactly him. He did a bit of a crash course with the Red Bull team and got taught how to do every element of a pit stop. And the front wing adjustment person is insane because they're essentially it's not the, but it's basically like they've got a thing that's like a screwdriver, and they lean forward and they have to put it into a hole that's not much bigger than a screwdriver would fit into, make the adjustment and pull out again in about a second. So they are like locked in, like Hawkeye, just like straight in, straight out. That I'm just blown away by that.
Especially when you think about like assembling a bookcase.
Yes.
Oh, it keeps dropping out. For God's sake. Oh, I've shared it now. Great.
Oh, yeah. The woman whose job it was to do that for a Red Bull, I think she'd be amazing if you've got an IKEA order in. She'd have that bookcase up in no time.
Miss CZ says wing angle adjustment still done at pit stops. The McLaren one is now in the nose centre line. So that would be about, I think that's the one they were showing on the, it might have been, it was Mercedes or McLaren or it was a top team. I can't remember which one it was. They're all top teams. I didn't mean that was harsh.
I got a little, front wing, a maximum deviation from any point of the front wing profiles, no greater than 30 millimeters for the primary flap, 60 millimeters for the secondary flap. So the front wing definitely does have some limitations.
Okay.
There you go. For anyone who was asking. So we're not going to see any front wings flip upside down.
While we're still doing techie stuff, do you want to have a look at the Ferrari rear stuff?
Go for it.
I've only got one photo, so we'll transition to the doodle board. I still haven't got a jingle. I feel like
board.
That'll do. I was thinking like doodly board, like the blankety
nice
black
transition,
team.
though. I like that.
That's your Ferrari rear end. Now, we're not calling this a blown diffuser, but it is. It sort of is. The way the exhaust and the surrounding stuff is all working together is certainly going to benefit when it comes to generating downforce. That's not there for aesthetics. So unless I'm wrong, Stuart, I better change the paint colour rather than red. We'll do it in a nice green. We're looking at really... I just realised there's a delay here, isn't there, for you? So I'll draw this on now. But we're looking at sort of this area really around the exhaust. Where they've got that metal plate, I'm going to call it, that sort of sticks up halfway, blocks off the exhaust a little bit. And I think the idea behind that, it seems to be that the gases are going to come out of there, and then they're going to get a boost to the aerodynamics around the diffuser and how the rear wing works as well. Seems to be what the general consensus is.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because they've got rid of essentially the beam wing, which were the I don't know, I'm pointing at your screen because no one can see. They've got rid of the beam wing, which was essentially the little wings that went across where that area is now, but it sort of went from the full side, where your purple line is now, but it sort of went across like the whole span of that gap, just to lift the airflow up the other bodywork up and kind of essentially boost the effect of the diffuser. And that's what this is doing here. We're kind of using the exhaust gases to just give a little bit of a boost to the effect that the diffuser is doing in creating downforce under the car, out of the rear body of the car. We don't know if it's going to work. And it's another little thing that Ferrari, I think, we're trying to do surreptitiously, do we want to say? Or do we just want to say quietly? I mean, Ferrari tried to do an upside-down rear wing quietly, and everyone saw that immediately, so I don't think we're going to get away with anything here. Unless they stuck it on because they put something at the front of the car.
Yes.
that they don't want us to look at.
A front diffuser.
Yes.
Makes all the sense in the world. I think the most interesting thing about this, to me, as stupid as this is going to sound, is that apparently and maybe it's not a surprise, really, but you know how I'm like technically, but this isn't something that is an absolute doddle for other teams to copy. It's not just a case of sticking a metal plate on the back of the car in the same position, because everything there in that around that green circle, everything underneath it and the rear wing, all of that is going to have been so perfectly designed to work with that if Mercedes went, we need to copy that, it's not something they could put on for Australia. That's going to take a lot of work and may even need a whole rebuild of parts of the back of the car. So it's really... It really fascinates me that it's something that looks so simple is also could potentially make such a difference and be so complicated to copy. And a few were pointing out on social media yesterday. I think Matt Summerfield did. But the exhaust as well, the exhaust tailpipe, is actually smaller than most other teams on the grid as well. So the more people look at the back of this car, the more things they're spotting. I just find it really fascinating. So I mean, look, it is something that can be copied, but that's there clearly to act as to blow bodywork, isn't it? That's exactly what that's doing. Surely.
You'd assume, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And of course, a smaller exhaust is going to give you a little bit more gas pressure that you can play with. Interestingly, that entire area around the green circle you've drawn is an area that the FIA kind of got rid of a lot of aerodynamic bodywork. And I think we're going to see teams playing around with the few allowed spaces they have to kind of claw it back. I mean, just looking at that Ferrari, which has been one of the most, what do we want to say, aggressive or interesting or advanced at the rear of the car. You can even see, if you look to just to the inside of where the tires are, sort of where you'd expect the brake ducts to be in the outer edges of the diffuser. There's a lot of bodywork there. Aerodynamic devices coming out of sort of where the brake ducts are, and just like staggered onion layers of sort of diffuser-esque bodywork just coming up. They've put a lot of effort. I think Ferrari, more than anyone, have put a lot of bodywork around that area to try and be as aggressive as possible as the rear. And I think we're going to see a lot of teams, and we have seen quite a few teams in that area just trying to claw back things that they've lost. especially don't forget, we've got bigger diffusers than we had before 2022, but they have lost a lot of the ground effect sculpting work that was sort of prevalent for 4 short years. So yeah, when we have a big rules change, I think a big part of the development from that rules change is teams trying to just get back what they took from us, be it aerodynamic losses or whatever. Like, we're going to see them just try and claw back into those areas and regain what they lost.
Yeah. Is there anything you want me to highlight on here, or is that's pretty much it? I think, isn't it? We all know where the diffuser is and what that's doing. So I don't think there's anything else.
I think you covered it. It's going to be interesting to see if the FIA just allow them to run rampant over the next few years by adding like 700 tiny wings of increasing intricacy, or whether the FIA say, look, stop this. This is costing you $10 million a year for 0.1 seconds. Can you please stop? But I like it. I enjoy seeing the innovation, even if we don't know exactly what all of it does right now.
Yeah. It's just nice to see that there is that, like you said, that scope in the regulations, even though they will still be quite strict, to sort of find bits and bobs like that, and we can still spot those things. To answer the point, I mean, you said you don't know how much of an advantage it'll be, or how much they'll gain from it. As a Ferrari fan in a Mercedes shirt, probably nothing, because if anyone's going to get that sort of thing wrong, it's going to be Ferrari. So it can be a bit of a clown show, but I hope it gives them something. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say it's Ferrari's year, but it is the year of the horse. So
it could be like I don't think anyone would. No one's writing Ferrari off. I think Hamilton had a bit of a... I'm trying to think of a word that isn't over-egging what he did, because he didn't have a meltdown, he didn't have a strop, but he seemed a bit frustrated by the characteristics of the new cars, but has sort of mellowed on that and actually says he feels more at home and things than he was. And Ferrari had some good long-run pace, and they seem to have a decent engine. And, I think they are more than a dark horse. I think they seem like they could be a challenger, but as we sort of said a bit yesterday, I don't think it's very clear who's out in front and who's going to be leading the way in the first few races. I think we're still waiting to see what that looks like. We definitely got some contenders. I think Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren seem to continue to be the top 4. But who's ahead and who's ahead under different conditions, I think we have yet to really determine.
Do you know what, though? If McLaren and Red Bull are still at the sharp end, duking it out with Mercedes and Ferrari for wins, that'll be impressive in a lot of ways. Because I remember 2013, not 2013, what am I about? 2008. And we had the big rules changes for 2009. And the general feeling was that because McLaren and Ferrari were in such a tight championship fight, that they weren't able to put all their efforts into focusing on the 2009 car, because they were fighting for the championship, has to keep bringing upgrades, which meant that in 2009 they both were pretty bloody diabolical at the start of the season, weren't they? So it'd be quite impressive, or at least a sign of how things have changed in the way F1 works with regulations and the teams as a whole, that they're able to fight for a title. And it was a tight fight towards the back end last year, wasn't it? Really intense. So to be able to do that and develop their car and still be able to get a car that's competitive this year is impressive compared to what we've seen in the past. I will say the screens are up at Ferrari, by the way, and have been for a while, so the floor is off. Or the floor's off and they're doing it because they don't want people looking at that secret front diffuser we've decided they've got. Trust me, it'll be on Tech Talk tomorrow with F1. They'll see it. Yeah. So something going on at Ferrari. I assume maybe just a floor change, but the chances of getting any info out of Ferrari are slim to none.
I was reading from, I think I've got the Autosport live feed thing open just so I can have an idea of what's going on. And apparently Ferrari were changing an engine, which is why they haven't really been out much. So that's also probably why they got the screens open, because they don't want the whole insides of the car on display for everybody. God knows what happened, because you'd assume that they would have changed the engine overnight, but maybe something was not right when they went out there this morning, and now they need to change again, which is a shame, because they do need some mileage. Speaking of, them being contenders. But on your point, it is interesting to see that sort of, perhaps not in the same order, but the top four from last year are sort of the top four from this year, and it hasn't caused a bit of an upset from year to year. And actually, Carlos Sainz, I think, made the point of saying, we think this year that the midfield is going to have a much larger gap to the top than they were last year. Which in a way is to be expected, because I think we're expecting the works teams to have an advantage generally, because it's a power unit focused change, and they'll have more of an idea of how that works and how to implement it into their car. So I think and have probably more budget and ability to deal with that. So we are going to see a bit of a drop from the midfield teams, but I do hope they're able to claw that back reasonably quickly, because I really did enjoy the last couple of years when we had a very, very strong midfield who were often reasonably close to the front and might be able to steal a podium or some high points every now and again. And you did get a lot of hero drives from them. I don't want to see a big gap back to Williams suddenly, because I think that would be sad. But I think we are going to start with a bigger gap than we have had, as we see a bit of tape from the Cadillac flapping about.
Last year's qualifying was incredible. You look at a good example of how close the field was Pierre Gasly. He'd suddenly stick a lap in qualifying and put himself top 4 or 5, because you could gain so much by half a tenth, but then he'd plummet in the races. Bless him, just go backwards. So I agree with you. I hope we don't suddenly have massive gaps to the midfield again. And also, I did forget to mention that I spotted yesterday, apparently Red Bull's fuel suppliers, is it Exxon Mobil One or something like that, their fuel suppliers have said that they have already received the green light for their 2026 sustainable fuel, so they have been signed off, so they are homologated. So Red Bull aren't one of these that are waiting to get their fuel signed off or struggling to get it signed off. So it just needs to be going all in the right direction for Red Bull, doesn't it, at the moment? So there you go. So there's all sorted. Thank you, Jonty. Stuart, I need you to give me your guess for what's going to be the fastest time by the end of the week from testing.
My fast. Ooh,
Jonty went 31.7. I then went, you think you're going extreme? So I went 31.2. We're now on 33.4, so I'm not confident, but yeah.
That's bold.
You can say stupid, it's fine.
It's definitely bold. What? Did they get onto the C4s this morning?
Yes, 2 drivers did, yeah.
Yeah, that's Norris and Verstappen, right?
Norris and Albon. Is it going to pop up on the TV?
Okay.
No, it's not. That would be good timing, wouldn't it?
It's quite hard to see from the timing what the fastest lap was set on. For all the data we've got, it's kind of I can't keep track of that. Okay, we've got to see some big pushes tomorrow, haven't we? I think you and Jonty are going to see it. You're going to see the afternoon big push, and it's going to get a bit cooler, and people are going to stretch their legs a little bit. I think we're probably only going to get another second out of it. I think we're only going to get a 32.5 is my guess.
32.5, there we go. Ooh.
And no more.
No more. Exactly that, no more.
Oh, I don't know if you saw, I popped something in the, the upside down rear wing thing. I popped it into the Discord thing if you want to have a little look at it. Jonty's already said, what? Yeah, I just don't, I think, were they the 29s was the best time of Bahrain last year?
That was the pole time, I think, wasn't it? 29.
Oh, the pole time.
Yeah.
Okay. So getting 31 seems optimistic when we're sort of at the start of new regs. We're going to spend a few years clawing our way back, I think, to the kind of times we saw before. But we have, we've seen teams gain all the deficit back in very short time, in like a season or two before. So yeah, but I just don't think we're there yet. I'm going to go with my 32.5 and try and remember how that goes. You know what's going to happen is we're going to get a bloody 31.8 before the end of this 4 hours is up.
Yeah, now you've made your prediction, you've ruined that. That's it now. I was going to say, what is the benefit of flipping the wing all the way over like that? Because look, I'm again not great with this, but isn't the gap there to drop the drag? Surely if you just flip it over, you've got something there creating drag.
I mean, there's a possibility that and again, they're just testing it. Yeah. They don't necessarily know that it's true. That it may be in a more neutral position, flipped upside down. I mean, for the most part, like a wing the right way around and the wing upside down is going to be sort of similar, but it just may end up being less draggy that way around. But what the interesting thing is, they didn't have a rake at the back of the car, so I wonder if they were just testing it purely on speeds attained. Perhaps they didn't even run it for very long in that configuration, so maybe even that little test was just to test that the actuator functioned at that speed without ripping the wing off. Maybe that was just a kind of engineering test just to make sure it works before they tried anything else on it. And as we know, Ferrari have only done 5 laps so far, so we haven't really seen them out and about. So I'm really I want them to get out on track, because I want to see if they're going to do it again, whether they're going to make this a regular, more sustained test, or whether we're never going to see them do that again.
It's a regular testing segment. Let's flip the wing. Yeah, I mean, they could just go, look what we can do. Show it off. It'd be interesting what the benefits are from that, but again, it's really difficult to get any information out of Ferrari. They don't like talking to people outside of Italy. That's not a dig, that's true. I remember from last year working with like Thomas and out of Planet F1, they were never keen to share all that much information with anybody, but they also didn't care what you said about them. So they're quite a funny little team, but I love them to bits, so it's okay. So John says it would be less draggy because the elements are reversed. Leading edge is now trailing edge, so is more stable, like the rear taper on a 30.06 rifle bullet. I totally know what that means.
We all know the 30.06 rifle bullet.
Yeah, of course we do.
That is just a standard reference to everybody. But yeah, I understand what he's saying. I mean, if they continue to do it, it'll be interesting to see what the FIA have to say about it and whether they have any concerns, because there's going to be a moment during the rotation of the wing where you've got the full face of the rear wing in the wind, which I guess, depending on how structurally stable the wing is, that's like sort of the most risky part, I guess, of breaking the wing and it flying in someone's face. And I guess that, it's probably fine, but most rear wings aren't designed to do that. So you just want, I guess the FIA want to make sure that we're not going to get into a situation where you've got 22 cars potentially putting their rear wings in risky situations every time they open put it into overtake mode. Not overtake mode.
Straight mode.
Straight line mode.
Max says the upside down rear wing could be about to be the 2026 DAS moment. Yeah. We're all our minds are blown. Maybe they'll ban it for next year. Maybe. I guess a lot of this politics around ban this, ban that, regulate it. It's part of the fun of the new regs, isn't it? People pushing limits and then the FIA going, "Oh, we didn't think anyone would do that." It's like that you don't know your sport very well. Clearly, they were always going to do that. The FIA not dealing with the Mercedes engine has opened up the floodgates to loopholes like this, says Two Left Feet. No, they're not, obviously not connected directly, but Ferrari would have thought about that a long time ago, and before we knew about the compression ratios. But again, to make the point, it didn't go down well with some yesterday, but Mercedes aren't exploiting a loophole. They're following the regulations as they are written. That's the line they use, isn't it? Our car is legal as the regulations are written, which proves that something's going on. Yeah. But the way they've worded that, but that's the key there. But I mean, brief word on that. We talked about it a lot yesterday, so I don't want to get into it too much, but brief word on all of that. There is going to be a vote on, I think it'll be next week, next Tuesday, I think somebody said, that they're going to change. Well, it is a change of regulation. We're going to change. Where's the quote? So, over recent weeks and months, the FIA and the power unit manufacturers have collaboratively developed a methodology to quantify how the compression ratio changes from ambient to operating conditions. Basically, they've been talking, they've come up with a way they can measure it properly and accurately. Following validation of this approach, a proposal has been submitted whereby from the 1st of August, compliance with the compression ratio limit must be demonstrated not only at ambient conditions, but also at a representative operating temperature of 130 degrees C. That vote has been submitted to the power unit manufacturers. They've got 10 days to come to a decision. And that'll be communicated as and when. And that has to obviously go to the World Motorsport Council first, doesn't it, as well, to be approved. But John Noble did make the point on the race, and I'll quote him here, and he said, it is too simplistic to automatically think that because Mercedes is exploiting compression ratios at high operating temperatures, that it will have difficulties passing the hot test. The FIA has mentioned plans for checks to be conducted at 130 degrees, but it is not impossible that whatever Mercedes is doing takes place only at temperatures above that. Should that be the case, then the new hot procedures will not make any difference to Mercedes' competitiveness, so will have achieved nothing in slowing it down. So from what I gather from that, if Mercedes are running their better compression ratio, the high compression ratio at 150 degrees, the FIA, it'll still be legal by the test. Is that what John's saying there? Is that...
I think so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted because my
right.
computer started doing weird things. But yes, it's my
the FIA has mentioned plans for checks to be conducted at 130 degrees, but it is not impossible that whatever Mercedes is doing takes place only at temperatures above that. Should that be the case, then the new hot procedures will not make any difference to Mercedes' competitiveness, so it achieves nothing in slowing them down. Yeah, it's roughly what he's saying, isn't he, in better words than I put it. So,
which I think makes sense, and I think that's what I don't want. I mean, definitely what I don't want either way is to have this kind of shadow hanging over the circuit, over the season of, how do I say this in the nicest possible way? Hysterical fans half understanding something and spending the whole season saying Mercedes are cheating, they're cheaters. And if Mercedes is successful, they'll be like, well, they're only successful because they're cheating. And I'm really worried that that's going to be the tone of some of the conversation this whole year. And some of the rivals will be stoking some of that because they want, that's my concern. And as far as I understand it, Mercedes are not cheating. We had this conversation yesterday. They read the rules and they realized this was something they could probably do. And as far as I understand, they did check things with the FIA as they went along developing the engine, because they're not idiots. They don't want to spend tens of millions of dollars and years developing an engine that they're going to be, try and sneakily break the rules and only to be told to stop that. So I am concerned a little bit that the discourse will be toxic, I guess, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. No, I agree. But I've already seen people saying that, and somebody said in chat yesterday, that already, if this new measuring technique comes in, then we have to put an asterisk next to the Mercedes results for the first half of the season. And you're like, oh, do we have to do this? Yeah. Do we have to? Because it's not how it works. If a new rule comes in on the 1st of August, then Mercedes' car is compliant until that point. So we don't need to be putting a question mark or whatever next to these results, because they are within the rules as they are written. It's not a completely comfortable position for anybody, because there is still that element of, yes, it was within the regulations as they're written, but also when it's running hot, it maybe wasn't. But that's not when the measurement's taken. So there is a little bit there that's not comfortable. I appreciate that, but also the only way you can regulate a sport is at the points where you measure the things. So the rear wing tests and things like that. It's really. And I said it at the start of this stream. It's nothing against you, Stuart, and I love having these conversations with you. But we're 2 days in. I'm already bored of the conversation. So how's it going to feel come the end of the season? I'll just shut up about compression ratios, especially those who don't really get it.
I mean, people want a bit of meaty drama to dig into, and I understand that. I guess I'm going to give a little equivalent. To people. Based on what you're saying about, the rules, this is when you measure it, and it's legal because you built something to be measured at some point. Tire pressures. Pirelli are essentially in charge of what the minimum tire pressures are supposed to be in every race. And these are measured before the cars hit the track. They're measured at a certain temperature and they're measured at a certain point. And then once the cars hit the track, obviously the pressures are going to fluctuate wildly because, that's the nature of tires heating and cooling as they go through corners, as they go through their preparations. So there's a lot of teams. Manipulating is a strong word, but teams know that the measurement of the teams want the tires to be a lower pressure than Pirelli want them to be for performance reasons, and they know there's going to be changes and Pirelli know this as well, which is why their minimum tire pressures often seem a little bit extreme. But they know that there's going to be changes in the way the tire pressure, in the pressures of the tires when they're on track and when they're not on tracks. But again, they're only measured when they're not racing. So what happens on the track happens on the track, whether it falls in and out of that zone or not. That's what's legal and that's what's allowed. So same with the engine as it stands at the moment. They have a format for when they measure it, and once it's out of that measuring process, then do what you want essentially.
Yeah, because there's nothing we can do about it until you come back to the garage to be, or come back to Parc Fermé so we can check it. Yeah, I didn't think about tyre pressure. That's a great point. So, do we have to put an asterisk next to everybody's results from the last however many years Pirelli have been in the sport or whatever? It's all very, it's all very F1. It's what it is.
It is very.
It's all very. Oh, that's a surprise watching F1 that it's very F1. But also George Russell was driving slowly for a while there, but I think that was a preparation lap for whatever he's doing now. So just something to. I'm sort of more intrigued by preparation laps in testing this year, because how slow are they going to have to go in qualifying and things like that, or what has to happen now on a formation lap to get things charged, and how slow on an out lap for qualifying do they need to go, because you've got to have some heat in your tyres, or you've got to have the heat in your tyres so you can have a good lap, but you also can't take the life out of them, and you also can't push the car too much, because then you're going to have to lift and coast more on your flying lap. So I don't like that in qualifying. I still think qualifying should just be softest tyre, lowest fuel, floor it, get on with it. But also it does add a little bit of an element of strategy to quali as well. So there's that.
I'm in very mixed feelings about this as well. I'm very similar to what you say. Like I said earlier, I'm not a purist, and I'm really not. But it does really feel like your quali lap should be flat out pushing it. And it's clear that a lot of tracks, it's not going to be that, because they are going to have to do some harvesting in the middle of their quali lap. And they are going to have to work out when the best time is to harvest and when the best time is to push. And that is interesting. It just like in my gut, it feels antithetical to qualifying. But it's something we'll get used to. I think it's going to get. My concern is it's going to get very chaotic, I guess, especially in Q1, like as with all qualifying. But like, people are going to be on preparation laps, people are going to be on flying laps, but in the flying laps, they're also harvesting at certain points. So people are going to be at different speeds at different times. And And they're also going to need to spooling up their turbos, ready for to begin, because they need to have their battery charged fully at the beginning of their fast lap. And there's going to be a lot of drivers doing a lot of different things at a lot of different speeds while they're all crowding to try and get the track at the best time. We've seen before, even when they didn't have to do as much preparation as they do now, everyone's all still going out the last minute because that's when they believe the track's going to be the best. So it's a little bit of concern that it's going to be more crowded and chaotic, and drivers getting in each other's way more than they were last year. But we'll have to see.
First few sessions could be a lot of fun to watch and a bit of chaos. So in some ways that could be a lot of fun. Bottas, by the way, out on track on the C2.
Good.
What we sort of tried to touch this yesterday and then found out that actually they'd done more laps last week than we realised. But Cadillac's programmes seem to be very different to everybody else's. They seem slower to go out. They don't do... we're not seeing 150 laps we're getting from an Oscar Piastri, for example, in all day. They're not doing they're doing good laps, but not a huge number of laps. And I don't know, I'm still theorising that that's because of those little teething issues they had last week. They're a new team. It feels a little bit like they're just easing themselves into it. And in a sport where it's all about going very fast, that feels a bit weird. But also I sort of think if you were a new team, you would just take it easy initially, wouldn't you? And make sure you've got everything working properly, because you don't want the problems that they've been having to crop up in Australia, because that looks more ridiculous than if they are the slowest car and maybe they're a way off the pace. It's better for them to qualify and be out on track and actually in the race than it is having to deal with teething issues. So I kind of, in some ways, I understand why they're easing themselves in, but I don't know what to expect from them this year. They're a tricky team to read, but that's because they're brand new.
Yeah. I think it's clear they are behind other more experienced teams. So I think they are still working on, while other teams now are kind of moving into that phase where they're doing sort of race simulations or testing setups or, refining what they understand about the car. I think Cadillac are still in that understanding the car phase. They seem to be making maybe a few more mistakes. They have not as good reliability as the other teams. I think they're still working on understanding their car. Simple things, I think, like, and I'm speculating here, of course, because I haven't spoken to them, but they haven't said loads. But there are simple, basic things like correlating data they simulated while developing the car and making sure that correlates to what they're seeing on track and double checking that. Whereas I think experienced teams will be much more streamlined in their approach to that and probably much quicker in dealing with that. Like this is their first car. They don't have a lot to base this on. So I think they are a little bit behind, which is why they seem a little bit out of sync and a little bit maybe out of sorts. Which is why I think we're going to continue to see them be the slowest car on track, because I think they're just going to be behind in the whole cycle for a little while. But I'd love by the time we get halfway through the seasons for them to start showing their hand a little bit more and being able to pull something out. It's a bit more impressive. Do you think they'll get points this year? Is my question to you.
I think possibly not plural, but I think they will score, because there could be opportunities early. And this is maybe, Red Raven just said in chat, first achievement would be to complete a race weekend without critical hiccups. If they can get their car to the end of the races with no problems, there could be opportunities with other people having issues with energy, reliability, that may give them the opportunity to pick up points early in the season. So I think they will, but I'm not expecting double digits. I also feel like I know we've had teams in recent years not score, but I feel like it's maybe 22 cars changes, but it almost feels like it's harder not to score these days than it used to be. Obviously, we've got points down to 10th, we've also got more races. So I feel like there's a good chance they'll get something, but I'm not expecting to see what we saw last year where every single team was in double digits, even Alpine. I think they'll get maybe a couple. One each. Bottas can have one, Perez can have one. That's perfect. I have got a random question before we do the times, by the way. One for film people in chat, maybe if you are into your filmy stuff, you'll know. But you know when on TV, when you're watching Formula One and the camera goes all glitchy and then pauses, usually in a pit lane, and then it's like a screen wipe. What is that, George Lucas, or what's actually going on there? Because it sort of wipes across, almost if like a new. I don't know. I tried to explain it the best I can. It was doing it for the Verstappen then.
Say that again.
So it goes all glitchy, and then it sort of stalls, and then it wipes across, and then the picture's all fine again, as if somebody has wiped something across the camera lens.
It's going across the screen like this.
Yeah, like a wipe.
Not like that.
No, like a wipe. So it goes all glitchy, pauses, then it wipes across, and the picture's fine again. I don't know if there's like a term for that. It doesn't matter. I just spotted it.
It's interesting because you'd expect it to come down like that, and that's a sort of a VSync thing. But I don't know. Like that is, I don't think it's George Lucas interfering. Because displays refresh like this, not like that. So Ajinkana Zode says it's refreshing the frame. Which, but it's interesting. It does it horizontally. I don't know. Did you on a sort of, I don't know, adjacent note? Did you see the thing about how the trackside cameras make sure the lenses don't get wet when it's raining? Have you seen the really fun technology behind that?
I think so. Yeah, that Sky did something on it, or there was something on Sky about it a while ago.
They have like a clear screen in front of the camera that just spins really fast when they need it to, and it just all the water goes away.
Oh wow,
it's really cool.
Hugh Core says shutters can go across, so it's the new non-glitched image being loaded as the shutter goes across.
Okay. Oh, a drone.
Max is it the backup feed maybe? Question mark. Yeah. Let me know in chat. While I go through the times. I'll let Stuart stretch his legs, and I'm back with you in a few, Stuart.
Bye.
Right, times then. So Lando Norris fastest so far today into the last hour now, 1:33. 4.53, 55 laps in total for him so far. C4 tyre for his fastest time. Max Verstappen was on the C3 for his fastest of a 1:33.584, 39 laps on the board. He's now back out on track on the C3 tyre, by the way. 61 laps for George Russell. He was on the C3 for his fastest time, 1:34.111. Alex Albon, 1:35.130. That was set on the C4 tyre. 52 laps for him so far today. Ollie Bearman, 47 laps now, 1:35.279. He's on an outlap right now. Don't know what tyre he was on for that fastest one. It's just blank at the moment, so my guess would be a C2 maybe. It's a harder tyre probably. Colapinto, 1:35.506, 45 laps for him. He was on the C3 tyre. Bortoletto, 35.741, 15 laps for him. He was also on the C3, as was Fernando Alonso on a 1:37.472, 31 laps. Liam Lawson, 1:37.957, 12 laps for him so far. His fastest time was on the C2. Lewis Hamilton, only 5 laps, 1:39.670. He did that on the C3. Apparently, an engine change going on at Ferrari, so bear that in mind with their upside down rear wing that they're showing again on the feed. Valtteri Bottas, 29 laps so far, 1:40.898. That was set on the C2. And just to let you know, Norris, Russell, Bearman, Bortoletto and Bottas will all swap out for their teammates later this afternoon. Everyone else is staying in all day. Please do drop a like on the stream. We really appreciate that. Soon we get to 100, sooner I shut up about it. Please do subscribe as well if you are new. Lots to come. We're live again all day tomorrow, 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. for the final day of testing, and lots to come over the course of the season in general. And you can support the channel with memberships and through Patreon. Links in the description, or by buying me a coffee over on Buy Me a Coffee, surprisingly enough, and super chats as well. Thank you very much for your continued support. That was Stuart's going to look like he's not moved now, but I can assure you he did move. I saw him rush back.
Do you know I can't hear you when you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. just so you know, yeah. When you put me on Be Right Back, I can't hear you at all.
It's good though, because I could talk about you, but also I think you're a little bit the same with this one. I feel quite awkward when I do my YouTuber stuff when somebody's listening. It's why whenever we do like reaction streams, I always say bye to you before I do my sign off, because it just, I don't know why, there's like people are watching me, but for some reason it's weird when I've got a guest on. I'm very I can't help it.
I was going to say, it's a stream, right? And lots of people are listening to you.
It's just odd.
No, I totally understand. I have I can't watch people watching my YouTube videos.
Yeah.
I would rather die. I cannot be in the same room.
It's true. No, I completely agree. I don't know. What is that? Like, just we're weird, or?
I don't. I think there's several layers of performance anxiety you kind of have to go through. Like when I started doing YouTube, I was embarrassed by myself just recording audio. I think you can kind of hear it in my voice in my really early videos. Like I'm not speaking up because I'm feeling kind of mortified. And then you get used to that. And then you get used to having yourself on camera as well, which is another thing you have to go through. And you get used to like hearing yourself in the editing and seeing yourself in the editing. And eventually it's sort of, so I think you just have to kind of push through enough times that it sort of, it all blurs out in your mind.
Do you find as well when you're recording, like you'll write a script and then you'll do a dummy run and you'll read through it absolutely perfectly, hit every note, and then you'll hit record and you'll go no, and nothing seems to want to come out properly. You're like, what on earth? It's so stupid. So stupid. I guess because when you're recording it, people are going to hear it, I suppose, is why that is. But it's really John says this is exactly why I didn't continue live alone. I'm fine, but recording I just can't. Do you know, I do prefer streaming to recording, and it's not an effort thing. It's just I do prefer the live interaction and the things like that. But videos do tend to perform pretty well on YouTube. So although they seem to favour shorts and live streams these days, there's no middle ground anymore. So
it's a funny old platform, isn't it?
It is.
Something I noticed just before we went to our little timing breakdown, the RB, very twitchy on corner exit. Who's in the moment? Lawson's in at the moment, and just every time he puts the power down, the back end is like twitching out. And we know that Red Bull Ford powertrain is regarded to be like sort of one of the strongest in terms of deploying electrical energy and the systems they have in place there. And I'm just wondering if that RB is just not quite prepared to deal with that as well as the works Red Bull car. Just a little observation I made. And also they don't have Verstappen in that car who could seem to... I think one of the benefits of having someone like Verstappen in your car this year, as Colapinto completely goes wide into turn one.
Just as they went to the drone shot as well.
Yeah, drone shot. Colapinto seemed to just have understeer and oversteer at the same time and just kind of strafed out of turn one. Having someone like Verstappen, maybe Leclerc, maybe even Russell in your car is probably Alonso as well, maybe. They drive very smart and they seem to be able to think about several things at once. And I think in terms of preparing the car, like we've heard Verstappen's very strong on the downshifts to get the car revving up nicely and charging the battery and all that kind of crap. you're going to have to be a lot more thoughtful how you approach the car. It's not just like go-karting where it's essentially kind of hoof it and turn the wheel. They're going to have to keep this car in a preferential state around the whole lap, and I think that's where we saw that with Verstappen last year, right? Like the car was needed to be handled like a sort of like a lion tamer with his lion, right? You don't want to you handle a lion badly and it's gonna rip your face off. You need someone who feels at one with the car and can get it into a nice place and can get that aggression out in a way that can be managed. And I think that's what we're going to see again from Verstappen this year. I think whatever car Red Bull delivered to him, I think we're going to see some race wins from him.
I think so. Yeah, I think if that car's top 3, Max will win races.
Yeah.
I'm not going to read what the breaking news is, but Max just popping in chat some breaking news there, which is...
I did hear that when I went for my break.
The only thing I'll say is long over fucking due. But anyway...
I'll also say that's not his name anymore.
Yeah. He's now a Battenberg cake or something, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Marzipan. Never eating that again. Anyway, yeah, so I did also see, I don't know if this is an insult or not. I know what he means by it, but Red Raven says, become a channel member, get a helmet. Am I the helmet? Is that what you're saying? If you subscribe, you get a helmet. I know what he means. It's the little badge you get, yeah. It's just quite funny how that's written like a new slogan for the channel. Become a member, get a helmet.
Speaking of helmet, how are we feeling that we're now in a kind of new era of Red Bull? No helmet, no Christian. We're kind of fully transitioned now into this. No Adrian Newey.
No Jonathan Wheatley. Somebody else has left this week, haven't they? Before the season.
Like a big line was drawn between previous era and this era. But now, I think they're going to be in a good shape. Like, I do think we know a lot of people left in the last couple of years due to one reason or another. Like, not all of it was Christian Horner shenanigans. I think there's a lot of teams who are looking for talent and looking to build up, and that was an attractive prospect. But we know that team has changed quite a lot, but I still think they're the base they've built. And I think Laurent Mech is going to be a good leader for that team. But it's going to be interesting to see how different it is. And I think they're transitioning away from that kind of ruthless, old school way that they have been for quite a few years. And I don't know how the character of the team is going to feel now. I don't know how you're feeling about that.
It sounds ridiculous to say that a team that's won 8 drivers' titles and 6 constructors feels more of a serious team with McKees at the helm than it did with the others. That sounds silly to say because obviously it's a serious team. They've won titles, but they feel more they don't feel like they're trying to be the bad boy anymore. I guess is a way to put it. And I think McKees has bought. We're seeing a lot of it in F1, aren't we? I think possibly you mentioned this when we did a stream a while ago. It feels like teams are now starting to move more towards engineers in the team principal role rather than a traditional team principal, which is like a Horner, for example, which is I think is good to see because I think McKees' introduction last year was a bit. I know he still struggled, but it felt like he was behind Tsunoda more than that second driver more than others would have been. Have been. So I'm looking forward to seeing. I think this is why I'm still a little concerned for Lindblad. I still think it's a year too soon, but I'm less concerned for him now and less concerned for Hadjar than I would have been if Horner and Marco had still been there. I think they will get a bit more time and they're going to have a bit more support. Also, regulations reset means the car's not geared towards anybody, so that might help them as well. But seeing the back of helmet Marco, I can't say I was sad. I know Red Ravens in chat probably still dancing. But it's what I find, and I know it's F1 PR speak and they have to be careful and blah, blah, blah. But the way they leave. Horner's left. Thank you so much. Mutual decision or whatever, or help Marco. Oh yeah, I've just decided it's time to go. Not that I signed Alex Dunn, completely ignored everything you said, and made you pay a six-figure sum to release him for his contract because I think I'm in charge. We don't ever get the truth. It's always like, but I suppose they've been there that long. They want to try and be nice about it. But I'm glad to see. In some ways, there's nothing more awkward than a team breaking up, but one or two people staying, like they're clinging on for for dear life. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Red Bull this year and about the team changes. There were elements of Christian Horner that I think, I don't want to say I liked, but I didn't mind about him. There was a lot that I didn't like, but I do feel that from a personality point of view, and only a personality point of view, the sport is a little bit worse off, because we did have that silly, petty little Cyril Abiteboul stuff and then the Toto Wolff stuff, and that was entertaining as an aside if the season was a little bit boring or a little bit flat. But I think it did feel like it was time for change at Red Bull, to be fair, as well, didn't it? Sort of making lots of points all at once here, me. You know what I'm like.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It did feel like time. It felt like, especially once Horner did finally go, it felt like a good time to actually do a bit of a reset. Obviously not a complete reset, because you've got to stick with the strengths that you have. But, we had Adrian Newey departing, Horner was let go, and, maybe it's time to let go of the old guard. There was no secret that I didn't like Christian Horner. I don't like him as a person, and there was some of that entertaining stuff, especially between him and Toto Wolff. But after a while, it got really annoying, because he carries around a specific kind of machismo, which I find really embarrassing. Like, I find machismo a little bit embarrassing anyway, depending on how it's displayed. But he's one of those wealthy private school people swaggering around like one of the lads, when he's definitely not. His ongoing tiff with Toto Wolff was well, not entirely, 90% one-sided. Like, he was always trying to have one over on Toto Wolff, when Toto Wolff generally didn't care about Christian Horner at all. He cared about the competition, and if Red Bull were the team to beat, he cared about that. But I don't think he cared about having a war with Christian Horner in the way Christian Horner had about him. You know that meme when, is it a Mad Men meme, when they're in the elevator and he just says, I don't think about you at all.
Yes, yeah.
That's kind of what it felt like. So yeah, and I didn't like him, and I did, obvious reasons of things that may or not be true. I didn't like either, but I will say I think he had a lot of skill in things that he was able to do. Like, he did build that team up. He clearly, if you saw his sort of leaving speech with the team and a way a lot of the team, it wasn't a North Korea style cry on camera, so for dear leader. I think he had a genuine lot of respect in that team, and I think a lot of people enjoyed working for him, and he did seem to create a good working environment for at least some people, and definitely wasn't as abrasive as Helmut Marko was. I didn't like I haven't really liked the old school brash management style of just work harder or you're out, whip. Like, we're seeing in the move towards engineers coming up to lead the team, I think we're seeing a lot more sympathetic, understanding, team building approach, which I think Horner did have a lot of, despite the personality that he liked to display on camera, like on Drive to Survive particularly, or every time he was interviewed on Sky. Like, he definitely enjoyed making things the Christian Horner show. But I think the strengths we're seeing within Red Bull and within its leadership now, I think are going to carry it forward. And I think they're going to make them more a team a lot of people are able to like more. Because I think there was a lot to like about Red Bull, but there was a lot of, the personalities at the top made them very difficult to like. And I ended up just kind of rooting against them because it just made me annoyed every time Christian Horner was happy, which was really unfair because they did a lot of good work as a team. But, we all have people who grate on us. You were talking yesterday about how like you're starting to warm to George Russell, but for a long time he would just annoy you.
For no
And
reason.
there's always going to be a natural part of you that when George Russell succeeds, it's going to be slightly annoying to you. And that was the same with me and Red Bull.
Yeah, with George, and it is for no reason at all. He's one of those people that for a while, Sky would sort of go, "Hi, George, how are you?" And he'd go, "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks." I'm like, "Oh, I bloody hate you." What did he even say? How can you be fine? I'm not having it. Thank you to Robert for your super chat, mate. He says, first time here on your new channel. Welcome. Thank you for joining us over here. It's I love that you've put new channel in quotes, because if you've come over here, you're probably like, this feels the same with a different logo. It is the same. So yeah, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who's followed from the F1 word over the last couple of days. We've made quite the leap. In fact, I'll give you an update if you like, because people have been intrigued by the difference. But we were at 1,124 before that video went out. We're now at 1,876. So we're hurtling towards 2,000. So probably should have put that out sooner. Hey, Box Fresh as well in chat. Hope you're doing well. And I thought Red River said he's going to get a tooth pulled. He's not. Sorry. CB says, think if Horner was team principal last year, he would have played so many head games that would wind up Zach Brown and would make Oscar question his purpose in the team. Probably. I think controversial take, because a lot of the upgrades that came to Red Bull, controversial incorrect take, a lot of the upgrades that came to Red Bull will have been in the pipeline when Horner was there. But it is interesting that McKee's came in and suddenly they managed to improve the car so much from where it was. But it's difficult to know who to attribute that to, because like I say, upgrades don't happen overnight, do they? Or updates don't happen overnight. So how many of those were actually Horner's not doing, but he was part of the team for that, and how much was McKee's? But it was quite interesting how there was just this sudden jump.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly everything that happened in the last half of the year, not everything, but like most of the stuff that happened in the last half of the year was already in the pipeline, was under Christian Horner's stewardship. And as hilarious as it is that he left and that team pivoted it to immediately becoming the most competitive car on the grid, did give me a little chuckle, because yeah, from the outside it looks a lot like you suddenly solved your problems at once. It's like there was a... Have you seen Spirited Away?
No.
This is going to be this is a pointless reference. There's like a sludge monster in Spirited Away, and when the main character like pulls out the gross thing from the middle of it, it kind of washes clean and becomes like a god. And it felt like you pulled out the sludge in Christian Horner from Red Bull, and immediately Red Bull was able to shine again in the way it used to. That's not what happened at all. But if you're just looking at it from a surface, that's what it looked like. And it did make me chuckle as someone who does not like Christian Horner.
Yeah.
I hope the two of you who understood that metaphor enjoyed it.
I haven't seen Spirited Away. I'm trying to think which one it is. I'm trying to think of like a thumbnail that I'll have seen on Sky or something.
It's a Ghibli film. It's an animated film. It's a little girl who goes to a kind of maybe another dimension. It's not really clear. Ghibli films are always a little bit woolly around what's real and what's not. It's good. It's good. You should watch it.
I will.
Okay then, good.
I'll add it to the list. Any other suggestions? No. I've only just started watching The Mandalorian, for God's sake. I'm so far behind on everything. Because, see, Jonty adds things to my list all the time, and so it just takes me ages to work. And then it's like, oh, now we're finally here. I don't think he added The Mandalorian, but there you go. Hey, King Gannon says, morning, everyone. Love from the Lone Star State, like always. Morning, Jonty. There you go. Chatting in chat. Hope you well. Just trying to see if so just on the Red Bull stuff, final line. New era. Felt overdue. And I think somebody said, actually, after, this was long overdue, because really maybe these changes need to happen after Mastershits had passed, but also if you lose somebody that influential, you don't then want to change too much too soon, do you? You want to keep some sort of, not normality, not consistency, familiarity, I guess, rather than just going to change everything straight away. But maybe that is the line. Maybe that's where things need to start changing. New boss comes in, maybe doesn't like the way things are going, or doesn't like the current setup, and makes the changes. But it's big changes. But I think there'll probably be ultimately will be positive changes. But of course, Horner will be back. He's already flirting with Alpine, which is, I mean, if he's going to go to any team, working alongside Flavio Briatore makes complete sense, to be fair. They'll complement each other.
It's nice to just channel all of your hate into one entity, I think.
They'll never fall out, will they? Briatore and Horner, they'll always get along famously. Yeah, that's a good lord. We just need the announcement that he's a shareholder, has joined the team, and Marco's followed him. That's all we need now. Good God. There was a point where he was linked to Aston Martin, wasn't there? And then I think that all went quiet when Newey made the move. And I wonder if there was if he comes, I'm off conversation.
Yes, I get the impression, and he's never said it publicly, that he does not want to be. I get the impression he was uncomfortable when the Newey stuff came out in Red Bull, and that was a strong part of why he began to look elsewhere. And I also and therefore he didn't want Newey to follow him to where he went. Like, leave me alone. I said no. Yeah. That's the impression I get, but it's never been said out loud. So we can only speculate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my impression. Yes, for Jonty's recommending For All Mankind in chat. Yes. God, yes. That's back in March. If you've not seen it, it's essentially if the space race never ended, if Russia had got to the moon first, how that changed the timeline. It's a drama, but it's really good, really, really good. Best recommendation Jonty's ever made. That's saying something. And I still haven't watched Spaced, which I feel like I should be shot for, frankly. But yeah, no, definitely give that a go.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, I can feel it mentally leaving my brain already, but I will try.
What's that show Sean said? For Mankind or for... I can't remember.
Yeah, something about mankind. Quick question. I only noticed this like about an hour ago, and I thought it was sort of a McLaren specific thing. But do all of the T-cams now have these weird spikes on top, like they're all punk rockers?
They do.
That's just a standard thing. Is that this year? That wasn't there before, and I just never saw it.
I think there's always been something there, but I don't know if there was always three. And I only know because as I've been doing my thumbnails for these testing series, I've been cutting cars out that I've noticed.
Oh, yes, of course.
They've all got there. I'm like, oh, why have I got to do this again? So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure what they are.
I wonder if there's sensors in there, like just tight little cameras that are doing, I don't know, something that I guess. The FIA also have a camera that looks back at the rear wing and stuff, don't they? So I don't know. Maybe I can research what those are doing right now, but that's definitely something I haven't seen before. I also noticed the Audi has still got a bit of gaffer tape flapping off the side about an hour and a half after I first noticed it.
I think, was it you on yesterday when I said that ever since we found out that Aston isn't very quick, it now looks quite ugly? I keep looking at it like
it wasn't me.
It's not a good looking car anymore. But I'm sure if that, I don't know. There's something about the nose just doesn't work for me at all. But it's very well packaged at the rear, isn't it? That sounds like a chat up line. But yeah, their antenna apparently says Hunter.
Okay,
makes sense. Yeah, that's for the camera. Sure, it does make sense. Yeah. Not like the old days where your screen was going snowy all the time when you go through a tunnel watching F1. But yeah, we've got half an hour till the lunch break. So during the lunch break, we'll do a big Q&A and we'll spin the wheel a couple of times as well, which will be fun. We'll just see out this last half an hour of the morning session and really try to see if we spot anything on track. But again, quite an uneventful morning, apart from Ferrari's bizarre rear wing, which we're still not sure works.
They haven't popped out of the garage again since very early in the morning, so concerned? maybe.
Did you say you said engine change, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what they were saying on Autosport. I've now lost whatever I need to reopen the Autosport thing that I was looking at again, because I apparently have closed it, or it's open in a window that I can't see. I've got so many windows open. I'm trying to keep track of everything. I'm losing all my information. How many screens have you got?
I've got 4 monitors and a TV, but on those monitors I've got information. I've got tabs and things open behind other tabs, so I can click. I've got my timer, but then I click here. I've got my notes for testing. I can click over here and get the chat out. I've got everything's just. I don't. By the end of the day, I know what anything is, and we just guess. And whatever I click on, that's what we're doing next. So it's messy, but I refuse to buy any more monitors because I reached a point where I realised that I buy them and I always seem to need another one.
Yes.
So I just stopped at 4. Technically 5.
You'll always fill it up. There's no you cannot. So 42 minutes ago on the Autosport website, Ferrari update. It's understood the problem actually lies on the chassis side, not the power unit, and the plan is to go back out before lunch. So a minor issue in a place that's hard to reach, meaning it takes time to fix. So that was from...
That's good news.
Whoever's reporting from Autosport. So we should see them in the next half an hour, if that's to be believed.
I thought he was on track then, but it's Bortoletto with his red dot.
In the famously red Audi, as displayed on the timing screen. They've really stuck with that zero pod kind of concept, haven't they? They haven't kind of played about with it since turning up in Bahrain. I did wonder if they were going to trial it for a bit. Although, when I said gaffer tape was flying off a car, that was actually the Cadillac, sorry. But if you look at the side of the Audi side pod, it looks like they've gaffered like an entire seam. Like they're just like the side pod is just held on with gaffer tape. If you do see the Audi go past from the side, you'll see it.
We've just left the Audi now.
Stop. Yeah, we have her on George now. Is it George? Yes, George.
And now Liam of the Lawson. I
love those white tyres.
They do look great. The Ted was saying his notebook, and you know how Ted will waffle and theorise all sorts, but he was wondering if now there's less cooling there, if the white is there to help with that at all. But then he immediately shut himself up, I think, when he realised, no. But I was thinking, for a minute, it did make me go, oh, maybe. But I think, is it just a style choice? There's usually a reason for
white
everything.
Tires, I think it is. I think it just looks sporty. I think it's just a nice sporty choice.
Looks cool.
I'm gonna clear up a misunderstanding that a lot of people have. Having white on your tires or white on your engine cover is not really going to help you with cooling. The reason white helps with cooling in some cases is because it reflects the sunlight. But actually what you want is the engine temperature getting out or the brake temperature getting out. You don't want it reflected. You actually want it to be kind of absorbed through the bodywork and then emitted out into the air. So actually, if you had a shiny engine cover on the inside, really, you that would just be like a flask, keeping all the engine heat inside. I think a lot of people were talking about this in a previous time when they had like lighter cars and they were like, is this helping with cooling? And it's like, that's not going to help with cooling at all. The sunlight is not really going to affect you at all. You want to get the heat out of the car. So you kind of want things that face the heat sources to be dark so they can emit the heat away from the car again. There you go.
That's it's interesting. I never even thought about whether you could cool with that, but it makes sense why you couldn't.
And generally, it should be cooler to wear black if you're hot than white, because what you're trying to get rid of is the heat of your own body away from you. And you're less worried about the sun shining on you. You kind of want your own body heat to leave you. So black is actually quite good at thermal radiation.
There you go.
There you go. My degree wasn't wasted.
Looks like Verstappen's getting back in the car, by the way, just to let anybody know who's worrying. But who's got the lappage? 67 laps for Albon. He's got the record. He's got not the record, but the highest number of laps today so far. He's in. I've got a bit confused today. He's in all day. We had 21 cars yesterday, and we've only got 16 today. So I imagine we're going to get quite a few tomorrow again. So,
what if you're a driver? If you'd prefer to stay in the car all day, so you could just slog out a program and you just get into the zone for 8 hours, or if it's exhausting and you'd rather just do 4 hours at a time. I wonder what you prefer as a driver. Clearly, they're doing a mix anyway of, and I guess it will depend on driver to driver. But assuming I was fit, like I don't think I could drive a Formula One car for 30 minutes, let alone 8 hours. But if I was fit enough, I think I'd probably want to stay in the car all day and just slog it out. Get into the ADHD headspace, completely zone in for the whole day.
It's a bit like real employment in a way, in that I used to always prefer to do 3 12-hour shifts and just do them, just get them out of the way. If you're at work, you may as well just stay all day and have more days off. Or it was actually 3 14-hour shifts I used to do, which was stupid. But but if I had to do like a split shift day, I'd always prefer the morning, because then you're not hanging around all morning for your afternoon shift. You've got it out of the way, and then you've got your afternoon. So just a random thing there. But
that's why Jonty's a fool. Here I am in the morning shift, getting it all done and dusted. And Jonty's hanging around in chat, waiting for his shift.
Oh, when shall I have something to eat? Oh, I've got to go talk to Sean. Yeah, oh, God. It was done all morning, so he's slightly bloody nuts anyway. Oh, great. As long as I just try not to make him storm out again today. We'll
see what amazing news they release.
I literally got to the word 12, or the number 12, when I was talking about sprint events, and he just, headphones were off and he walked out. I was like, well, there you go. Did you see, that was what I was talking about, did you see the practice starts yesterday? The new practice, sexy practice routine thing.
So they added 5 seconds.
Flashing blue lights.
From everyone being pulled up on the grid.
Yep.
To starting the lights out procedure. And we spoke, this was another one of the things that we spoke about and then became reality. We are willing rules into existence just by talking. I thought it was a fair compromise, I think. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect for everybody. And everybody got off the line. Were there 10 cars on the line? Everybody pulled away, so that's good.
Did it seem slow, though? Or were we expected it to be slow so that it immediately just assumed it was? Or was it the camera angle? Because it just all looked a little bit sluggish. Obviously, they won't have all been going full in for the start, but...
I think it's a mixture. I think the shallow camera angle makes it look slow. And I think if you look at any race start, the first few seconds, when you see it from that shallow camera angle, I think it just generally looks a little bit slow than when you sort of see an overhead shot. And also, I don't think they're going as full beans as they would be in a competitive format. No. So I'm not particularly concerned. I think it's kind of as I expected it to be. I'm just glad everyone pulled away at the same time, to be honest.
So I was just checking the old yes, I'm still on it Twitter. Yeah. I could probably come off it now. I did see
the drivers talking in the press conference, and they were downplaying the idea of the starts being dangerous. They all said, no, it's not that it's dangerous. It's just that it's kind of different and making it. And we got some things to think about that we have to bear in mind. And Bottas, of course, from Cadillac's point of view, he was saying like the people at the back are going to be hugely disadvantaged because they just won't have any time to prepare their car at all. So I think adding a few seconds onto the procedure, I think, is a reasonable compromise, and we can see whether or not that time period needs to be adjusted or not going forward.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday afternoon. It'll be one of those things when, or where it's quite an easy thing to adjust, isn't it? So it's 5 seconds now. But then they might find by Australia it needs to be 8. But then maybe that comes down to 7 for it's something that they can easily. It's not a massive technical change. It's just it doesn't want to be too long, because you've got. I think they've got to think as well about those who line up on the front row of the grid. You don't want them sat there with their tyres and brakes cooling too much?
No.
So there's that balancing act again, isn't there? So a lot of these, there seems to be a lot of balancing acts with these regulations early on, but that's not a massive surprise, really. Did you mean to send your super chat twice, Anthony? If you did, thank you. If you didn't, I guess also thank you. I don't know what to say to that. Says, when is the appropriate time for the Ferrari hoping to start? Is it their year yet? Question mark. My Ferrari Hopium started in 2009, so it's still going, mate. He says he didn't mean to send it twice, but I could take it. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate your support. But yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, Ferrari Hopium started a long time ago. For this season, honestly, as stupid as it sounds, when I read up on the potential blown diffuser yesterday, I was like, oh, this is it. This is the moment. Oh, 3 seconds a lap quicker. Oh, what's the phrase we like to use as a slight joke? Advantage locked in for years. Was my little moment there. I was like, yes, this is it. Ferrari champions this year, fully ready for that thing to melt in Australia or something, because you know what they're like. But yeah, no, it's started already, definitely, and this is definitely their year. It's the year of the horse. It has to be. Just saying. Or the Hobbs.
And I'm going to semi-agree with that. I think that the time is now. Get the Ferrari Hopium in earlier. The earlier the better, because you get to feel good for as long as possible before it's dashed against the rocks at some point later in the season. But honestly, they've had some good long-run pace. They've been doing some innovative things. They're looking reasonably strong. I think it's a good time to have Hopium. Get the hope going now. Because if you don't do it now, you might not get a chance later.
And you've got,
to be honest,
and you've got more time to get over it when it all goes wrong. So, Jonty said, "Wait a minute, I can hear his brain working." Says, "What if the exhaust flap has something to do with the inverted wing?"
Ooh,
there you go.
I'm kind of annoyed they haven't gone back out yet, because I just want to see if they do it again. I did read in some of the reporting that I was just keeping an eye on, that it seems like it was just a little test rather than anything they're pursuing aggressively. But hang on, let's see if I can find the quote again.
Testing the extremes, I suppose.
"We understand Ferrari's upside-down wing as a test item for now rather than a permanent improvement," says Philippe Clearon. There you go. I will cite my source. He's a reporter for Autosport.
Dave says, "Year of the horse would be year of the Mustang. So year of the Ford Mustang, year of the Ford, year of Red Bull." There you go. I thought I was good at reaching. That was good, Dave. What if the inverted wing is just broken and we are getting on the hype? That would be so Ferrari. That would be so. It actually just broke and we're all excited by it. And Ferrari, oh, hang on a minute. Oh, big lock up for who's that? It's a McLaren, so Norris at turn 8.
Oh, interesting. I'll keep an eye on that, as it appears. Yep, I can see it on my screen from the point of view of Ollie Bearman. On that inverted rear wing, Jonty made a point in the comments ages ago, but we were talking about something else at the time. But I've just remembered it. We talked a little bit about at the halfway point of the wing, the Ferrari wing fully inverting, it's sort of full face to the wind, and I was like talking about maybe that's a point of fragility. But Jonty made the much more obvious point that is a point when it's like as maximally draggy as possible, and maybe that's not ideal for the car. Like, you're going to have a period of, it's only going to be a fraction of a second, but where the car's like full sail to the wind, and maybe that's going to be a blip in its potential acceleration if they don't flip it over fast enough. So yeah, just to acknowledge that point from Jonty for about an hour and a half ago.
Hey Purple says that Norris has been locking up a lot, and Purple's been lurking apparently. So hey Purple, hope you well. Lurking in the background. I thought you were there. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people have been locking up a lot this week. Again, particularly turn 10, but I find that's in practice for Bahrain and in testing. I think that's just them pushing the limits, isn't it, and trying to get things right a little bit. And yeah, it's wide again at the final corner though. So yeah, I don't. I tell you what as well. I don't know if I said this to you yesterday, but. No, not one car that we've watched on board looks to be anywhere near on any sort of rails. they're all a handful. Nobody seems to have got this absolutely bang on, if that makes sense. And I like that. That's good. Fight for it. As we see the Cadillac with its broken but not really broken front wing.
It is weird, isn't it? Yeah, these cars are in a place that I think we've sort of been... I mean, I've spoken about before. We must have chatted about it on streams at some point, but I think that the sweet spot for a Formula One car, if you want to talk about like what is the essence of being a Formula One driver, is having more power than you've got grip. So having to dance a little bit at the car, always trying to get away from you, and your skill is in, taming the bull. Riding that thing that they have in saloons in America, the bucking bronco thing. Like, you put your foot down and the car really wants to snap away, but you just control the power out of the corners and things. And we're seeing a lot more now of the cars really not wanting to do what the drivers want them to do, and the drivers having to make up some of the difference, which is good, which is good to see. I think that's where we want it to be.
I agree. Josh agrees with you, by the way, as well. Let's get the Ferrari positivity in now before they send out Leclerc on wet tyres on a dry track in Australia. Maximise the positivity. Yes. Where did they do that? They did send him out on wet tyres on a track that was drying. Or was it dry? Or was it Hungary where they sent dry tyres on a wet track? They did something opposite because he was well out of contention. They tried something. It just looked really funny.
Can't fully remember. I mean, it rings a bell, but yeah. Someone will know. Someone in the chat will always know.
Or when Pierre Gasly, when he was at Toro Rosso at Hockenheim, they thought it was going to be a massive deluge, so he went and put the full wets on, and he just looked an idiot, and then it absolutely peed it down on the podium.
Yeah.
was that the Fiat got P2? Hockenheim would have been, wouldn't it? Max won that crazy race with the drag strip.
I think you're right, yeah. I think you're right. Anthony saying, as long as we don't hear "we are checking" in Australia, it's Ferrari's year. That reminds me, on one point, did you... Rob Smedley...
Smedders.
Who works... I think he still works for F1 now, but he famously most well known for being Felipe Massi's race engineer. Geordie in Felipe Massi's ears as he was in his prime. Felipe, baby, don't worry, we'll get you the clear visor. Anyway... he had a lovely relationship with Felipe Massa. I think he sort of became a little mini celebrity during those years. And he was saying it physically pains him whenever Ferrari say "we are checking," because in his opinion, if you're a really good race engineer, you should have enough information at hand for you to give some kind of answer to whatever they ask you. Even if it's just like a crumb of something, like, to help them, like, what's the situation we're currently at? What can we do? Like, what is the answer to your question? But I'll also come back with you with more information as possible. And every time people say "we are checking," he feels like that's not what the driver wants. The driver is in the middle of like driving their heart out, and they want information. They don't want to sit there on like on hold music, waiting for their team to come back with them. So I do think. I forget his name. I'm so bad at remembering a race engineer's name, but Hamilton's race engineer last year, who was also Sainz's, I think. Yeah, was just bad at that job. He might be a good engineer, but he's not a good communicator, and he definitely didn't gel with Hamilton. They didn't have a good relationship. And Hamilton's got a temporary person right now, but they really need to forge that so that in the way that Max Verstappen and GP have a really good relationship. They are kind of as one. They know what each other want. They can talk plainly to each other and quickly and sort of work together as driving that car. And you're just not getting that from Ferrari. Ferrari are sort of... I mean, it is. It's like calling a call center, isn't it? For both of their drivers. They're sort of the drivers are trying to get information about what's going on, and they're not ready for them, which is weird.
I think that's why I understood the frustration when Hamilton's made that comment about, "I'll have a cup of tea while you're at it," or whatever he said, which upset a lot of people. That's very disrespectful. It's like, well, he's come from Peter Bonington, who would have had all that information for him, to somebody who doesn't know the answer. And I don't know how everyone feels about this, but if you're Ferrari and you're willing to spend an absolute fortune on bringing Lewis Hamilton to your team, why are you not at least trying to pay through the nose to bring Bono with him? Why would you not do that when you think about the relationship they've got? And spinning it the other way, how big of a help would have been huge for Antonelli last year to have someone like Bono as his engineer. I mean, it just didn't make sense to me, and it's like if Max went to Aston Martin or Mercedes, surely they're trying to take GP with him. You just the drivers and their engineers have such a close relationship, and they have like their own language almost. They understand. Maybe not quite to the point where they can finish each other's sentences, but they're showing that rear wing again. They've got such a great relationship. Why would you not? If you're spending big money anyway, you might as well spend big money to get it right. Because I'm not saying that bringing Bono would have completely changed Lewis's season, but I bet it would have been better with him there than it was. Because at least you get the communication you needed in races. That rear wing is stupid, and I love it.
It's wild, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So on the screen right now, we're getting a proper like rear T-cam view of the Ferrari rear wing turning all the way upside down in slow motion. It's fascinating. I really want them to bring it out again. I want to see if it's feasible. But yeah, on race engineers' point of view, absolutely correct. And I think this is true for kind of every driver in a sense of what they need, but in particular with the big drivers who you're spending a lot of money and you kind of want to get the most out of. Ferrari seem to treat their drivers like employees and not like the most pivotal person on the racetrack. Like, you're just the person who works for us, and the team is the most important thing. And if you need information, sure, we'll get it to you. We'll see what we can do. Whereas, if you're hiring Max Verstappen, if you're hiring Lewis Hamilton, if you're hiring whoever, you want to make sure they are able to extract the maximum of what they can deliver. Like, you bend over backwards, you get them the right people. You have a team away weekend where you thrash out what you need from your race engineer and do some icebreakers and forge. I don't know what they need. Like, they'll probably hate that, but you know what I mean? Like, you need to just do something to make sure when they're in that car on race day, they are as comfortable as can be with the team, with the car, and with their race engineer. And it just felt like Ferrari were not prioritizing that at all, which feels very like Enzo period. Like Ferrari still haven't like graduated beyond that kind of like, we are Ferrari and you are just some guy who we put in the car. You should be grateful you're here. Obviously they're not fully that far gone like they used to be, but there is sort of they did feel an element of that, like they weren't fully respected as the pivotal person that they are in the team.
Yeah, back in the days when the engine was the only thing that mattered because aerodynamics was stupid, and then they were like, oh, hang on. Actually, thank you to Thomas, by the way, for your super chat as well, mate. It has gone off screen. I've still got it here, or I thought I did. Can I replay it? I can't. I can hide you as a moderator. I've forgot. I can't even. Why would it open? Listen to me stressing over this. I'll try to do. I'll do it on Streamlabs. Says that on the start procedures, it's so weird when you watch on the TV. It seems to take ages. When you sit on the track, the last car just crept up, and 3 seconds later, it's lights out and away we slow. Fast. Yeah, it was. I forgot what you call it. Lights out and away we slow. That was good yesterday. Yeah, thank you for your super chat, Thomas, and for your fantastic continued support. Really appreciate that as always. Channel OG, been here since, well, as the name suggests, right at the start. 2017. Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Also, Thomas did say, and it's a fair point, says, I think Lewis had a clause in his contract that if another team were to sign him, he was not allowed to bring other people with him or something along those lines. Possibly. I vaguely remember something like that, but also, and I'll always say this, clauses that always have a buyout. There's always, but then if that clause is, yes, you can have Bono, but it's 100 million, then I understand why Ferrari went, nah, we'll manage. But yeah, red flag, but it's only testing, and it's just as Lewis Hamilton's got back in the car as well, Stuart, which you'll be thrilled at.
That's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. Yay, Lewis is... Oh, balls. Unless that red flag is to let us know Ferrari are coming. It's not. But yeah, so if you've not been following, they do this at the end of each session, red flag, then we'll get some sort of rolling start procedure or standing start procedure, then a yellow flag, then a virtual safety car, then a red, and then, yeah. Again, testing isn't just for the teams, is it? It's testings for everything. So they need to make sure everyone's on the ball. So, Lewis Hamilton just moves to the end of the pit lane with George Russell there, which is, yeah. Sean's done a 180 Russell.
Cameraman running down the fast lane of the pit lane while Hamilton was driving up. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are for where you can be and when, but it does seem like a little bit risky for him to be doing that.
Yeah.
I know they're not going very fast and it's a red flag and stuff. I don't know. It doesn't feel like anyone should be standing in the fast lane while there are cars going down it. But, I'm sure they're fine. So it just makes me feel uncomfortable.
CPB just said in chat, the HP logo on the Ferrari has really grown on me. Not me. But is that why they're flipping the rear wing? So we don't have to look at that bloody HP logo on the back? Flip it round so when we're on board, flip it. We don't have to look at it anymore. There you go. Yeah,
I do agree with CPV that they've integrated the white in a better way that wasn't sort of as like abrasive as it was on last year's car. They've at least committed to having a white section that flows.
Do you remember when we did our Eurovision style F175 watch along? And they're pulling the covers off the Ferrari and we're all like, what have they done? That was a fun stream. Random.
Okay, green flag?
Yes, we are. Go.
Race will resume.
Nothing, yeah. My favourite message yesterday was a race control message that came through that just said, "This message is a test."
Yes.
I was like, good to see. Thank you.
Pit lane's not open yet, though.
No,
and
track's
the
clear.
Grid light gantry, is it 2 lights, 1 light? I guess they're counting down using that.
And we'll go. They'll go again for the final 5 minutes of the morning session. Then they'll have lunch. We'll answer your questions through lunch, and then Jonty will join me. Stuart can go and have a lie down and take some paracetamol after my morning ranting in his ear. And then he'll be back tomorrow morning for the final one, 8 till 12. The final day of what feels like day 372 of testing this year. 9 is a lot. It's a lot. It feels like it.
Parts of us are a bit annoyed about the Barcelona test being behind closed doors and this first week of Bahrain being 1 hour of live broadcast only. But I think if we'd even attempted to do anything close to full coverage of that, we would have been dead before the season. We would have hated Formula One. We would have been like, I'm not even going to watch the races by the time Australia comes out.
5 to 11 on stream 2, and I'm like, yeah, I couldn't have done this 9 days. I love you all, and it's great fun, but God no. We're getting a standing start, Stuart. Wow.
That's what race control says. I love how the camera is fixed on the Ferrari just in case its wing flips upside down again.
Oh no, it did. It did flip upside down. Yeah.
Yep. I'll keep my eye on it. Hey. I'm trying to work out where the pivot point is. It's fascinating.
Great. So keep following it, camera. This director is earning their money today. Look at this.
Yeah.
And then again. Go on. Yes.
And the camera's like fixed on the rear wing as well. It doesn't even care about the car. Wow.
It's so strange. It's strange, but I just love it. What's even funnier is the fact that apparently they're just testing it and it's not something they're running with. And you're like, you're doing this to show off, really, aren't you? It gets eyes on the car. Also, draws your eye away from whatever else they're trying to hide. We're all looking at that.
All right, we're all pulling up for a standing start now, are we? All 3, 4? How many cars we got on track? The map's 4 cars.
Yes, Red Rain. We had 6 days. We did in the first test I did in 2019. The first test series we did 8 days, 2 4-day tests. We did 8 days of streaming. That was a killer. I can remember it.
That was, yeah.
I slept for
a while. Was that when we had the sweepers?
Yes. Yeah. Pedro and Steve. What is that we call him, or something like that?
Well, such a lack of red flags in the days we've covered.
Extra formation lap. So we are doing the same thing as yesterday, the start procedure then. So extra formation lap. I can't even get away for that. Norris is still on the grid. Is he Lando? We did this yesterday, Lando. Earth calling Lando. There we go. He's gone. I missed the trophy robots, says Jonty.
Revving up.
Trophy robots, they were ridiculous.
So Lando there, you've got it muted, haven't you?
Yes.
So Lando was doing the full beans revving, like he was doing a practice start there.
Okay.
And that's why he waited. He was revving right up and then pulled away properly.
The problem I've got, I might mute my mic and just turn the sound on so I can hear it for this, because the problem I've got is because the Shure SM7B is so sensitive, someone can fart 30 miles away and it'll pick it up. It's really ridiculous. So I can't really put the TV on properly and listen to it because, you know what?
It's in my headphones, just on low, so it's not interrupting.
How'd you get both me and...
Well, I'm watching it on the computer.
Yeah, I'm on TV. Yeah, sorry, that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, I'm being a bit...
Yeah, he forgot I'm on a stream, which is why I've got this 8-second delay or whatever it is. It's nice to be closer, though. It's nice that you can say something and then I can see it a few seconds later rather than having to wait an entire minute.
Although it was handy sometimes when you had to wait a minute, because then we could really, you could get properly focused in. But yeah, no, it's good to be in a bit more real time. It'd be nice to have that at some point in the future where they're both synced up. But I don't know how it works with internet and stuff. I imagine there always has to be some sort of latency. Yeah. Bus on track last year, of course. Don't forget that. We had the that was weird.
Bus on track.
And if you turn to your left, you'll see that we're on a bloody F1 racetrack.
Okay, we're all on the main pit straight here. We've got 4 cars just making their way to the grid now. Russell, Hamilton, Bearman, and Norris. So the Brits, but not Hadjar. Not Hadjar's not. Well, I guess it's the Brits of the current 11 that are on track.
I'm muting my mic for a second, just so I know, because all I can hear is bloody Crofty when I turn it on. And it's like, oh no, don't want that as well.
Okay. Well, I'm slightly ahead of where Sean is, but they are pulled up on the grid right now. Norris has gone for a second on the grid. Green flag man. Revving like hell. Blue lights are flashing.
I tell you, you'll see in a minute, we nearly had a moment.
Hey.
Hamilton had to dart out from the back of Russell.
Yeah. Great start from Hamilton into the lead. Russell slow start. Norris didn't even bother taking the start properly. He waited.
Maybe they just cut to it late, but I don't feel like the blue flag was on for 5 seconds. The blue light was on for 5 seconds. That felt shorter.
I didn't notice it at first. So the blue lights are on the kind of grid panels, the things they hang out from the side of the pit lane wall, not on the gantry, right?
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't see it for a full 5 seconds, but I might not have spotted it early enough.
I did wonder yesterday if they might experiment with different sort of durations throughout the test today and tomorrow. See what they need. Maybe.
Yeah, I wonder if Russell had a slow start because he fluffed the start or because he wasn't that interested in doing a full bean start. But much. Yeah, lots and lots of wheel spin from Russell. We're seeing it now in the replay. Whereas Hamilton and the Haas of Bearman were able to just pull away.
So Russell shenanigans, not turbo shenanigans.
Yeah, just didn't get the grip down. Interesting.
Yeah. I'll mute you again now, Stuart, and put your B right back up, and then I'll run through the tyres for the morning, then we'll do lots of questions this afternoon. So I'll be back with you in a moment. I suppose.
See you in a sec.
So, Lando Norris set the fastest time of the morning session, 1:33.453. That was on the C4 tyre, 72 laps for him. Max Verstappen did 56 laps this morning, 1:33.584 C3 tyre for that fastest time there. George Russell, 1:34.111, 77 laps, and his fastest time was on the C3. It was the C4 for Alex Albon. It was indeed 1:35.130, 71 laps. Bortoletto and Bearman, Bortoletto and Bearman were on the U tyre, whatever that means. I'm going to say, who knows, unclassified tyre. 1:35.2 for Bortoletto, 1:35.2 for Bearman, and 29 laps for Bortoletto, 69 for Ollie Bearman. I wonder why Bortoletto 29. I'll have a look on socials in a bit. Franco Colapinto, 1:35.554 laps. His time was set on the C3. Lawson was on the C2 for his 1:36.927 laps. Alonso, 1:37.4, 40 laps for him. His fastest time was on the C3. C3 as well. For Lewis Hamilton, 1:39.670, and just 5 laps because of that little issue, a minor issue that took a lot of work to investigate, difficult to get to, so that's why he's so limited. He's in all day, so plenty of time this afternoon. Bottas did 58 laps in the end, 1:40.1, that was on the C1 tyre. Please do drop a like on the stream and subscribe as well. Don't forget you can support the channel through super chats and buy me a coffee and Patreon and memberships and all of that if you'd like to, but we'll always come to chat, so no problem whatsoever. If not, it's completely optional. I'll never lock content behind a permanent paywall. I'm not going to do that. So thank you very much for your continued support, and thank you again to everyone that's followed over from the other channel in the last couple of days. Also, if you are disappearing for your lunch, enjoy. We're going to be here for the next hour, and then Jonty's joining me at 12, so we'll take lots of your questions. Get your questions in chat. We'll spin the wheel. We'll chat about the session in general. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about it, but yeah, the biggest talking point in the morning, without doubt, as Stuart rejoins us, is the fancy fairground ride rear wing on the Ferrari. I imagine if you're an ant, that'd be a lot of fun. Ant is in the insect, not like your auntie. That would be.
I was thinking of Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, wee.
So, he is quite small, so.
Why not? Yeah, so questions in chat, and we'll spin the wheel in a minute as well, just for a laugh. But yeah, it's been. I think you just said, didn't you, just for the lunch break there, that the lack of red flags is quite surprising again, given that we had a whole behind closed doors test to spare teams blushes because they were concerned about the amount of red flags and stoppages we'd see. Crazy reliability, really, but. I'm trying to think of the major red flags. We had a few with Cadillac last week, didn't we, where they had really short stoppages. Stroll spin. But in the Bahrain test, I can't think of any major incident. But I suppose the barriers are so far away, you're not going to get one, are you? But yeah, curious.
Yeah. It's been good for. Let me move my mic to my face. It's been good for people like us who, to have some actual actions to. Not that we necessarily commentate on the action that's happening on screen a great proportion of the time,
Yeah.
but it is nice to have things happening.
Do you not find it difficult to commentate on the action on screen in testing, though? Because it almost feels insulting to call it action, to be fair. But it's not really. It's not the same as qualifying. It's not really worth commentating over. So I think that's why when you listen to Crofty and that, they're not really. They're the same, aren't they? It's a bit podcasty rather than sports
we're
commentary.
Talking more generally.
Yeah.
We'll point out when people run wide and if we see anything that's weird. Obviously, but yeah, I think we talk in a more general sense. But it does get a bit weird when you got red flag and you just got sweepers on track and stuff like that. I'm just trying to work out. Cadillac had done a lot of running, but their best time was 6.7. Can I do a quick Excel calculation? That feels like it's outside of 107% to me.
6.7 off.
Yeah. If I do a little quick temporary thing here. Right, here we go. So what's that? 93.5 4 seconds.
I'm just letting you do maths live on stream.
Yeah. And then I'll do times 1.07. If I actually type properly. 107% for this session would have been 1 minute 39.9. So yeah, Cadillac are outside of that. Not that it means anything, but just interesting to note.
It's not F1 related, and I probably shouldn't be having these conversations on stream, but I just flicked over to the news just to have a quick look. The phrase is suspicion of misconduct does a lot of masking things there, doesn't it? But also, I noticed another headline about Donald Trump and not making a decision on whether to strike Iran, and it's just interesting that somebody in these files has been arrested and Trump's now talking about bombing somebody again. Sorry, sometimes things are just a little bit too transparent. Anyway, back to F1 as Battenberg gets arrested. Was probably the biggest breaking news of the day, really. And actually, Red Raven makes a good point. Actually, he says that when talking about how we weren't really commentating on things, he says, let's phrase it like this: you did not have to spin the wheel at all yet. So there you go.
That's true.
Yeah, just. Yeah.
You know, sometimes after we do these, we do these 4 hours. I mean, you go on for another 4 hours. God help you. And I'll sit down on the sofa, make a cup of tea, just wind down. And I think, what the hell did we talk about?
Yeah.
How did we talk for 4 hours straight? What on earth?
I do it every year. I go before the streams. How are we going to do all of this streaming? What we're going to talk? We've got no way we're going to fill this. And then, like yesterday, flew by. Absolutely flew by. And it's done it again this morning. You're like, I guess, how do we do this? But also, some might say, why? Get a life.
It's a radio show. I'm fascinated if people in the chat, how are you? Where are you? What are you doing when you're listening to this? Are you watching us, or are you just listening to audio? Like, what are we got in the background while you're doing your work? What is your situation like?
Yeah, that's good. We'll give them a question.
Yeah.
Vanguard said when I was talking there about the news, it's irrelevant. It is a bit irrelevant to what the streams are supposed to be, but it's, I guess, not of irrelevance if you live in the UK. It's quite a big story, and I just thought I'd mention it rather than just pretending the real world doesn't exist. But we won't ever. I've always said this about these streams. This channel and the other channel, it's always, I try to keep them a safe space away from the real world so that we can just enjoy something less awful for a while. But there will be times when, for example, when Brexit happened, we did a whole conversation on testing streams about how that might affect F1 teams with moving things between countries and stuff like that. So we're always going to, politics will always come into it at some point, but that's why I only briefly mentioned it because I found it quite funny. But yeah. And Vanguard, by the way, is tailoring an Napoleonic Hussar jacket while listening to you. There you go.
Well, that's very unique.
That is very unique. No one else going to say that. Crazy Ninja had you on this morning doing my Asda shop. Ooh, what did you buy? Did you get Jaffa cakes? Dave says work. Xander says working in the background noise. Do you want us to just make white noise?
That's when they want to sleep.
Two Left Feet is at working the factory. Watching before bed. 10 p.m. here, says Anthony. We'll come back to the questions in a moment. I like the question that Stuart asks there. Sitting in the office listening, says Catherine. Generally, I watch your race reviews the next day while at work or even while driving around, says Double Mike. Or Double P1 Mike, I should say. It's not two mics. Right now, I'm laying in bed listening from Houston, Texas. It's 5 a.m. here, says King Gannon. That's what time I got up this morning to do these. So always remind myself of time zones and things like that. I'm in the car, says Kat Xing. Just having parked the car to get a haircut now. There we go. I was going to enjoy your haircut. Do you enjoy a haircut? Can you enjoy? I suppose there's some chat. You are background for a Hollow Knight Silks on 100% completion run, says a Yinka.
Nice.
OD says, I'm doing my uni work, homework with you in the background. Stewie, got you on in the background while at work. These streams are basically F1 and waffle, says Callum. Yeah. Ash says work background noise to block out how mundane my life has become. Oh, Ash. But good choice of football team there, by the way. It's my day off today, so you are currently on my big telly. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Take up all the space on your TV. I play F1 Manager as Williams on my small telly. I don't know, I'm waving my arms around. Why not? Stuart getting close in. Bobby says, I'm sick on the couch with you guys as audio and the testers video. Not laughing at me poorly, Bobby. Get well soon, mate. Hope you're feeling better soon. It's nothing too rough. Gingerfest says, working as a truck driver. Sunita is listening in the background at work via Bluetooth headphones. Sometimes I laugh out loud at something you say, and my clients stare at me like I've gone mad. Diver D says, says 3 a.m. falling asleep. Cooking in my kitchen with 2 laptops, says Lee. What are you cooking with 2 laptops? Oh, no, you...
A laptop sandwich. Bit of ham between the set laptops.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, guys, and welcome to Formula ASMR. Vroom, vroom. I was trying to land a 747, but the PlayStation crashed. Thank God. I saw crash the 747. I was like, thank God you put PlayStation there. I'm guessing simulator and not... You're not actually a pilot, in which case, please focus on flying the plane. And yesterday and today at work, 12-hour shifts at a supermarket, 7 to 9, 5 to 5 UK time. Sorry, 7 to 19, 5 to 17 UK time. So listen, yesterday and today, not lots of talking with people from my job. Yeah, I worked in a supermarket. I worked at... It's Aldi, but I'm going to say Aldi, just so you don't think I worked at a car place. But you don't get a lot of talk apart from, excuse me, do you work here? As I'm stood there in a uniform. No, I just wear this for fun. And walk around. I've got a Tesco one. And I walk around Tesco sometimes pretending I work there just to confuse you all. Just finished my mock paper for a chef course, says Callum. And I did say, Latox said the biggest advantage of post-race waffle, you can watch and enjoy the race and talk about it right after, analysing everything that happened with additional info, or just nerd around, or both. Yeah, definitely just nerd around. It's interesting what people do, really. We are radio. Yeah, we need some jingles though. I don't know.
We can work on that. Oh, good. No, it's interesting. I like to know what people are up to. I kind of assume we were sort of radio-esque, like in the background as people were working or getting on with things. It's if we can help people fall asleep as well, that's job done. I'm happy. We're doing the job that they want us to do. Someone did say they were watching us as they were driving around. I hope you meant listening.
Yeah. It's funny though, because somebody will say, oh, I was listening to your stream to get to sleep, and you're like, first of all, thank you, but also, ouch. You know, I know it's just background noise. We kind of like, are we that dull? But there's, I know why. I often watch like old sitcoms if I can't sleep because I've seen them before, so it helps me fall asleep. So
we're comforting.
That's
what we are.
We'll start singing.
We're not jarring.
Sorry, I didn't say that question about the 12-hour shifts was from Eurovision fan 91. Sorry, I didn't say your name. I just stole your comment, but there you go. Valentine says, a bit of a lunch question. Do you already know which camera you're going to buy? Yes. And again, if you were here last week, you already know. But if you weren't here last week, have a guess. I've got the cliche Shure SM7B. What camera do you think I'm looking at buying for the channel? What's Stuart?
What have I got? I can't...
Same one as me. Yeah, same as me.
Have I? Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's a Shure, and I said, yeah.
They're very sensitive. Not like they're easily offended. Just.
So what you're saying is you're going to get like the classic Vodcaster camera.
Yes. It's.
I've got a ZV-1 right now, which is quite classic.
Yeah, I go for the ZE V10 Mark II. I think it is. So like the newer one, because I feel like
that's a lot of letters.
Cameras. You want to get one that's going to be. It's a long-term investment, isn't it? It's not. It's not something you can afford to put £1,000 on every couple of years.
No.
So yeah, the ZEV 10 Mark II is what I want to go for. And I've seen a camera rig that looks really cool setup wise, so that's where I'm heading. But obviously, with this being an independent channel now, or this being an independent channel, and me being independent again and self-employed, that's going to be something I have to get in stages, which is fine. But yeah, I want the webcam quality is fine for what it was, but I'd like a proper one. Plus, it'll be handy for actually going. I'd like to go to Autosport next year and make some content that's worth going to Autosport to make. Looks at Stuart, says no more.
I think I'm busy. I think.
Yeah, not that kind of thing. Oh, that was. Yeah, no, I'm not getting into it. That was the most stressful 2 days of my life for a long time.
Yeah.
Good Lord. But to be fair, people were just generally not happy that weekend, and I totally understand. The show was tiny compared to what we're used to. There wasn't a lot going on, and it was like twice the price of previous years. So I'm kind of glad they've taken a year out with the Autosport show, and they're going to try and reinvent it a bit for next year, because it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
No, very unlike Autosport to get very confused about what their brand is and how to use it and stuff. Yeah, it's just weird for one of their products to kind of be waning in popularity.
Annette says, Stuart, your job for tonight, your homework for tonight, I suppose, really, if you put it like that, is to write cheesy jingles for the Noodle Board. There you go. You will not have a life. You will do unpaid work.
I'm not a musician. I know I made a song, but I'm more of a drawing person. You were drawing, Annette. You were drawing while you were listening to us. What are you drawing? Probably not drawing what I was drawing this morning during the first hour of testing.
I'm not going to ask.
It's reasonably PG-ish.
We were talking about you the other day, last week, and what to me is your famous, you copyright struck yourself and then you had to appeal to yourself because of dirty air. I was like, I bloody love this platform.
Yes, that's right.
It was, yeah.
There was absolutely no way to pre-approve my own song for YouTube. I did have to go through my own process of striking myself and approving an appeal. Yeah, magnificent. I'm guessing if you're like Sony or whatever, you're a proper record label, you probably have some mechanisms in place that you've agreed with YouTube that allow that to be a lot smoother. But yeah, I do not.
So it's just random. Should we spin the wheel as Sky shows Alex Albon giving us a tour of Williams 2 years ago again? Because, why not?
Oh, the wheel.
Spinning the wheel. The wheel. I'm not going to sing. I can't sing. It's not worth it for anybody. There we go. Oh. We have a... Oh, I always get the long ones at the minute. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, Christ. Cardi Card says, why was Tornado allowed to run what was such an unfair weapon against Razor in Series 6? It still annoys me to this day. It might not have been illegal, but it was definitely cheating and was nothing to do with the weapon itself, but more about making a frame to keep the superior competitor out of rage. I'm now shaking with rage at this injustice, and I've just started a long train journey. Grr. It's a disgrace. I was a Razor fan, so it was really annoying, but they just basically, it's Robot Wars. If you don't know what we're talking about, they basically built this massive frame around Tornado so that Razor's weapon couldn't get to it, and it's a bit like Mercedes. It was within the rules, but it still felt very much like cheating, and certainly outside of the spirit of the rules. It was yeah. I remember being livid at the time. And now you've said it, my blood pressure's going up. I'm bloody livid. I don't know if you watched a lot of Robot Wars, Stuart, but that, or you remember that incident, but that was, well, excuse the language, that was bullshit. I wasn't having that at all.
I only watched a little bit of Robot Wars, not enough to remember, ongoing plot lines or have favorite things, but I did go to see it once live. And we got evacuated because one of the gas canisters broke and started spewing gas into the warehouse they were filming it in, and we had to evacuate. But yeah, I'm not familiar with this story, but it sounds outrageous. I can be furious on your behalf.
I'm going to try and find it now. Series 6. I Google things in a weird way, by the way. Tornado finale. I'm going to break all sorts of rules on how you should and shouldn't steal things from the internet, because just because, not a web app. Don't web app me. Oh, they're getting clever, these people. They're getting clever. It's probably best to just Google it, but basically it meant that it couldn't even fall in the pit. So it wouldn't allow it to. It stopped it falling in the pit as well, which is a disgrace. I'm gonna save it and see if I can get it to work. I don't know if I can. People are like, Sean, this does not matter. I'm like, it does matter. It was a disgrace.
Some of them are getting infuriated all over again in the chat.
That's good. It was not right, and I am gonna. It's if I can get this picture in there, it is replacing the Ferrari on the doodle board. Wow, that is a tiny picture. This is going to be dreadful quality, but you'll get the gist. You'll get the gist of what it is. So let's transition over to the doodle board. Doodly board, doodly board, doodly board, doodly board. There we go. That is the disgraceful.
Oh yeah, I see.
Come on, that's terrible. I'm sorry. This is from the Robot Wars wiki, by the way. I'll at least say that. But you can clearly see here. Look at this frame. I'm moving the wrong thing. I'm that angry. Look at it all. I mean, Razor's got in there, right? But it can't even fit in the bloody pit. That's got to be illegal. It's a disgrace. I'm laughing.
Imagine if the FIA had a loophole that allowed cars to have a big frame around them that were twice their size.
It's that's appalling. That is yeah. Screw you, Tornado. That was it. I'm going to come away now in shame at how angry that made me. There's absolutely no need for that at all, was there? But it's just. I guess some would say that's clever, but if you can't drop in a pit, then what's the point? What's the point? Raging. But exactly, but Das was okay.
Understandable. Yes.
I'm going to remove that question. I'm going to read some comments and I'm going to spin the wheel again because I like spinning the wheel. It's good. It's random. Everyone's like, use the doodle board. I did. Vanguard says complete cheating. Don't know what I'm looking at. Says sighted canvas. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I showed you. Now you'll know. A lot of people. It's wow people up and ruin their day now. You see, still few about it says Warner's End. Jonathan Pierce, what a hero. Yeah, not great with the football commentary these days. Let's spin the wheel. Let's move on quickly. Yeah, Andy says, what did I come into? Exactly. Welcome to Testing Live. Oh, no. What is the potential? This is from Eddie. What is the potential for AI to help the race strategists both in race and in developing an initial race strategy with pre-planned options? I might let you take the first answer on that because I need to calm down.
Limited. I think how long have we got left of this stream? 35 minutes. That should just be enough for my rant. No, I think people are often misunderstand what AI actually is and believe that AI actually thinks about things and makes calculations and stuff based on things when it doesn't. I think AI is a complete misnomer. When what you really mean is machine learning and often large language models, I think AI and machine learning is good for a lot of things, but if you're going to be like calculating strategies, that's not really what it's best at. And what AI tends to punch out is a simulacrum of what you might expect something to look like. So it's going to punch out things that look like you'd expect a race strategy to look, but wouldn't necessarily be what you want. What you actually want is better data analysis models to do that. And I think a lot of things that you think of that kind of come across as AI in F1 are normally not, as things that are presented by AWS. I think that there's a lot of data crunching that goes on, but it's not similar to the way that AI does things. And I think we're in this really annoying period now where the label AI is just like stuck like a sticker onto everything, and actually really devalues what it can do in the right situation by applying it to things where it's completely useless. So I think there is potential for some kind of machine learning to be useful for data analysis in F1 and outside of F1. I think the way it's used and framed within a race and within the broadcast and possibly within teams is not going to be its full or accurate potential, I guess I'll say. Does that make any sense?
I think so, yeah. I don't think I've got anything to add on it, really.
I mean, we often see AI in context of it being a sort of an assistant that you chat to, and you'll ask it questions, and it'll do things, and it'll answer your questions. But in answering your questions, what it's actually doing is, when you're in a job interview or something like that, and someone asks you a question, and you're like, crap, I'm just going to fudge this. I'm just going to talk like I know what's going on and hope they don't notice. That's kind of similar to what these AI assistants are doing, because their job is to punch out something that sounds like the thing you asked for, but not do the thing you asked for. And sometimes it looks like it's calculating things, because if you ask it what 3 times 6 is, it's seen the answer to 3 times 6 enough times that it'll be like, I know this, because every time someone's asked what 3 times 6 is, I know it's 18. But it's not actually doing the calculation often the time. It's just saying, it's basically predictive text on steroids for the most part, in a lot of contexts that it's used. And that's not every context used. Like I say, in things like medicine and massive amounts of data analysis, it is used properly. It will find patterns in huge amount of data to try and that makes it really good at spotting things occurring that you might miss as a human, or you might miss using human-made data models analysis. So I think there's a real gray area when F1 is presenting itself as using AI, as what does this actually mean? What is it actually doing? And can we trust it? I think the trust thing is the really pivotal thing around whenever someone says, this was done with AI. It's like, AI is very bad unless you set it up properly at telling you exactly how it got to the answers you're asking it. And there's too many people who just trust it because it's AI, that it's giving you correct answers. And even when you ask it to explain exactly how it came to its answers, it will also often make that up and say something that sounds like there's a lot of cases where lawyers have been caught, preparing their briefings using AI, and AI will make up cases as precedents that don't exist, and them getting in trouble for that. So, yeah, I think we're still in a stage now where it's being used very, very loosely and carelessly, and I think people need to be very careful when they use it, whether in F1 or not. There we go.
But and I guess you could remove the job title and insert anything into this, but also why use AI when you've got Bernie Collins, for example, or a person who can do it. So I don't use a lot of AI. I probably, not knowingly, that I'm sure my phone does a lot of AI stuff, but I still can't find out how to make calls on it, and it's supposed to be a phone. Anyway, I don't use a lot of AI, but if I use it, it's generally for personal assistant stuff. Can you organise a shopping list, or can you add this to a shopping list, or do you know what I mean? It's not. I'd never use it to create a thumbnail, for example, for it. I'd go to somebody, I'd try and make a really crap one myself, that sort of thing. But I think in an F1 sense, I'd rather, and I think who was it just said in chat? Vanguard just said, teams already do hundreds of if not thousands of race simulations overnight, so they always know what is the best strategy. They've got people, they've got systems that can do that without having to get some AI thing having to second guess an answer. But also, I suppose it'd be it's not really something you could use on the fly either, because strategies change in race, don't they, all the time? So you can go in with we'd like to do a 2-stopper, but you might be pushed to a 3, or you might be able to force a 1 because you get a safety car or something like that. So I'm not sure, but I don't think we need to be overly reliant anywhere on AI, but that's just my opinion. But then, I'm old.
You definitely
pen
be
and paper.
cautious.
Yeah.
Don't use anything that AI has produced unless you absolutely understand what it's produced and how and why. Like if it produces a shopping list, you can see it's a shopping list. And you're like, yeah, this makes sense. I'll buy this stuff. If it made a shopping list and it told you to buy like TNT and poison, and you might
just
think, you wouldn't just go out and blindly buy all that stuff for your lunch. But then when you get into more complex things, when you actually don't understand, when you're looking at something and you're like, and you don't have the ability to know whether this is a thing you should be doing or not, that's when you need to make sure you fully understand where all this information is coming from.
Yeah, if you've said AI can sort the shopping list, don't then go to Tesco and then read it and go, can I have a shovel, some rope,
Yes.
a large portion of tarpaulin? Yeah, let's not go down that road. But yeah, no. Thank you for your question, though, Eddie. Hopefully that Stuart's TED talk on AI there helps a little bit. It was.
Also, use your brain. Don't give up your brain to AI assistants. Remember to keep thinking about things. Like, don't give up that part of you, please.
What is this brain you speak of? Let's go back to chat then for questions now. I've done the wheel for a little bit, so we'll do some live chat for the next 20 minutes or so, and then we'll get ready for the afternoon session. Another 4 hours with Jonty as well today. So again, yes. Sorry, I know I reminded people of who's on this after. It's the same all week. We should know. What could be classed as a performance-enhancing drug for F1 drivers? Red Bull, Monster Energy. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're not going to get into that. We talked about injecting certain areas yesterday, so we're not, and how that might.
I don't actually know enough about drugs and sports to have a list of what might actually be, useful for any athlete to take. Really, I just don't know.
No. I bring it as far as steroids, but I wouldn't know why.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's about as far as I get. So, Puncake Lena says, "What happened this morning? I was at work, lol." Hey, having a good day, Lena. Good to see you. Well, we all got very excited about Ferrari's new sexy fairground rear wing, which was
sure did.
Which was basically the top flap that normally opens for what we call DRS now flips all the way over. So yeah, we don't. Apparently, they're just testing it. Stuart, you were the fan of favour.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream, I give a demonstration.
So yeah, that was quite a moment. Lewis Hamilton was in the garage with what we thought was an engine change, but he actually had a small issue that was, how did you phrase it? Difficult to reach, I think you said, didn't you, Stuart? Which meant it took a while to fix it.
Yeah, that seemed to be the issue. Must be so annoying when you turn up and like within about 20 minutes you've realised there's something wrong with the car and it's going to take you 3 hours to fix. Like when you had all night to do whatever you wanted to do, and then you don't realise until the morning that something that big is going on.
Yeah, maybe not so bad towards the end of a session sort of thing, but yeah, no, that's. Just trying to think if anything else happened this morning. A lot of lockups at turn 10 and a lot wide at turn 11 and turn 1, but it's nothing, to be honest, nothing overly dramatic, which is good. We got lots of running, lots of laps in. I mean, Norris did 72 laps, Russell 77, Ollie Bearman got 69 laps in. So plenty of lappage out there. Actually, I'll tell you what, I will say, it's good to see Bottas get a good 58 laps in this morning in the end. That's a good number for Cadillac, so hopefully Perez can do the same this afternoon. So it's been a little bit quiet, but lots of running as usual. So but I'll run through the times again in about 20 minutes if you're still here, Lena, and everything. But fastest time is a 1:33.4 from Norris this morning. And I just who's swapping out? Norris, Russell, Bearman, to Leto and Bottas, I believe, swap out. So not quite so many drivers today. So that's the best round of timing tower this afternoon, which is good. Did it make much of a difference, the Ferrari wing? Says Cephas. We don't know. But given that it's really just a test item and not something they're looking to push with at the moment, I'd say that that's something they're going to go away and analyze like crazy. It just looked really cool and funny and weird all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Hamilton only went out for, it says 5 laps on the timing board, but I guess he went out a bit. He went a couple more when we did the start procedure and stuff. So he probably did about 8 laps. He only flipped it around a few times. He never ran at speed. I was looking at the speed traps. He only really reached about 300k, whereas others were getting up to like 340. He was doing some steady runs, really. He never went on a push lap. So there's very little information you can get out of it. And I bet Ferrari won't talk about it.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to get anything out of them.
Drew says, I'm new here. Hey, Drew says, do these chaps have a clue? No. No.
If you want a clue, you got to go somewhere else.
That was a game show, wasn't it? Give us a clue, maybe.
That's a radio show.
Yes.
It's a game show. It's a radio game show.
All we have, Drew, is I've got 30 odd years of watching F1 experience. We're just fans. We're not a Peter Windsor who everyone lauds, for example. So we just chill out as a community.
Peter Windsor, who's easily duped by millionaires time and time again.
Was he involved in the Rich Energy thing, Peter Windsor?
Yeah, like he was basically like the main cheerleader for Rich Energy. He kept having him on his little YouTube show constantly. What was the name of that guy?
William
guy.
Story.
Yeah, his YouTube channel was sponsored by Rich Energy. Like he bought the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, on the Rich Energy thing, I am coming to chat for questions in a minute, don't worry. But on a Rich Energy thing, a lot of people got duped by that, didn't they? When you think about it, he must be very good at talking, because he managed to get an entire F1 team to work on, a livery and call themselves Rich Energy, and to get them to believe that he had all this money and this great product and all this stuff, only for it all to be not complete nonsense, but not entirely accurate. So, it's
mostly phantom.
Yeah, whilst not a good thing, in some ways I sort of feel like, respect is the wrong word, but I kind of think, I guess I almost respect the hustle. It's just turning on like, yeah, I've got this energy drink that's totally mine, and I've branded it with somebody else's logo and just changed it a bit, and I'd like to sponsor your F1 team. How much money have you got? Oh, I've got billions. Wink. Honest. It's quite impressive in that way.
I don't know if I have respect for William Story's hustle rather than I do like the last however many years, it's been clear that like people in charge are so easily duped by people with money. Like you hold a little dollar bill on a stick in front of them and you could make them do anything. Like time would be, and I am of the opinion that I think people's appearance is not indicative of their standing at all. But there would be a time where William Story, kind of appearing as he did, very laid back rock star kind of thing, rolling up, very relaxed. I got a load of money, I'm a cool guy, would not have got in the door of a boardroom. They would have laughed him out. And it's quite interesting that a guy who clearly had no substance behind what he was saying could get the attention of so many people who could make decisions about how their money was spent, and they believed him without... Was he a human AI? Did he just say, I've got a lot of money, you should invest in me, and just made up a load of sources about it, and they didn't check? I think he might have been a human AI.
Wow, why am I considering this?
Yeah, so, and I've seen a lot of people across many fields, let's say. We're not going to turn this into a news and politics program, but who get duped by people who either can talk a lot or have a lot of money and end up pushing people in the wrong direction.
Yes.
And Williams' story is one of those people. I'm glad Haas are away from their embarrassing years when they kept getting tied up into the Mazepin thing as well. That was like, money, we got money. Don't look at anything else. Money. And ended up having to scrape logos off the side of their car during testing.
This has always been this is not the Russian flag. It's always been red, white, and blue. It's the colours of America, damn it. Yeah. Also, Haas just sort of always seemed to get into really bad time. Like the Williams story stuff, fine. They maybe should have been done a bit more research into that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to be a dick about it. I don't know what they did, but like the whole Mazepin thing, whatever your view of them, the timing was just awful for Haas.
Yeah.
They were very unlucky with the timing there because I imagine the money was very good, to be fair. And Gingerfest's teams were desperate. That was pre-cost cap, wasn't it? So Haas were... Well, Gene Haas is a rich man, but I don't think he'd want to put everything into it. But he's got a lot of other stuff going on. But that was the time when your Williams team, your Haas, teams like that, Sauber, of course, just had to take money however they could get it because the sport was so badly optimized financially. It's a phrase I'm using there. So I'll cut them some slack on that, but I think it's great to see Haas. We talked about this yesterday, sort of moving into a more serious team, or feeling like a more serious team. And again, this week and last week, just quietly going about it, getting their laps in, making sure everything's working. Ayo Komatsu's done a great job. It feels like it's starting to feel like a team you want to root for a bit more as well, which
Absolutely.
is good. So I'm happy to see Haas doing that. And I just want to say as well, I saw somebody say, hey Marta, by the way, says, hey guys, good to see you both, S squared. There you go, S squared. I saw somebody say about the Rich Energy livery being pretty... It was Josh. Yeah, it was Josh. Still was a damn good livery in my book. I did like the Rich Energy livery. I just think the gold needed to be more pronounced, but it was a nice livery, the black and the gold, JPS Lotus style. So I'll give them that. Williams did turn into a toothpaste. They did. They had that rocket sponsorship, didn't they? And they had that. We never actually saw that because it was 2020, and they changed it by the time the season started. So we had that blue, white, and red that looked like a Colgate livery. Yeah. We never saw that, really, did we, in the end?
No. I think it's interesting and I think the financial rules have allowed them a bit more stability have helped things. And I think the popularity of F1 changing the teams into their own brands much more strongly, I think, has had an effect. But we're sort of in a period now where actually teams have much more of their own brand identity and color schemes and are more inclined to stick to those than kind of change things up every time they get a new sponsor. I think even Williams, who have been predominantly blue, they would change their color scheme would be based on what their sponsorship was. McLaren have changed what their colors based on what sponsorship was, and so on. I mean, Ferrari have stuck with red because that's Ferrari through and through. But a lot of teams, to flit around. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that even though there was plenty of blue on the car, Williams were white for Martini and stuff. But I think now teams tend to be more like, this is our main color. This is our car. This is our team. We are an orange team. We are a dark blue team. And, we'll put your sponsor colors on in the areas that you're in maybe, but actually teams are much more grounded in who they are and who their identity is. It always was amazing to me that actually Jordan, once they settled into their yellow, felt very strongly about being the yellow team and wouldn't change that for sponsors. In fact, so strongly that Jordan made DHL change their actual logo to yellow so it would fit better on the car. No, I find it interesting. I think it's going to be rarer that we see a car change its entire livery based around a sponsor.
Which makes sense, really, because that's your brand, isn't it? That's your brand identity. So, Ferrari have been doing it for since day dot, haven't they? So it's just Ferrari launch. Oh, it's red. Of course, it's red. A few variations in there, of course. Was it the Jonty says he'll tell me, was the Nart livery blue on the Ferrari? He'll tell me.
The what livery?
The Nart NART. Yeah. I can't. White with blue stripes. That was it. Yeah. So they have done different things, but we remember there was red. But you mentioned DHL there and Jordan, and it got me. That's why I've got a bit off in a weird place. But I remember I did a video with Elizabeth last year about launches, and Eddie Jordan one year having this big do and getting DHL to deliver the new car.
Yes,
in a plane as the reveal. That was it. The North American racing team. I couldn't. It wouldn't. The acronym. Yeah, it wasn't coming to me. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, it was crazy launches over the years, but that was one that Eddie Jordan, I guess, didn't spend much on, because I suppose the sponsorship would have covered that. But at a time when Jordan were really struggling to be like, we're going to launch our livery by having the car brought to you on a plane, seemed like a bit of a waste of money. But there you go. We remember it, so there you go. Let's get some more questions. Then I'm going to ask Stuart if he can stick with you for 2 minutes while I go for a quick break, top my drink up, and then I'll be ready to let him go and free him from this misery.
Sure. Write something in the chat that I can respond to. Otherwise, I'll just be waffling about absolutely nothing.
That's what we do for 4 hours, isn't it? Pretty much. In fairness.
I forgot that blue Ferrari was called Nart. When you said Nart, I was like, what are you talking about? But I did forget that the spiteful blue Ferrari was called that.
Reincarnation, as in re-incarnation. Very cool.
Very nice.
Says, nice to see Chamber. People talk about livery. So CPB says Ferrari, Schumacher's, Marlboro, Vodafone livery. Mercedes 2019 says CPB as well. Has anyone in chat? Oh no, wait. Actually, I'll ask that later. We'll save that for later, because Stuart wants you to put questions in for him for in a couple of minutes' time when I nip off for a quick. Well, for a wee, if you need to know. Drew says, doesn't matter what colour it is, if your rear wing flap doesn't flip inverted, you've got nothing. Which is fair, yeah. I take it you've seen all that then, Drew. Absolutely crazy. I know that we keep saying that Ferrari apparently, reportedly, are saying it's not something they're going to run with for now. It's just a testing thing, but I'd love that to be on the car this season. And if you've got that, and then you've got the Alpine and Audi versions, it's just great to see the innovation. And it'll be so fascinating to see mid-season who's got the more conventional rear wing opening, who's gone the Alpine way, and who goes the Ferrari way. That'd be really, really interesting to see. They're just showing a DRS overtake from Miami last year, and it's quite obvious. I mean, first of all, the flap on the old DRS was sort of a section of the rear wing, wasn't it, rather than the whole rear wing itself, whereas now that upper flap all seems to flip up as one rather than just a section of it randomly. So that's another thing that's different to the conventional DRS, we'll call it. It is genius. It's a lot of fun as well. It's a bit weird, but I that's what I love about F1 is these little moments where someone comes up with something. They've got their we're not calling it a blown diffuser, but probably is what it's doing. And then they've got their rear wing opening. And it's like, yes, Ferrari, but. And Drew's new, so I'll explain it to Drew. I am in a Mercedes shirt, but it's because I really like their merch. I am a Ferrari fan. I need to explain that because it's weird, but it does concern me a little bit, because I remember seeing the 2022 car and going, wow, that's a world beater. And it was for like 4 races. And then it all started going wrong, so I'm not going to get too excited about it, but it is definitely good to see them doing different things on that car. So yeah, the flipping flaps keep flipping about, says Red Raven. That took me ages to say. I'll nip off them just for 2 or 3 minutes, Stuart, and I'll try and mute the right one again so you're not silent to the chat, and I'll be back as quickly as I can, and then I'll let you escape.
Alrighty, I'll be here.
See you in a few.
See you in a sec. I was just looking at CPB, whatever that stands for, listing all their favorite liveries. I've long thought how fascinating it is that cigarette branding, tobacco branding, is so good as car liveries, not just on F1 cars, but kind of other racing cars as well. It's kind of astonishing how good that livery tobacco sponsorship lends itself to liveries. And I'm glad I'm glad we're past tobacco sponsorship. Um, but they did create a nice era of F1 cars. Nowadays, if tobacco was sponsoring F1 cars, they'd all be a dull grey with a picture of someone having a very injurious time uh, due to smoking on it, with a massive warning across the rear wing: smoking causes cancer. And all the cars would look identical. They'd all look like Audis. Audi looks like a cigarette packet, doesn't it? I mean, I guess it depends what country you're in. If you're in Britain, cigarette packets are now all grey with a warning on and no branding at all. And that's kind of what Audi looks like. Maybe that's what they were modeling after. Maybe they wanted to have a classic tobacco livery, um, but for the modern age. I can see my name in the chat in orange. Anthony says, sounds like Aston Martin's development during the year is better than their development out of it. Thoughts on Aston? We spoke a little bit about Aston yesterday. And I think my opinion is, and it's not a wild opinion, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time to bed in. They're making a lot of changes, and we got Adrian Newey, who brought his ideas to the table quite late, obviously, because he was on gardening leave. And he's building a team and doing some shuffling. So I think, and what he tends to do is bring in ideas that have a very, very narrow window of, like, a high ceiling, but a narrow window of performance. So it's going to take a little while to iron all that out and get that working well. And also Honda, I think, are having their own little problems. So several things at once need to come together. And I think they know the first half of the season is going to be heavy on development in an aim to salvage some of the rest of the year. Jonty's talking about the 1995 Players Andretti kart. I wasn't the follower of IndyCar or kart or IRL or all the things that it has been over the years. But I'm sure some of you will be. See, my issue is I don't follow a lot of other motor racing anymore. I follow Formula 2, Formula 1, and I have an eye on Formula E, but I sort of forget anything about Formula E in terms of what's going on season to season, so race to race. So I'll turn on the latest E-Prix and be like, oh yeah, who's doing what? I can't. So it's sort of very, very casual on that front. Oh, Sean appeared and then disappeared again. What a tease. Nicotine products could come back. We have Zyn and Velo. That's true, but they don't have strong branding in the way that cigarette packets used to have. And I'm interested to how long vaping products last in advertising, considering the more we learn about them, the more they seem to be like have similar bad effects to smoking anyway. So they might not last a long time in advertising. And Sean is back, and I can stop waffling.
I was I heard you mention Formula E, and I was just like, oh, I need to clean my glasses. That's why I went away again, and I've still got a smudge, and it's it's driving me mad. But I can't bother to keep doing it. You search for Formula E, and I always say, I don't really follow it. I used to try, but and I know it's something I can easily Google, but when I want to watch F1, I know it's on Sky Sports F1. I know that the name of the channel helps, but Formula E, 1 week it might be on, is it ITV that have got the rights now? 1 week it might be on the main channel, then it's on 4, then it might be on 3, then sometimes it's TNT, but it's so often TNT 4, or just like, I can't be arsed. I don't hate Formula E, but I don't enjoy it enough to spend so much time having to try and find it.
Yeah.
So they're not very good at communicating that, but I think that's a gripe you've had for a while, actually, to be fair. I think Hazel as well, big gripe on that one.
It's been an issue for a long, long time. It's moved around a lot in terms of where it's broadcast, and it changes. It's very unclear about weekend on week. Actually, like at the moment, if you go on ITVX, which is sort of like the iPlayer of ITV, the race will always be on live. I think qualifying will be as well. I don't watch qualifying because qualifying is too long now. Qualifying takes about an hour and a half. They have a very long-winded structure. But yeah, you can normally find it on ITVX live, but it doesn't advertise itself well. It did make itself kind of really obscure. There was a whole year when I didn't watch it because I went to TNT, and I'm like, I'm not paying for TNT just to watch Formula E. Yeah, Yeah, it has a lot of problems. I'll tell you what it does have though. It does like an asymmetrical livery.
Yes.
A lot of teams enjoy a nice asymmetrical livery on Formula E. So if that's what you want from your racing, that's where you should go.
I you know, I know you pay for other sports as well, but I think I pay £24 a month for Sky Sports, which is all their channels, so that's all the football and everything else, and obviously Formula One. I think TNT Sports is about £30, and I'm not willing to pay £30 just predominantly for Formula E. It's not that good.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit pricey, really. It's all paywalls now, though.
If you do want to watch the odd one, it is quite interesting because they've so in Formula E, I mean, everything about energy conservation and deployment that we've been talking about in terms of these new rules in F1 is just that's all that Formula E is about. It is about managing your power and energy over the course of a race, and that's the essence of it. That's, you know, if you like that, it's just that then you'll enjoy it. It's very strategy based in that regard. But it has a thing called attack mode where you sort of go offline to kind of activate it, and it lasts. You do it twice, 8 minutes total over the whole race, and you can divide that up. So you can do 2 minutes and then 6 minutes, or 4 minutes and 4 minutes, or whatever. But attack mode in the last couple of seasons is wildly powerful. It goes into full 4-wheel drive. The power output is much stronger than anyone in normal mode. So you sort of have this kind of back and forth of people being able to overtake like crazy and then having to defend when people behind them start taking attack mode. It sort of added a really interesting dynamic to race. I guess you can think of it as like overtake mode, but like in a much bigger way. And I think when Gen 4 comes in, I think it's going to be very, very powerful and have a long range. And I think it's going to be interesting. But it's sort of Formula E tried to kind of refine its feet every couple of years as well and try and do something new. And it also does a lot of it's trying really hard to be interesting when actually I think it can just let the racing do its talking rather than kind of have too many gimmicks.
Yeah. I also found with Formula E in its early years, it kept trying to pitch itself against F1, didn't it? It was like almost like they were trying to force a rivalry, and it was just like back to that Mad Men thing in the lift. Well, I didn't think about you at all. It's kind of that kind of thing a little bit, but no offense to Formula E, of course. It's fine for what it is, but
I think it needs to stand on its own 2 feet, which it well can do. There's plenty of interesting things if it kind of focused on that and stopped going mad. And I think Purple Zebra in the comments is right. Formula E is sometimes good racing, but the series is run by clout goblins who only seem to care about social media views. And it's true. Just like it's very, if you stop thinking about it in terms of Formula One, and it's also a lot less argy-bargy than it was, it is interesting in the way that WEC is interesting and nothing like Formula One. You're like, it's its own thing. It works in a very different way. And if you're interested in seeing a different form of racing, then it's fine and interesting. It just gets in its own way a lot.
I agree. Listen, Formula E. I wonder if they'll listen to us like the FIA do. Well, I'll let you go then, Stuart. Thank you very much for the morning. I look forward to tomorrow, actually, and seeing what statements we get this afternoon that confirm what we've been saying all day. That's going to be a lot of fun. So you heard it here first again. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow. I remember it's tomorrow at 8 a.m. Again, that's your company is greatly appreciated, as always.
I will be here. Bye for now, everyone. Enjoy Jonty, and I hope the afternoon is interesting.
Hopefully. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Let's put that up while I get sorted. Thank you very much to Stuart. An absolute pleasure, as always. Jonty will be with us very shortly. I'm just going to run through the morning times before we bring Jonty in, and then we'll go from there. So let's kick off with the fastest time this morning as the session is underway for the afternoon. 1:33.453 from Lando Norris, who did 72 laps. Max Verstappen at 1:33.584 did 56 laps. George Russell at 1:34.111 did 77. I'll go through tyres shortly. We've already done them already once, so we'll come back to those shortly. Bortoleto 1:35.263, 29 laps. Ollie Bearman 69 laps, 1:35.279 and a 1:35.506 for Colin Pinto, who did 54 laps. Liam Lawson 1:36.959, 27 laps. Fernando Alonso 40 laps in the morning, 1:37.472. Lewis Hamilton 7 laps now. He's out on track immediately. He had I've forgotten how he worded it now already. A small issue that was difficult to get to. That's why he had to spend a bit of time in the garage. Valtteri Bottas, 58 laps of 140.193. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Your company is massively appreciated this week, and obviously it'd be even better to keep you with us going forward. We've got a lot to come. Live all day again tomorrow, 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. GMT, and then of course all sorts of season quali watch-alongs, race reactions, midweek live streams, lots of videos as well. So much planned for this channel for 2026, and can't wait to share it all with you. So please do subscribe if you're new, and drop a like on the stream, so that'd be greatly appreciated. Also, you can support the channel through memberships, through Patreon, and also in a more short term, you can support the channel by Buy Me a Coffee over on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you very much to those who've already done that in the last couple of days, and through Super Chats as well. So thank you for your support. But as always, we always try and get to chat as much as possible. So if you don't want to, or you can't support with a super chat, that's absolutely fine. You're not being ignored. We'll still come to you. We're not going to be one of those channels that only read super chats. So yeah, thank you very much for everything. And I saw somebody say, I'll keep doing this week, and then that's it. I promise after Friday, no more talk about it. Somebody did say, is it Hanno Coatsy says that just saw your video on F1 Word and came here straight away. Thank you very much. Appreciate that support. And yes, again, apologies that didn't go out sooner. And thank you to everyone who has followed over in the last, well, it's less than 48 hours, isn't it? And we've yeah, nearly 900 more subs. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your continued support. I'm going to try and bring Jonty in now. Hopefully everything will work. That is the plan. I mean, probably not. You know my bloody luck with all of this. So let's see how we go. So we'll do that first. I've just run an ad so people don't have to endure me doing all of this. It seems like the right way to do it. And hopefully, is this that should have. We have Jonty, so that's good.
Yeah, and we have you.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why does that? I promise you that only works for you. That will not work when Stuart's on. That virtual cam thing. What's Stuart doing that we don't know about? I'll have a word. Yeah. How Discord. Are you, Jonty?
I'm not too bad, actually. Bit of a chest infection or something starting, but it's fine. We'll keep going.
We'll muddle through. Hope it don't get too bad for you, mate.
Yeah.
We'll muddle through. Yeah. But yeah, we've got...
I was going to have a I was going to have a shave, but then I couldn't be bothered.
That's all right. You don't have to shave. What have you? I'm going to come straight to you and ask you the question. It's on screen on TV now. What have you made of the Ferrari rear wing shenanigans?
I love it. It's great. It's completely mad. Absolutely insane. This is exactly what we want in Formula One.
This is Formula One.
Yeah. It really is bizarre. I'm just trying to think of what other benefits they can possibly get from this. You know, there has to be a reason. We've talked about this so many different things, you know, with the party modes and DAS and flexi wings, this, that, and the other. They will only do it if there's a benefit.
Yeah.
But there's got to be something.
And
they would have found that benefit in CFD long, and probably wind tunnel long before they got to this point.
The beautiful thing about Formula One as well is that, and particularly teams like Ferrari are quite secretive with stuff like this. Generally speaking, don't talk about it a lot. The benefit we think they're getting, it might not even be that. There might be something else that they're doing with it. So I can't wait. Yeah. As I said, Stuart, I can't wait to see, as we get to the mid-season, who goes with the conventional slot gap, who goes with the Alpine one, and who, if Ferrari were to run it, go with the Ferrari one, if that's something they stick with later in the season. It's going to be the development war this year is going to be mad anyway. But yeah. I didn't think we'd be talking about, let's call them DRS slot gaps, quite as much as we are this year.
I mean, how far can they take this? Is it possible to do it with the front?
Oh, God. Just rotating... rotating main plane, why not? It's, I guess, in theory possible. I mean, I didn't think you could do that with a rear wing, but it's great to see. And I know what Ferrari could be like, and I almost hope, and I'm sure they didn't, that it was an accident that they stumbled upon. Like, oh, that's not supposed to do that. Wait a minute, that's a great idea, especially if, as you theorised in chat, Jonty, if they can couple it somehow with the blown diffuser, we're calling it, which isn't a blown diffuser. If there's a way to put the two together. Yeah.
Warner says the rules say no for the front. So
what?
Was that to bed?
Oh, Warner's ends.
That's a bit boring. I want to see both. I want to see all of the wings just flipping over and looking bigger, like an angry cat.
Yeah. I wonder if I could see that being something the FIA have a look at when they've resolved all the other issues they've got to look at first. I think, I think that's something they might look at, along with that potential bodywork blowing exhaust thing.
I mean, are there regulations for the rear wing? And is it another loophole they've found because it just goes the other direction? Like, say they mandate going in this axis, the range of movement's limited to X amount. So they've just gone the opposite axis because there's no mandate for it.
Could be.
That's the kind of thing that I would expect a Formula One team to do.
Yeah.
Like you said, we can only move it 50 millimeters up, but you didn't say anything about down or clockwise, anti-clockwise, whichever.
I think, who was it said in chat earlier? Something along the lines of, it's not what the rules say you can't do, it's what the rules don't say you can't do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. I love this sport. It's things like that, and DAS is why I love these testing streams, because you get a genuine holy mother effing shit reaction. I'll never forget the DAS stream. That was it. It blew our minds. It's like, did that steering wheel just move? He's pulled it out. Is that broken? And that was it. And that was it for 3 days. That's all people heard about was DAS. Even to the point where, if you remember, Jonty, we were calling Al DAS. I forgot what it was called. We were calling him Al Dual Axis Suspension, weren't we?
Yeah.
When he was on. So yeah, that's how that went.
It was Mark Priestley that found it, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mark Priestley spotted it, then tweeted it, and everyone exploded. And we just happened to be live at the time. So the chances are we were the first to actually show and talk about it on YouTube. Yeah.
It wasn't great analysis because we just kept going, what?
What?
But it was still analysis. What's going on with Hamilton, says Lee. So Hamilton this morning had again, I keep trying to frame it the right way, a small problem that was difficult to get to. So that's why he missed quite a lot of sessions. So it wasn't like a major issue, but it just took a lot of taking bits apart, which is why they had to put the screens up. So they had to take bits of the car apart just to get to this one little thing that needed fixing. So only did the officially 5 laps, technically 7 with all the start stuff at the end. But now he's out there circulating already. So nothing serious, but it cost him a lot of time. Callum says that was 6 years ago, Das.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was yesterday. Shut up. I'm not having this anymore. We can't have this. I'm still not sure what's going on with these tyres as well, by the way. We've got these test tyre things again. I guess some are just... Maybe teams are allowed to run some without markings for some reason, but there's no rule that says a dog can't drive an F1 car, says Purple Zebra.
Yeah. Group.
Baxter? I don't think he'd be... I don't think he'd cope with it.
I mean, go back far enough in the past, that's how you ended up with the Tyrrell P34. There wasn't a rule that said only 4 wheels. So they just went, oh, fine, we'll do this then. And then even, much later, it was in Schumacher era with the Ferrari. I can remember them testing, I think it was 4-wheel steer, which then got banned. Because there wasn't a rule that said only 2 wheels can have the axis changed. And then that was the same rule that had to be then amended for DAS to say that there can only be sort of one set axis of turning.
Sorry, I'm not ignoring you, and I'm not trying to put that out. I was trying to think of something sort of pre F1 testing streams, the pre F1 word era, that we would have seen in, obviously not testing, so they didn't broadcast it, but we'd have seen in, magazines and online and on YouTube, or something from testing that maybe was as mind-blowing as that, and I can't... I mean, I guess if we'd had testing broadcast, things like the X-wings and the stupid wing on the nose would have blown our minds, but I can't think of anything that was... I mean, it wasn't mechanical, but you know what I mean, with the steering wheel with DAS, that sort of thing that really made us go, wow.
2 left feet with Williams' infinite gear.
Yeah.
Because I haven't really looked into that very much. I assume it was just an incredibly high-tech modern CVT.
Yeah, 2 left feet says the extra brake pedal on the McLaren. I was just thinking that one. That's where I get my Ron Dennis line from. The F-duct. Yes, the F-duct. That's a good shout, Callum. That's a very good shout, the F-duct, when all of a sudden it's just like, put your hand there. Why are they doing that? Why? Or their knee.
Yeah, I still get annoyed by that. Everyone was using it. It was fine. It was safe, apart from Ferrari, who said, oh, we'll have the driver take the hand off the wheel to do it. Around corners at 190 miles an hour.
It's, that was dangerous and stupid, but also, again, brilliant innovation, and that's what we want to see. And again, that Ron Dennis quote is why I don't like most of the protests we get. Teams should stop protesting and rise to the technical challenge. That is the pinnacle of motorsport. It's an engineering sport. It's about innovation. It's about just do it. Design stuff. If it's dangerous, sort it, ban it. But otherwise, have fun. Go on, Newey, have fun. But don't build that Aston Martin again.
Walrus was the Williams nose thing going on, which still to this day wildly divides fan opinion.
Well, like
whether it was good or bad.
I hated it at the time, but when I look back at the pictures, I do go, "That's quite cool." Actually,
I like it now.
Yeah, yeah. It's I agree. Yeah, my opinions changed with the Walrus nose. But then I know they were stupid. But I did like the X-wings that we looked at yesterday and stuff like that. So I don't mind. I did when they were done properly, not like the Ferrari ones that we showed. They were dreadful. But the Tyrrell ones looked quite cool for what they were. But they weren't safe. They were getting ripped off on fuel hoses or on airlines and everything, weren't they? Not fuel hoses, airlines in pit stops and stuff. So just watching again, that Aston Martin front wing still looks flat, which either they're still testing whatever they were testing, or that's just how it looks to be designed. It might be a trick of the camera, but it looks like they've got straight mode activated all the time on the front wing. Yeah,
it doesn't. Did it pop up? It did pop up. It's just a really low
yeah, no, you're right. Yeah,
wing.
It is. It does look flat though, doesn't it? Even when it's not. It's just a low profile. Yeah, you're right.
Well, the rear wing's pretty skinny on it as well. For Bahrain.
It's a low downforce.
Now, is this a case of that wild body is producing a hell of a lot of downforce so they can get away with skinnier wings?
Maybe.
I don't know.
It'd be very newy, wouldn't it? That sort of thing.
It would. I mean, that was one of the elements of the Vettel years. The car was making so much downforce that they could get away with skinnier wings, so it was also super quick down the straights when the Renault worked.
When the Renault worked. Well, that takes us back to Horner and the a beat ball fallings out, doesn't it? We were talking about this morning.
Was
great. They were just like, they just didn't like it, and it wasn't like a. I feel like maybe people will laugh in my face at this, but I feel like Toto Wolff and Christian Horner probably could sit down for a beer and have a chat. I don't think you could get Horner and a beat ball in the same room without something being said. And I think that was genuine dislike. I think there is still a level of respect between Horner, or there was between Horner and Wolff, but I really think there'd be murder. I'm bored with the Audi. I think
it looks like the
first time I'm bored with the Audi.
It looks like the Aston's doing more laps though. How many laps have been done today by Alonso?
He's on 47 now. His current stint is a 6th lap on the hard. They might be from the morning session. It might be fewer than that. But his longest stint today is 11 on the mediums. On a medium, we'll say.
Improvement from yesterday.
Yeah. Massive improvement.
Which is saying a lot.
At least he's not in the gravel either just yet. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Although apparently that was a car failure, Jonty. Aston Martin said. Yeah. I did have the press release somewhere.
Okay. Sure, how it's a car failure.
Find it.
I mean, it can be the car being unsettled or something, but a failure seems odd. To behave like that, it could be like a brake on one side or something.
There's nothing in the press release that says it. Maybe it was a media thing that said it, but working through gearbox learning runs was Alonso yesterday. Power unit related issue brought this session to the end. That was Alonso yesterday. Lance Piano will focus on power unit understanding. Complete 26 laps. Fernando will be back in the car tomorrow. Yeah, nothing on why that was. I just look. Here's a message for people who use bots for emails. If you want me to use your sexy new AI service to make thumbnails, or you want to design thumbnails for me, don't start your email with "your thumbnails suck." Do you want to know how to make better ones? Because you go straight in the junk and you're told to piss off. How about you try "hi" or "dear Sean" or just something, not just come straight in with "your thumbnails suck." They probably do, but you know what? I'm making myself in a template, so at least I can say that. So that's something. I can't stand emails that immediately insult you and then expect you to take their product on, and you're like, nah. Not that I'd use AI for a thumbnail. I'd just get. I'd always try and do it myself, or I'd just message Lewis, yep. Help. How do I make this transparent? I keep telling you cut it out, you idiot. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Although I do it the hard way, I will say that one. So yeah, Yinka says my grandma made those thumbnails. It's true. They tried to compensate the Honda engine with a skinny wing, says a Yinka as well. That's
that could well be a big part of it.
They did say low hanging fruit for marginal gains, didn't they? So maybe that's one of them. We're watching that rear wing again now on that front. Oh, I think, have they got a more? No, it needs. Oh, they've gone picture in picture. Bug off. Stop splitting your screens, guy. Let's have a look at.
It was a great big close up slow mo view.
Is that
honestly where the pivot points are?
I think it's a more conventional rear wing opening this time. It's opening like old DRS rather than flipping all the way over, I think. So
yes,
yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. He was using the all the way flipped over one at the start of the afternoon. So, I guess I was wondering how many settings you could put into your car for your rear wing, but I suppose as many as you want. I guess positions for it, or positions for the rear wing rather than car.
Oh, there's a big point of difference between them. With the one that flips all the way over, the actuation must be on the pivots at the end. It hasn't got the pod in the middle. The little arm that flips up. That'll save a bit of drag. And a bit of weight, possibly, depending on what actuation they're going with.
I'm watching the rear wing. People are like, this is really thrilling content, Sean. But I'm just watching the rear wing to see what it does. Sorry.
It's just a boring normal one now.
Yeah, that's dull. Boo. Boo. I always try to avoid dead air, but sometimes I'm very conscious because I'm very conscious when I go quiet and nobody says anything. I'm like, great content, Sean. Well done. Just by the way, on the Sky split screen, I have no problem with Sky using a split screen if they're showing us something. But I know what Isack Hadjar looks like. I don't need to see him sat at the pit wall looking the other way while they interview him. I know what he looks like. Come on. Same with when he goes to the pit wall. They're like, we've got Zach Brown in the pit wall, and then practice track footage goes that big, and then Zach Brown's in your face. I know what Zach Brown looks like. Stop it. Antonelli jumps up to 4th place, 134.523, 6 laps so far. For him, he is on the C3 tyre at the moment. So
yeah, Zach Brown looks like a person. Can't stand him. Sorry.
No, what you can't stand him, but you also I know what really grates with you is the fake cheering that he does, but waits for the camera to be on him before he does it. I'm going to eat a quaver. Hang on.
It's ironically cringe to use the term, but it's cringe.
Sorry, I had to eat a quaver. They're bloody addictive, them crisps are. Anyway. Oh, that's better. That's my whole food for today is a little bowl of quavers. That's it. Until tea time.
Normal quavers or the Red Leicester ones?
True, absolute truth. Audi's curls, because they're considerably cheaper. I was trying to sound posh. I'm still on the quavers, lads. It's all good.
Although I am a weirdo, I really like the prawn cocktail quavers.
I like Skips prawn cocktail, aren't they? Skips are prawn. I like anything prawn cocktail, really.
Yeah.
It's the content. It's the content you're here for. Don't deny it, chat. Don't deny it. Crisp talk. We're watching Liam Lawson. What's he done today? 34 laps so far. Still circulating on the C3 tyre. Stuart agrees with us, Jonty. Those white wheel rims are fantastic. So
yeah, it looks
that's
great.
Good. But I'll spin the wheel in a bit as well. By the way, I'm hoping we've got to get a more entertaining afternoon. But yeah, they're not chips; they're crisps. I'm not having it. Chips are the long potato things that you can fry, although they're fries, you could argue.
I've not had the prawn cocktail Watsits, but I am a big fan of normal Watsits, where you just put it on your tongue and then just slowly squash it against the roof of your mouth. It's great.
It sounds almost sadistic. Die, what's it?
Although the best sort of mazy snack type crisps ever were the cream and cheesy knickknacks. Well, I'll hear nothing against them.
I never had them. Never tried them, to be honest. I was going to say, can we cut to Alonso, please? We've got Alonso and Hamilton close together on the driver tracker, but actually, now that we've cut to them, there's quite a gap. But yeah, I was hoping we might see a bit of movement. And on board with Alonso following Hamilton would be nice. So we see a bit of movement on that car, see what the dirty air, if it is called, what turbulent air is doing. Would be pretty cool. But we're watching Liam Lawson on board. Little lockup. I've seen a lot of that this week. Lockups into turn 1 and 10 and that. But I think that is just your typical testing stuff. I'm sure they'll sort that by the time we get to Bahrain. Where are we? So we're Australia, China back to back, nothing. Japan, nothing, and then Bahrain, Saudi back to back, aren't we? So
yeah.
Then Miami, then nothing for 3 weeks, and then Canada, and then they'll moan at the end of the season. They've got nowhere to squeeze the races in, so they have to do them double and triple headers all the way.
I'm really glad that Ferrari have come out with this mad rear wing and the little flap as well, because I was getting a bit concerned because the body-wise, certainly around the nose, the engine cover, side pods, it looks very basic compared to all the other cars. There's really not a lot going on there. So it's good that they've come out with something wild.
Thing is that
just to keep that hopium going for all the Ferrari fans.
Given that we were sort of a little bit unimpressed with the Ferrari initially, and now we've got this weird rear wing they can use, and then we've got this potentially blown bodywork thing. If I feel like out of all the teams, if anyone's going to turn up tomorrow with something big that shocks us all, it's them. Because it seems to be them doing this year. So it does look a little bit boring around the side pods. But what if they rock up tomorrow morning with a zero pod? They'd have to hope nothing goes wrong, because they'd have to have a lot of laps on Friday. But, you know, I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying, what if? It seems. I think it's likely that most would have gone with something radical today if they were changing things. But yeah,
who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Well, I'm trying to work out the gap.
I would like something else from anyone that's just a bit wild and different.
Yeah, 3 weeks Miami to Canada. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that was right on that. Was 3 weeks Miami to Canada, which is a choice. Weather related.
What's in the middle?
Nothing. F1 wise, nothing. I thought you meant F1 wise.
Where's Monaco then?
Monaco is after Canada now. It's been moved to June. Yeah. It's back to back with Spain.
Oh.
Spain won.
I mean, that makes a bit more sense, you know, geographically.
Yeah, it's just that 3 week gap between Miami and Canada. And I said this morning, I know they can't bring Canada forward because of the weather, because of the climate, and they can't really push Miami back because of the climate. But it's frustrating that they can't. They can, but won't.
They can move the pair of them by 1 week Canada 1 week further back, Miami 1 week later. Then they're back to back, and it's only a 1 week gap either side. Problem solved.
But people keep telling me that even if you move Canada 1 week forward, you're into like a snowy season or something, and that's going to be really cold and difficult. But then I think to myself, what difference can a week make? Bearing in mind we live in a country that, yes, gets cold in the winter, but pretty static for a climate, isn't it? It doesn't really do an awful lot of anything. It just rains all the time. So I suppose I won't understand that. Verstappen's just gone fastest, by the way, 33.444 on it doesn't say on the timing screen what tyre, 61 laps. So it's Montreal in May. It's not that cold, says Connor. Well, you'd be looking, you'd move it to the 17th.
Going from
to.
Yeah. 17th of May. It's not the middle of 3 feet of snow season. I mean, I know, yes, Canada's colder, even though Montreal's further south than we are. I'm passing the message on that I often get in chat and comments when I bring it up, that you can't move Canada any more earlier into the year than that. But I don't live in Canada, so I'd like to. Once the world settles down a bit, I'd love to emigrate to Canada. Yeah,
go over there and steal their jobs. Or just keep doing this in Canada, eh? I'd quite enjoy that.
Nova Scotia. Go and get a job digging on Oak Island.
Just anywhere. And I want to live somewhere where they get proper snow, not 2 snowflakes and the whole country has to shut down. Oh, Oscar Piastri, big. You'll get it in a minute, Jonty. Big moment at the super fast turn 12. Caught that nicely. The off-board will look pretty good, I imagine, as well. Swings it in.
Right.
Big snap. Corrects it nicely. Runs off, but he's okay. Not something that's all that dramatic on a race weekend, but in testing, that's about as exciting as it gets. Apart from flappy rear wings. Good catch from Oscar. No concern on the pit wall. Where is Piastri? 15th.
Yeah, those are the ones that if you get unlucky, if you catch it and it decides to snap the other way, that's when it gets really difficult.
Gingerfest wants to move to Ireland, but not sure how well I find work. Oh, I quite like Ireland. I wouldn't mind moving to Ireland. It's not too far away either. Yeah. Again, wait for the world to calm down, if it ever does.
Go north, it's colder. As long as I've got a fire, I don't care.
I very much prefer the cold to the hot.
If you're cold, you can get warm.
Exactly.
You can put on more clothes. You can get under a blanket. You can put heating on. If you're hot, unlucky unless you've got thousands for aircon.
Yeah. I wish I had aircon for the summer. But the problem is that installing proper aircon in your home is not worth it in the UK for 2 days that are hot. It's just not worth the investment, is it? So you just get a big fan or a portable aircon thing just to keep you cool. A decent one, obviously. Bernie Collins is smart as heck, in my opinion. I love her segments. Agree. I think Bernie Collins is the best addition. Yeah. Fantastic. Actually knows about strategy rather than just guessing. She knows how teams operate in that. And because, to your point, Jonty, about drivers, because she was working in F1 up until recently, her knowledge is more relevant, which is good as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah, I mean, she was working at Aston until 24? 23?
I think it was 3. I listened to a book. You think I'd... you think I remember. I think it was 23. I believe.
Yeah, I mean, even more than a driver pundit. She knows what she's talking about. I mean, you could have a driver from 2 or 3 years ago, their input on how the strategy's done and how the team's working in the garage is not going to be as relevant as Bernie's. Because they're in the car.
Yeah.
They drive the thing. They will know a lot more than we do, but nowhere near as much as Bernie would.
Connor says 2022, Bernie left Aston, so that was a bit further back than I thought. Yeah. I keep forgetting we're in 26, so I've fully expected my first preview recording to start with, welcome to the 2025 Australian Grand Prix instead of 26. We'll see how we go. It's nice to have a knowledgeable woman, says Annette. I think in terms of the female pundits, I think Sky have got a good mix apart from one who appears to have disappeared, thankfully. But I think, a lot of people don't like Naomi Schiff, but I do. I like her input. No, she never drove an F1 car in anger around a race, but fortunately not many women have. But I think her insights from other motorsports are really good. I think Bernie Collins is fantastic. I think Natalie Pinkham and Rachel Brooks as presenters are very, very good. I don't like, I'll be honest, I don't like Rachel Brooks in commentary in practice, but not because I prefer Crofty, but because I feel like she just interviews like Karun Chandok and Ant Davison rather than commentates with them. But I don't know how much of that is just my brain associating Rachel Brooks's voice with the pen where she interviews drivers. So it might just be that, but I don't feel like it's like a proper commentary as such. But then it's also nice not to have somebody just screaming like Crofty does. So, there's always
I always
that.
used to like Rosanna Tennant covering F2 as well.
Yeah.
Although we did get a gloriously funny moment because she's not a small lady. Rosanna Tennant's something like 6'2", 6'3" or something.
Something like that, yeah.
So we had her doing the actual podium interviews when they were on the podium, and I think it was Yuki or Tadasuke Makino who would come second, and she was taller than them, and she was standing on the floor, and they were on the podium. And she didn't have heels on either. That's a really awkward picture.
Nico Hulkenberg has just got to 5th place. I know I did the accent. In his Audi, not a Ferrari, 134.684 on the C3 tyre. So good luck there from Hug. Good to actually, I know at times again in testing, don't read too much into it, but it's nice to see Audi a bit further up the timing tower today. So maybe they're just starting to ramp up the speed a little bit. Also, Max giving a shout out to Jolyon Palmer. Being a brilliant analyst. He only did 30 odd races, but they weren't back in the 90s. Yeah, I think Jolyon Palmer's. It's I know VPNs exist before anyone says it, but I can't ever find a reliable one. And I'm sure Jonty will send me a link in a minute going this one because I'd love F1 TV just for Jolyon Palmer.
Yeah. Oh, and DJ Red Raven, Che Adams, brilliant. Covering IMSA and MX5s. There's something. Did you watch the MX5s?
Me? Or chat?
Yes.
I watched the first 2 races, but couldn't watch the third one because I was out.
Yeah.
But I watched
around
the first
Daytona.
2 races. Yeah, around Daytona.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
They're nuts.
Yeah, it's awesome.
How are more people not in the wall? That's what I can't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all. Everyone in chat, you should be watching the MX5 Championship. It's all on YouTube for free. They are nutters. And it's literally like 30, 25, 30 cars within 8 seconds front to back.
They are. I mean, I say nose to tail. In some cases, they are quite literally nose to tail. They are rubbing
3 or 4 wide.
Bonkers. Also, as I said to you in that message, Jonty, that time, I love that track limits is there.
Suggestion.
But it's not as heavily policed, so it is more of a suggestion than a rule. The Aston rear wing open is quite a bit wider than I realised earlier, by the way. This is the rear wing testing streams this year. It was DAS the other year. It's rear wings this year. Big lock up though at turn 8 for Fernando.
Yeah, the more I think about that Ferrari wing and the fact that it's actuated in the end plates, with the concerns that there has been over the power deployment, regen, what have you, I'm more and more thinking that it's just getting rid of that bump in the middle for a little bit less drag. Everything just minimizing drag. Because that actuator you can see on the Aston there is quite a sizable thing.
Yeah.
Even when it's smoothed off and rounded, it's still a fair chunk.
What isn't sizable, and I've not really looked at the Aston properly, but what isn't sizable is the side pod. Are we still calling that an undercut, or are we just calling that a tube?
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying yesterday. It's literally just a shelf.
Yeah.
At an angle.
It's almost a pipe rather than a side pod, isn't it? I wasn't really able to watch properly yesterday, but we're getting some proper footage of them now.
If you look at
let's go get a picture.
How tight it is underneath that. You think about what's got to be in there. You've got the ice in there. You've got the battery pack in there. Gearbox. Loads and loads of hosing and hydraulics and everything has got to be routed through that. And then in side pod, you're going to have... is it 4 or 6 radiators? If you have the water radiator, you've got hydraulic. There'll be an intercooler for the turbo. There's got to be at least 6 radiators in there.
I've gone to get a picture for the doodle board. I can't show footage, but if I can get photos into Doodle on, I will do. It's better than nothing, isn't it? So we'll remove that tornado image. Whoa. That riled me up.
Trying to get a good view from the nose on from the Aston. Because I think you can actually see through to the diffuser from you can see all the way around the undercut to the diffuser. That's how narrow it is. So it's narrower than the inside of the wheel track.
Yeah.
Which is mad.
I'm off over to the doodle board. It's happening.
Oh dear.
That's the so I'm just spotting. Not a great image for it. I'll do my best with this, but
you need a 3/4 view or
it just sort
1/4 view.
Going to draw the line. It's sort of just that, and that's probably exaggerated. That's probably even narrower than that, but it's almost not a side pod. It's just so. I need to get a proper pen and not a mouse. I can't draw with a mouse. But yeah,
I have one of those. Go on CX, you can get one for like 20 quid.
Yeah. They're not expensive, are they? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just how narrow that is. Or how thin, or whatever you want to call it. It just is. I know the Red Bull always had a really, really aggressive undercut under Newey, didn't it? Or not under Newey, but on the car when Newey was designing it.
But the side pod on the top accounted for that.
Yeah.
It still went quite wide over it.
But this
quite far back.
But
the top's low as well.
Flows down with it, doesn't it? That's a really bad lie, but you get the point. It's that area there. Kind of bonkers, really. I just spotted I was watching it on the live feed, and we're looking at the Ferrari now, and you can see the bump where that would be on the Aston, but they've still got everything underneath it and the side pod above it. Whereas this is just you're right, a shelf. It's not a very level shelf, but it's a shelf, which is just crazy, fascinating.
I'd be really interested to see if there could be like a section sliced through the car for each of the cars. Say at the bulkhead between back of the driver and where the fuel cell is, just to show like the profile of how mad the side pods are. Because Aston's, it would just look like the letter T.
Yeah. We're getting a replay of the active aero rear wing on the Ferrari again. I could watch this all bloody day. It is so nuts. And it feels
but
so
you can see what I mean now.
Ferrari,
the whole actuation element in the middle is completely gone. Hang on. Go on. There's your good point. Roll over. Come on, there's your good car.
you'd need the actuator if you're only doing a partial opening, wouldn't you? So you couldn't have like that rear wing that Ferrari have there open like a more standard DRS without the actuator there. Is that right? Or could you do it without it?
Oh, you could do it. You could do it the same way. It's probably a case of no one's actually bothered to think about it until someone went, hang on a minute.
Connor's made a good
point. And we're able
to
just get rid of that.
When that flips over, it does look very like the F2 wing, doesn't it? The way it sort of curves up in the middle.
I hate that.
I know you do. That's why I mentioned it.
The only good thing about that Formula 2 wing is it looks like a peacock spider when they're doing their little dance.
Yeah.
Such an ugly car. I'm sorry, it really is. I think the front wing's worse on the F2 car, though. Because it's like there's a narrow, square bit of functional wing, and then they've just added the little flicks so it looks like a Formula One car.
Yeah.
That don't do anything at all except break off and cause yellow flags.
Just checking out any super chat. Sorry, I'm all right. Sorry. I thought I'd missed one, but I hadn't. I got Thomas in the end, didn't I? So that's okay. Yeah, but the trouble is with this Ferrari thing now, all the other rear wings look really boring apart from the Alpine. And even that's old news now. Keep up. We need something new. ASAP. But yeah, well, let's.
What we're going to have next is like hinges like halfway up the end plates, so they just go like that, and then both the planes drop.
I was going to say, should we have a spin of the wheel for the last 15 minutes of this first hour?
Well, I was going to address. Someone asked somewhere. Who was it? Was it Red Raven? Yeah. Just curious about the active aero. If it fails, will it be a meatball? I mean, you have to think, it's a safety issue.
Big safety issue.
Can't just carry on. Can't just carry on if it sticks open. We know what happens when drag reduction sticks open, and it's not good. Ask Marcus Ericsson.
I was going to say ask Jack Doohan, but that was a driver error, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, he was way out on the curb. Wheel on the grass. But yeah, Ericsson's one at Monza, and that was just because that rear flap just went a little bit too far and went beyond the maximum range of movement and stuck there.
Was it Ericsson that had one at Silverstone as well at turn 1? And that was the year we had DRS down the start-finish rate, and then he got rid of it the next year. It didn't hit the wall, but it didn't shut, and he just went, or he tried to go round the corner with it open, or something, and he ended up in the gravel.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think that was Ericsson as well. I think. Not, turn 1 at Silverstone, not a good one for Alfa Romeo drivers in recent years. Ash Zhou Guan Yu.
No. Yeah.
That was a crazy start. That was we're not getting into it, but was that the year the protesters ran onto the track as well?
Yes, it was.
So almost thankfully Zhou Guan Yu was all right, but also thankfully Zhou Guan Yu brought out a red flag, because that could have been an absolute bloody disaster.
Yeah. It really is weird how good that actually was. Because the car's going to be at that point in 30 seconds when you've got 8-9 marshals trying to drag protesters off the track with all those cars approaching. Even with yellows and things thrown.
Yeah. I'd like to think marshals
there would have been
so
much less time to react.
Yeah,
there would have been so much less time to react. They might not have had a red out by then. You're still going to have a concertina effect. Race start. People are a little less aware of flags going on around them, so that really could have been a mess. Yeah. But it's also the same year those people in favor of green ideals protested a Formula E race.
Oh dear. It's I don't want to. I'm trying to avoid politics and stuff like that, but it does make me laugh when they're like, "Oh, they threw a can of soup at a painting." You're like, "Ooh, that showed us." Thanks. MSC Bar says, "What was the most crazy start you remember?" Immediately, Belgium '98 for me. If I'm talking about the ones I remember watching live, Belgium '98. Good lord.
Chaotic and crazy. Chaotic and mad. Yeah. Craziest start for me. Hungary 2021.
Bottas bowling?
Oh, no, sorry. Must have been 22. Was it 22 then? Or 20?
Wait, describe it.
Or am I thinking somewhere else? The start was Lewis.
Oh, yeah, Hungary. Yeah, Hungary 21. It was 21. Yeah, sorry. That was because it was that Bottas
Oh, it was the
bowling
restart, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the craziest start I've ever seen. Because it was just absolutely mad. Like, what? Hey, one car. This is nuts.
Crofty's commentary, and it's lights out and away we go for Lewis Hamilton and Lewis Hamilton only. What?
but for crashes and chaos, I've seen like Brands Hatch 86, I want to say. That was bad. San Marino 94, long before we got to Senna's crash. Really nasty one on the start with Pedro Lamy and JJ Leto that put 10 people in hospital.
The restart
including Lamy
Mugello,
himself.
Red Raven says the restart Mugello was daft. Well, that was just stupid. There was the Indy 2005 for Crazy is a great shout as well. Only 6 cars. But I saw somebody. I want to give a shout out to races like, obviously we said Spa 98, but Canada 98, we had the Wirtz barrel rolling and perfectly sliding between 2 cars. And then the restart there, we had, was it Deniz and somebody? No, not Deniz. It was Alesi and somebody on top of each other at the restart there. That we used to get crazy starts at Canada. It felt like every year. I was going to say Monza 2000, but that was crazy and mad, but also a marshal lost his life. So that was a nasty one.
There was one Silverstone one year. I want to say 93 or 94. It's when Brundle was in McLaren. And is pulled up into his grid box, and the engine just exploded with like a full-on giant fireball that sort of just caught with the slow-mo of the day.
The thing is, starts and fireballs and engines. 99 Australia, when Barrichello's car Stuart caught fire, and then Johnny Herbert's Stuart caught fire.
Yeah,
randomly. like what? That's weird as well. Australia 96 with Brundle, says Callum. 93 would have been Donington, wouldn't it? Not Silverstone. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
No, Donington was European Grand Prix.
Oh, of course it was. Yeah, of course it was. I've got 2 things mixed up from yesterday. We were talking about the threats of Donington taking the license for the race, weren't we? But that never happened. I saw, who else we got? Singapore 2017. That was, and it comes up every year, and I've actually saved this tweet. That was the most
It's still there.
moment.
They haven't deleted it.
Yeah, I save it so I have to search for it. But Ferrari's tweet, when they basically, what they said about how, this is what they then had to respond because of all the backlash, because it felt like they were trying to avoid blaming their drivers.
I know it word for word.
What we tweeted was a factual description of events. No need to speculate on this.
No need to speculate on this.
It gave us the second best tweet of all time in F1.
The first being Piastri.
Oh, no. Well, okay, fine. Third best then. Piastri gets the winner. I love the one. And I can't ever find it because it's such a rare... It must have been deleted, but it's the one where it's... I think it was Renault, and they've got... I'm sorry, chat. A squirrel or a rabbit... It's basically... They basically put a picture out that's basically saying, this is what it feels like to be... in the backside.
Yeah.
Because something Kimi Räikkönen had done. Sorry, it was... that was... I can't even describe it unless you've seen it. You'll have no idea what I mean, really. But yeah, the Piastri was peak. We went live. That's how peak that was. We just went, we need to be live. We have no information. We just need to be live.
People talk about the joke of like throwing a grenade into a conversation. That was throwing a nuke into a conversation. Like, there was all the speculation and what have you, and media talking about this, that, the other. Alpine put out the thing saying, "Oh, look, welcome our new driver." And then he just goes, "Nope." Like, oh my God. And the legal ramifications that must have happened within Alpine. Jesus.
That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. Hey to Taliute, by the way. So I was wondering where you were. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Thank you for popping over. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. I'm going to keep saying that. Do you know what? If we could get to 2,000 subs by the end of tomorrow, my mind would be blown. And it'll just prove, and I'm going to keep saying it, if I put that video out in November, we'd have got to 1,000 subs pretty much overnight. But anyway, not a famous wants this purple zebra, but someone once tweeted, bring back V10s and grid girls and my kids that my wife took off of me, and I will never remember it. I will always remember it, sorry. 2002 Australia, that was a chaotic start. Yeah, because that was we got Fernando Alonso stopped on track. I'll just finish that point while I wait for the red flag to come out inevitably. But yeah, that was the one. Ralph Schumacher over the back of Barrichello, but then chaos behind as everyone tried to avoid it. Yeah. That was carnage.
Yeah, it's like everyone crashed in sympathy because they'd gone completely off track. There was nothing for them to. There was nothing for them to avoid.
That's going to be red for Fernando. Yeah, that's got to be red. He's getting out of the car. Yeah. His hazard lights are on, which is good. I don't care what they call them. They will always be hazard lights. That's it.
Yeah.
End of, because that's
exactly I hope they've got a really big button,
red button,
like on the top of the steering wheel or on the dash somewhere. Just press the hazards on.
But they've had to build them a proper like plastic Vauxhall Corsa style dashboard just for the red button.
You noticed how many cars put that in the dumbest possible place?
Yeah.
Like some of them have it as like a big standout thing on the dash, like to the side of the main dash, so it's there. You can see it, and you can put it. The number of cars I've seen designed where, like, right, you've got an emergency, you've got to slam your hazards on or something. You're advised to do it when sudden braking on the motorway or something. And the button for it is on top of the steering column, halfway between the dials and the wheel. So you have to reach through your steering wheel to press it while trying to steer. That's really stupid.
So I've just got the sound on, so I've muted my mic.
You can do that here.
I was just trying to listen to what the car was doing as it slowed down and stopped. But yeah, he seems to be on the radio while he was rolling through there. So yeah, Fernando Alonso has stopped on track. We have a red flag, and Aston Martin's. Well, that's Jonty's fault because he said that Alonso was doing plenty of laps today. So that's all on Jonty. Yeah. What did you hear, Jonty? It just seemed to go very slowly.
It just seemed to
stop.
The revs seemed to drop slowly, and then it growled. Like
that was Alonso.
Bits were going where bits aren't meant to go.
It was Alonso just getting angry, going, "Oh no, we're not doing this again." Oh, Fernando. Just sometimes, and I think he does it on purpose, sometimes they'll get a camera shot of Alonso like this, and I look at him like, oh, I just can't help but feel, I was like, oh, bless him. I can't help but feel sorry for him. Just nothing he seems to be able to do works for him. And it's like, for God's sake.
The shot of him staring at the car then, like, that's the new, shit, here we go again, man.
Yep. It's just him thinking, I can't, we're not doing this again, Honda, no.
Someone just needs to Photoshop Alonso's helmet onto the character from that GIF.
Somebody will now, you know they will. Maybe hydraulics, says Connor. He needed two hands to turn into turn one, and then the gears went.
Yeah,
possible, yeah. But it's I hope that Fernando. that look, I read too much into every shot of a driver when they're on TV like this. In moments like this, I'm looking at him and I just wonder if he's thinking, "Do I really want to do this for a year? Can I really do this again?" Oh God, he doesn't look overly thrilled, but also Fernando Alonso, apart from when he wins races, doesn't always look overly thrilled anyway. F1 drivers don't actually. I think Alex Albon's probably the smiliest F1 driver, I would say. Alex Albon.
Yeah.
That we currently have. Yeah, somebody get in a lawn chair now.
See, that was the best period of Alonso when he was at McLaren.
He didn't give a shit anymore, did he? He just did not care anymore.
Yeah. He'd moved past the being arsey and being annoyed and being angry to just, I'm going to have a laugh with it. whatever happens, happens. And if I get the chance to have some fun, I will. In the lawn chair 1 year, taking over the camera the next year.
Yeah.
Not a great cameraman.
Daniel Ricciardo was a good cameraman. He did it COTA 2015.
Yeah.
When he did his dance with Daniel Kvyat afterwards. He was very good on the camera, actually, to be fair.
Yeah. But a couple of things interesting like that, COTA. Was it 2017 or 18 where we had Niao Guy? That was awesome.
Yeah, 18, I'm going to say.
Yeah. Where some random fan found one of the trackside mics and went, right, that's it. Every time a car comes past, meow. And it took them ages to turn that one off. Or maybe send someone out to get him to stop.
Alonso sat in the... is that a Mustang safety car?
I don't know, update in a minute.
Unless I'm completely getting my car brands wrong.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Can we have that, please?
Well, it looks cool as well.
That is a very nice car. It's not an official safety car, but I'll take that. Fernando Alonso sat in the passenger seat going, oh, so this is how fast a car's supposed to go around here, is it? Oh, Fernando. I'm only joking. Yeah. I like modern day Alonso. He's just having his best times, but just maybe not this testing. Yeah, so they start. We don't know what the issue is. I'll keep an eye on the old socials, but no word on what it is at the moment. So we'll see. Actually, I forgot. Stuart was watching the Autosport blog as well when we were live, and I forgot they did that. And I used to always use it because it was probably the most reliable source. That and the race for testing stuff. That's what I was going to ask you, chap. There we go. I finally got to it. I've been threatening it for 2 days. It's a bit of a random one, but who is your go-to, let's say, traditional journalist, so like the race or Autosport or wherever else, where you get your F1 news from that you trust? I don't think we can trust everybody, but who do you trust the most? Who do you go and read? Is it the race? Do you still trust in Autosport? Do you... trust in others? I'm just genuinely intrigued. I'm not being cheeky. I just want to know because I feel like
everyone says Medland.
I feel like, well, yeah, but I'm thinking like websites as well. But I think I seem to be using the race a lot more now than I used to do. But I don't know if that's because are they the best of the bad bunch? Are they just the best? Yeah, it's no criticism to any of them, by the way. They all do it great. But Chris Medland is our Fabrizio Romano, isn't he? Yeah. Well, do you remember when Fabrizio Romano did that deal with Alpine where he did the "Here we go" for Pierre Gasly? That was a random tie-up I didn't think we really needed.
To be fair, I don't think Alonso's that pissed off because he's got his helmet off.
Yeah, true.
You know, the classic rules of F1 drivers, if they're extremely angry and pissed off, the helmet stays on until they get to the garage, no matter what.
Except for Michael Schumacher at Spa 98. That helmet came off very quickly.
I love the story of the conversation a week later from that.
Yes. When
they'd all calmed down and David's talking to him, they've seen the replays, and David's like, what is it he asks? He says, have you ever considered the fact that you might be wrong sometimes? And Michael just says, No.
Michael Schumacher was never wrong. I'll answer your journalism and website recommendations or preferences in a moment. I'll let you go stretch your legs, Jonty, while I run through the times, and then I'll bring you back in a few minutes or in a minute or two.
Yeah, I need a brew.
Max Verstappen, we are still under red flag, by the way. Fernando Alonso's car was stopped on track, waiting to find out what that issue was. 1:33.444 is the fastest time from Max today, 68 laps. I'll have to run through the tyres when it comes back on screen after the red flag, so remind me to do that if I forget. I am likely to forget. 1:33.453 for Lando Norris, 72 laps. This morning, Verstappen in all day. Norris has been replaced by Piastri for the afternoon. George Russell, 1:34.111, 77 laps this morning for him. Kimi Antonelli has hopped in the Mercedes for the afternoon. 19 laps for him so far, and 1:34.523 is his fastest time. A 34.684 for Hülkenberg, 15 laps for him, and then 71 laps so far for Alex Albon. He's in all day, 1:35.130. Bortoletto, 1:35, 2:63, 29 laps this morning. Ollie Bearman, 135.279, 69 laps. He's been replaced by Ocon. That's a good morning as well, isn't it, for Bearman there. Piastri, 12 laps, 135.340. He's in for the afternoon. Collar Pinto's in all day, 135.506, 62 laps for him. 52 for Lawson on a 136.959. Fernando Alonso, his Aston Martin has stopped on track, causing a red flag. Was on a 137.472 and had done 68 laps. He was in all day. My immediate call here is that we've still got 3 hours, so maybe if they can fix whatever it was, then get him out, but that could be the end of his day. We'll find out. Might be the end of his test, actually. It might be Stroll all day tomorrow. I can't remember what happened. Yeah, it might be. So it might be the end of his test. Or they might share it. We'll see. Esteban Ocon, 138.114. 10 laps for him so far this afternoon. Lewis Hamilton, only 5 this morning. They had a minor issue that was difficult to get to, which is why he was in the garage for so long, but he's making up for that this afternoon. 31 laps so far, 138.316. And Valtteri Bottas, a 140.193 was his fastest time, and 58 laps in total this morning. Perez is in the Cadillac this afternoon. As always, please do drop a like on the stream and consider subscribing too, so you don't miss any content coming up. Live all day again tomorrow with the same crew, and of course we'll be live for qualifying and race reactions and all that in the season, plus midweek streams and all sorts else going on as well with videos and that. So appreciate the support. You can also support the channel over on Buy Me a Coffee via a super chat, or you can do so by becoming a channel member or a subscriber on Patreon. Greatly appreciate all your super chats today and all your contributions this week. So thank you very much to you guys. We'll bring Jonty back in now, and we'll see. I'm just going to check. Just 1 second. Oh no, sorry. I was reading the Autosport blog and I read a crane, and I didn't. It said a crane has intervened to clear the stricken Alonso, but I read it as interfered. So it just threw me a little bit there when I was reading. Like, that makes absolutely no sense. Sorry, Jonty, go on, mate.
I say, Luke's just mentioned it in the chat, unless that's another name that I can't see because YouTube. It looks electrical, and yeah, you had the gloves were on. I didn't see the lights. I don't know if they were showing red, purple. Can't remember which. But definitely something with the battery system somewhere.
I can't remember what colour it is.
Yeah, it's red.
Purple.
Must be.
Yeah, red means no, doesn't it? Or don't go, or stop, or yeah, that makes sense. But F1 doesn't always make sense. So sometimes you do find yourself second guessing yourself, don't you? Sometimes with this sport. Max Verstappen, obviously everyone's still in the garage because of this red flag caused by Alonso's stoppage. He hasn't crashed her out. It's just a stoppage. But I'll tell you what, while we're under the red flag, we will do a spin of the wheel then. We may as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
Seems like the best time to do it rather than covering the track map a little bit later. And our question is coming from MS. Oh, is it? Yeah, it is just. MSC Bar says, what is your favourite home cooked meal for a cold European winter month? I love how random some of these
easy.
are.
That's super easy. Cottage pie.
Yeah. See, my favourite meal that I cook is a spag bol, right? Spaghetti bolognese.
Spag bol's good.
So that can go on a cold European winter month. It can be on a warm summer's day. It could be. I'd rather have that than Christmas dinner, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd have to say spag bol. Away from like an obvious answer like that I give. Is it a meal? I suppose it is. But I really like a proper nice cream of tomato soup with some nice crusty cheese bread, or like a as the Americans say, grilled cheese, but a cheese toasty that you could dip in it. That's nice for a cold winter's evening or afternoon. Beef stew's a great shout, CPB. That's proper comfort food. That is. What did my mum used to make when we were younger? Minced beef and onions with mashed potato. It's all we could afford.
I appreciate the spag bol, but I prefer lasagna.
Disagree. I like a lasagna when made properly and it isn't too watery and but I'd always pick a spag bowl, unless, I'll rephrase it, I'd always pick a spag bowl over a lasagna, unless they were the two options and the only two options in a restaurant, and then I'd pick the lasagna because you don't want to see me in public eating spaghetti, because that is just going to make a mess. Nice bit of garlic bread as well. Chatter agreeing and disagreeing. Chicken curry, I do like a... Oh, it's not. I call it an Indian, but it's not an Indian, is it? A tikka masala. That's a British variation because we were wimps with spices, basically, as the story goes. So yeah, a nice curry. We had. What did we have the other night? We had. Last night we were boring. Had like ready-made chicken Kievs because I couldn't be asked after the stream. Tuesday night we had steak, chips, and peppercorn sauce with peas, which was nice. That's always good for a cold winter's breakfast, dinner, tea, whatever. Yeah, that was good.
See, I had the idea for cottage cupcakes. Like, do your minced beef, onion with some peas and some carrots, and get all that made up, and do some mashed potato as well. But then you put them in a Yorkshire pudding, and top it with the potato and cheese, and then get that hot. So you just have this little savoury cupcake of cottage pie. It'd be awesome. I haven't got around to trying it yet.
Have you tried the Yorkshire pudding wraps?
No, I haven't. I've seen them.
They intrigue me, but I'm not willing to drop like 12 quid on one in case it's disgusting. Yeah. But then it's roast dinner in a Yorkshire pudding, so how could it be disgusting? Tricky. Can't go wrong. Do you know what, CPB? You can't go wrong with beans on toast. That's a fair shout. Nothing wrong with beans on toast.
Cheese on beans on toast.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Maybe a bit of Worcester sauce in there would be nice. Pep it up a bit.
Oh, yeah. Worcester sauce is always good on cheese on toast.
Thank you, mate, for your question. Appreciate that. We'll come back to the wheel a little bit later. I hope the Jonty question lands when Jonty's on stream, because then we could because I really want to argue with that one, and I'm looking forward to it very much.
Well, you can't because you haven't played it, so you're automatically wrong.
No, I'm not, because I will pick... Oh, bloody spin the wheel in a minute! And we'll have this conversation. I'm waiting for the remaster. But then at the same time, if Bethesda remaster it, they'll break it, so it'll take months before you can play it anyway. So, bacon and brie with cranberry sauce on the panini is great for Christmas. I do like a bacon brie and cranberry panini. Definitely. Ollie Bearman being interviewed. And at least he's facing towards the camera. So I can accept that. Had breakfast with him.
He still looks about 12. I'm sorry.
He does, but he's you know what? He's tall. I mean, you know he's tall, but in person he's tall. I'm 5'11" and he's comfortably taller than me. so all right, Ollie. Yeah, weird. No, not weird. He's just tall. I got my dad's genes. My mum's side of the family. My brother's 6'5". My cousin's 6'7". My niece is 12 and she's already taller than her mum. So we've got a very tall side of the family and then an average size of the family, or like a normal size family, I guess you could call it height-wise. We're all a bit... Yeah, but...
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't turn the red flag off. I always forget to turn the red flag off. Track is green, yeah, sorry. It's because I have to have my monitors laid out, and this is where Jonty's going to talk about ultra-wide monitors again. I have to have the live timing slightly over my OBS, so I don't quite see that flag in the corner, so forget to keep pressing the button. So that's on me. I apologise. Chorizo on your beans on toast, says Mark.
I have streamed quite a few times, and I don't know how you haven't got enough space on 4 monitors.
I can tell you what I've got. I can't show you because when I get my new camera, I'll be able to pick it up and show you things. But I've got, I think you can see me. Over here, I've got the stream analytics and everything I need to run the stream. Then I've got the chat. Then I've got a browser for XPB and everything else when I need to go and grab an image. Then I've got OBS. Then I've got live timing, notes, and then squeezed on there, very, very squeezed on there is the F1 calendar. Then I've got track map up here, which has been screen captured for the stream. Then I've got the wheel, and then another browser with Autosport on now, and then I've got you over here because you need to have a whole screen for pop out on Discord for me to capture it. Right. So yeah, it's one of those things where I said to Stuart, I've stopped buying them because if I have 5 monitors, I'll need 6. If I buy 6, I need 7. So yeah, that's that. Hey Kaori, good to see you again. Hope you well. Says morning. I'll say morning. It's afternoon here now, but it's I tell you what, Kaori. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing this. And I don't know why you've triggered this in my head, but I always watch these testings, watching sort of every 2 hours the commentary team changes, and I'm like, lightweights. Every year, like, changing every 2 hours, wimps. But do you want 9 hours of Crofty and 9 hours of me? Oh God, no. That's a lot, isn't it?
Oh God, can you imagine Crofty doing endurance racing? Ooh.
No.
I mean, he's not as bad as a lot of people make out. I don't really mind him that much anymore, but endurance racing, couldn't do with that. No.
Crofty. I mean the Quaver, sorry. Curls. Crofty's all right.
8:15 in Jamaica. Bet you got better weather than we have. Jamaica.
Are you still got rain?
No, it stopped.
It's
still grey.
As I said to Jonty in a message the other day, it was really weird the other day because I opened the curtains and there was this big yellowy orange ball thing in the sky giving off light and heat, and I was like, what the hell is that? I suddenly became religious. I assume that is the god that people talk about. Turns out it was the sun. And it was there for like an hour, and then it just all greyed over again. I was like, what? So it's just everything's grey here today. Not even just nothing. Not even raining. Just grey. Welcome to the UK in, well, any year really, but particularly this year it seems to be. James Allen better than David Cross, better than Jonathan Ledjar, says CPB. Or don't say Jonathan Ledjar to Jonty.
Oh, he was a dickhead. Sorry, he was just annoying.
You know, on the video games, when we do this every year as well, when Martin Brundle, things were limited in the old days, and Murray Walker's in commentary, Martin Brundle go, "You're right there, Murray." If they made it now with Jonathan Ledjar, it would have to be, "You're wrong there, Jonathan," because he was just always wrong. I would always
F1 97 was the worst for that.
Oh, it's Irvine. You're right there, Murray. That's not even a conversation. I might live my life doing that, just shouting random drivers' surnames, then Jonty could just go, "You're right there, Sean." Verstappen. It's just weird, just so weird. Hello, Baxter. I had to step away to do my actual job. Any update on what happened to Alonso, says Lewis. Hey, mate. Hopefully work is okay. I'll just check all my feeds. As you already know, you'll all know, usually in testing, things are, information's very, not sketchy. Sketchy is the wrong word. I don't mean sketchy. Limited. We don't get a lot of it. And then usually find out the next morning, Aston Martin had somebody left a spanner in the footwell or something. Lots of drivers going out on track. So we're still under a red flag as the Aston Martin mechanics arrive at the stricken car, which had its yellow lights flashing to indicate its electrical status wasn't safe to touch. So that's why it took so long to collect it. That's from, I believe, Hayden, is it? Over on Autosports. And I can't see anything here. Nothing from... If the team had put a tweet out, then somebody would have said something by now. So yeah, nothing at all from anybody on why he stopped. But the reason it took so long to recover is because it was an electrical issue, so it wasn't safe to touch.
Yeah.
So I just read it. No, it's all right. So I thought it was something kind of like that, but it's not. So yeah, we don't know what's happening with Aston Martin just yet or what that was, but it might be that we don't find out until the press release comes out later. But as soon as I know, I'll let you know. If not, it'll be tomorrow, unfortunately. But yeah. Qbits had someone's phone in this cockpit. Yeah? Somebody else did, didn't they? Happened a couple of times, that.
Yeah. Kind of bad.
Who remembers? His name's gone. Who remembers that? I forgot his bloody name. He went to IndyCar when he got thrown out of F2. He was using his phone in his cockpit.
Santino
Ferrucci, yeah. He was using his phone in his cockpit, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was doing it on purpose. That was an additional naughty telling off. God, he's an idiot.
Well, people have their views on all that, but we inadvertently have a photo of him and oh my God, names at the minute. The guy he abused. Give me his name.
Arjamani.
Yeah, we've actually got a photo of part of that happening by accident when we were at Silverstone. I don't know what he was saying, but they were definitely arguing. But it was in the background of something else we were taking a photo of, which was weird. We were in the we snuck into didn't sneak as the F2 paddock. We found our way around to the F2 paddock, and we were like, there was nobody stops us going in, so we did. We met Billy Munger. Yes. Billy, who broke the rules at Autosport to let us into the pit lane, if you remember, Jonty, for a photo.
No, we were fine being there because we had the press passes.
We weren't allowed in the actual pit bit. You weren't allowed in the actual...
Oh, were you not?
No, not. Well, you can go around the back, but he opened the barriers up and went, you can come in here. I was like, are we allowed? He was like, just come on. I was like, fair enough.
He was a really nice guy.
He was.
One thing I'll never forget talking to him, I mean, horrendous accident, absolutely life-changing. But he had such a positive attitude because obviously didn't want to, I don't know if you heard it, I made a point of not asking about that because it's just not nice, but someone else did. And he was really cool about it. He says, look, it's not so bad having prosthetic legs because I get to decide how tall I am. Like, that's a really positive way to look at things. That's brilliant.
That's cool. Well, not cool, but you know what I mean? A nice way of looking at it, yeah. Yeah, he's a nice lad. He's considering that, and I often find this without getting into it too much, considering he has every reason to be miserable as sin for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
To be so positive about everything is great. He is lovely. But that picture of you, me, Dan, Jordan, who else was on there? There was a couple of others as well. That's my not they ever use
Jack.
It anymore, but Jack. That's my cover photo on
That's
Facebook.
at that point, or has he gone home? I think Alice had gone home at that point.
Even if you wouldn't have seen him anyway, because
yeah,
so tiny. Especially stood next to Dan, which was ridiculous, knee height. Have you watched this documentary? I haven't.
Yes, I have.
Yet. I've got a few F1 documentaries I want to watch.
Very impressive.
Or motorsport ones.
Well, I think the most impressive thing about it was when he did finally recuperate, came back to F3, took pole in the wet, and then finished on the podium as well.
Yeah.
Stunning. Well done.
Well, I'm telling you, I know it's because I've been streaming for so long the last 2 days. I keep forgetting names, but Correa, is it Correa, Juan Manuel Correa? His comeback's still incredible when you think about it.
Yeah.
In fact, it's even racing. Which clown is driving now? Hamilton or Leclerc? Says AC. It is Hamilton.
Ferrari.
All day.
They're all clowns.
Hamilton all day. When is the next DTS out? I think that's it's the week. It's next week. So it's the week. Yeah, it's the week between testing, finishing, and the first race. So it's next week. I want to say 28th. I won't. Well, I say I won't watch it. I haven't watched like the last 4 of them. But if I literally have nothing else to do, I might pop one on. But as Stuart said yesterday, or it might have been you actually, Jonty. I've watched it all live for real. I don't need to now watch the fake, dramatized version. I know what happened. So, it's.
I want to watch the Spain. I want to watch the one covering Spain though. That could be interesting.
Nah. 28th of Feb is AC. What, when George brutally stayed offline out of the way and got walloped by Max Verstappen? Bloody George Russell.
That could be interesting, but yeah, I'm pretty much over the rest of it.
I always end up watching any case. Just go with it now, Society Canvas. I can't. I just go. I can't.
I think it has fallen into sort of tradition for a lot of fans. Even if they're not a big fan of it, it's just something about F1 to have on while you're waiting for the races to start again.
Go watch the Braun documentary. Go watch Senna. Go watch Grand Prix the Killer Years if you really want to depress yourself. Go and watch Rush if you want to watch a film.
100 Days to Indy. Yeah.
A million things you can watch if you want F1 on.
Audi versus Lancia. That's another good film. That's about the 82, 81, 83 Indy battle. That was really good. I only watched that a couple of weeks ago. That was a lot of fun.
There's also, and I'll say and I cannot stress this enough, do what you like. If you want to watch Drive to Survive, that's fine. I'm not telling you shouldn't. I'm just saying if your reason for watching Drive to Survive is it's just some F1 in the background, there are so many other things. But if you do watch Drive to Survive and do what you like, that's fine. But those documentaries, still going to give them a watch. They're well worth it. There's some great stuff in there. So some of it's a bit, I mean, the Senna one, we're not getting into it, but when we get to Imola 94, that is an awful bit to watch. But you sort of have to take a breath and go into it, even having seen it so many times. Speed trap data, by the way, 341 kilometers an hour for Hülkenberg, Bortoleto 337, Piastri 333, Bearman 326, Russell 326 as well. So 2 Ferrari engines in the same car, a Mercedes engine, another Ferrari engine, a Mercedes engine in your top 5 for speed traps there, just so you know. But we've got who's on quite a busy track actually. Antonelli, Ocon, Piastri, Verstappen, Colapinto, Lawson, Hülkenberg, Hamilton out on track at the moment. So Perez is out there, or he was out there. So he has been out. He's done 4 laps and got a time on the board. 7/10 quicker than Bottas. So there you go.
Oh, and Sky have got Ruth Buscombe in the pit lane. Another strategy genius. Which is great.
See,
like the way this is going. We see that, but going back to things to watch, there's also tons and tons of racing that you can find even on YouTube.
Yeah,
lots of really good things to go and watch.
Or if you have to have F1 access for F1 TV access for multi-viewer, there's a massive archive on there of stuff to watch.
Yeah,
so
going back to 1981.
Yeah, full races, race highlights, season reviews. Yep. Yeah, it's.
I've got full races back to 1973.
You have,
and everything that was broadcast somewhere from 1950 onwards. If it has been on TV about an F1 race, I have got it.
Jonty has a very special streaming service.
It's there's like 2.5 terabytes on my external.
I sort of I kind of agree with Purple Zebra here. Says the whole DTS phenomenon baffles me. What do you mean people who don't watch F1 love it, as in DTS? I wouldn't even think about watching a similar show for tennis, which I do not watch. Weird. I totally agree. Like, you watch Drive to Survive, but you don't watch actual F1, and you're like, that is weird. It's not wrong. It just feels weird.
I suppose it highlights how much it's kind of soapified and over dramatized.
It probably explains why
to people who don't watch the sport. Also,
probably explains why Charles Leclerc and his girlfriend, fiance, have people outside their house bugging them, or they did for a while. Like, piss off, leave them alone.
Go watch the 2025 British Touring Car season. Go and watch the 1992 British Touring Car season. The finale of that, Silverstone, is a race that everyone should watch. Absolutely incredible.
Yellow in pit lane because the Aston Martin is coming back on casters, which always looks funny, like it's floating. The Aston Martin is floating. Well, at least it's back. So, I mean, 2.5 hours. If it depends. I mean, we can only speculate, but obviously depends how bad it is. They might be able to do something to get it back out again, but if it's electrical, that's certainly easier to resolve than having to replace an engine, isn't it? But still not easy. Don't get me wrong, not easy. It could be a Control-Alt-Delete.
I mean, with how tight that packaging is, is there just a wire somewhere that's rubbed on the side, taken the sheath off, and caused a short?
Yeah.
It could be something that ridiculously simple because of how extreme the car is.
Unnecessarily extreme. I love it that they've gone for it, but I also think when you're working with Honda for the first time, based on what history tells us, you surely just give a little bit of leeway. But not aging them well like that, does Adrian Newey much? Then it got hyped to more. Oh, sorry, I think Drive Style was very much a quarantine boredom thing. Then it got hyped and more people started watching. Says Neelish. My uncle worked with Matt Neal, says CPB, before working with Montoya and Ralph Schumacher at Williams. That's cool. Even I know the name Matt Neal. If my F1 car looked like that, I would put a black cover over it too, says Annette. Not a fan of the Aston either then. And Corner Wookie gave up on Drive to Survive after season 2. The best season. There you go. Electrical might be harder, actually, says Leader. Would it be hard? Sorry, I was just going to say to Leader, would it be... You say electrical might be harder. Is that might a case of depends what the electrical problem is? And that sounds so obvious. Of course it does. If it's something that's nice and easy to control alt delete, then no. But if they need to rip out half the car to get to it, like Hamilton this morning with small issue, major fix because it took ages to get to. So yeah. Nothing's easy. Don't get me wrong, nothing's easy in F1.
Yeah, things that people should watch. Like even just to experience or try out. If there's things that they don't really like or haven't really thought about watching. Because there is more than F1. Stupid thing to be saying during an F1 testing stream. But I love motorsport in all different forms. And I just love it if people can find other things that they really enjoy. That they just haven't had the inkling or knowledge of to try to have a go at watching. Like a lot of people decry oval racing, which can be very boring. Don't get me wrong. There can be races where it's just nothing's happening. But then there are other races that are absolute madness from start to finish and incredible to watch. MATV 500 in 2015 from Fontana. One of the best races of any kind I've ever seen. And it's absolutely madness. It's incredible.
Moray, I'll not read the question. Anybody in chat will read the question, know the answer. We'll get the answer now. 500 for that.
Really?
Yeah, for that.
I didn't realise it. I thought it would have been like about 100 quid, 80 quid.
No, 500.
Nice.
You have to sign out. Sign away your rights to any future royalties or whatever. But yeah, 500 for that. For a clip they took out of a video. And they did all the work. Cool, thank you. Yeah.
See, that's where you should turn around and say, can I have like 0.001% of royalties instead?
Yeah. I should have asked 1.7 million. I might have got it. I don't know. No, it was cool. It was nice. Fun to be part of.
See, that's the thing when sometimes taking the piss can go in your favour.
Yeah.
Like say, I'll say something stupid. And then they go, yeah, okay. You're like, bollocks, should have asked for more. I used to have it the opposite way, doing well, as a welder, when there'd be a job to evaluate and price up, and it's going to be horrible. It's like really awkward, really difficult. It's going to be messy. It's going to take ages, not be a nice, pleasant thing to do. So you just quote like a ridiculous amount of money, like 4, 5, 7 times more than you would ever quote anyone else. And they turn around and go, yeah, that's fine. You're like, it's like, it's nice to get that much, but I did that just to not take the job.
Negotiated, Max. Anyone watching this stream later just getting half a conversation. I love it. Although the reason, by the way, if anyone wonders, I don't edit that first 6 minutes or so out of music. It's because if I edit it, the live chat replay doesn't work anymore, and I've had a lot more complaints about people not being able to watch the live chat replay than having to click a timestamp and click forward 6 minutes. I mean, the screen's big enough for the counter on it. If you can't, scroll through 6 minutes or click on the timestamp, then whatever. But but no, you're right. I know people that have done that. With the shower we had repaired, I know there was some doing that because it was quite a big job, and they were like, "Oh, it's stupid money," and you're like, "Really?" But it's one of those, like you say, if you get the job, cool, you get the money, but if you don't get it, you don't care. You didn't want it anyway.
Yeah.
Basically. What's going on track before we come back to Hat? Gone quiet. Antonelli and Perez out there. Good to see Checo out there in that Cadillac, which again, that front wing looks broken from a distance, but it isn't. It's all good. Nice little car. That I'm not worried about Cadillac because I expected struggles to a point this year with them being a new team. I'll be more concerned if they're still at the back next year, if they've made no progress. So they've got the backing, haven't they? So
yeah. Well, this is the other thing with Formula One and how it goes. Like, be disappointed if such and such is at the back. It's like, well, someone's going to be at the back. Not everyone could have made strides forward. It's always really difficult to find sort of the fair line of who it's going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, like this year, we're expecting Cadillac. Unfortunately, probably Aston. But then who from the others? Because Alpine are looking better. Haas are looking way better. Racing Balls are looking a bit better. Audi, you expect a lot more from. There you go. We're up to like 7 teams. They can't all be at the back.
I think I'm just thinking about who could be that. I think Cadillac are last, aren't they? Clearly. But it sounds like then it's going to be Aston Martin, and then Audi seems to be your bottom 3. Cadillac bottom, Aston Martin. Then I know Audi were Sauber, but they've built a brand new engine. Sort of put their own people in the team and built a new car, and they're potentially quicker than Aston Martin. I know they've got a Honda engine, but that's still a bit embarrassing for Aston Martin there, isn't it, really, when you think about it, to be sandwiched between the two new teams. One of them is brand new, one of them sort of isn't, and sort of is. But I think I didn't see in chat earlier, we were talking about Stuart, but the general feeling seems to be the top 4 teams are the same top 4 teams as last year, just in potentially a different order. And I wondered how many people were annoyed by that, because when we get a regulation change, we all do it. We all go, ooh, Brawn 2009. We all think like that. Could we get Brawn and Red Bull suddenly leaping to the front of the grid, or Toyota surprising us, like an equivalent, and then the rule changes come round and it's the same 4. But when you actually go back historically, and you think of the top 4 teams, Ferrari and McLaren have pretty much always been there. Really. There have been some years where not, but they've always pretty much been there.
The McLaren Honda was very much not one of them.
Yeah, but that's what I said. I did say always. I said pretty much.
It's only that one and possibly the early mid-90s when they got dumped with that god-awful Peugeot.
Well, there was still
did nothing but explode.
There were still top 4 in 99, 98, 97, weren't they? In fact,
I'm thinking sort of 94 to 96, maybe. Maybe it was just the 1 year.
Could have been. I feel like, as well, in 97, I'm just trying to think back, 97 season I remember really well, but that was another one of those seasons where McLaren seemed determined not to win the championship. So I look at that and think, and a bit like, was it 2010, where I'm still not adamant, but I have a feeling they probably did have just about the fastest car early on in the season, and they just kept cocking it up with pit stops and wheel nuts getting stuck, and just another season where they didn't want to win it. And 97, I go back to that because you had Coulthard won the first race, But then you had things like Monaco, where Coulthard spun, and then trying to avoid Coulthard's accident, Hakkinen drove into the back of somebody else. Then you had the Nürburgring where Hakkinen looked like he was on for his win, and then both cars failed at pretty much the same time. And it's just another one of those seasons where it's why Eddie Irvine was so close to title in '99, because Michael Schumacher had his accident, McLaren, everyone went, well, that's that then, and all of a sudden, quite literally at Silverstone, the wheel fell off Hakkinen's car, the rear wheel, and then you had his crash at Hockenheim, which was just wasn't anything the team had done wrong as such. But they just also, the Nürburgring chaos, which all right, Ferrari had it as well, but another season where McLaren seemed determined to throw it away. It's kind of their thing. They'll have periods of domination, or they'll have really great seasons, and every now and again they'll be like, well, they're going to win this world championship, and then they crap the bed. Piastri's flying, by the way, not literally. He's just gone to nearly 3 cents quicker in the first sector, 29.2. I'm hoping we stay on board for the rest of the lap, and then we can watch and see if he slows down in the final sector. Coming into turn 10, again, as I said to Stuart this morning, none of these cars look anywhere near on rails, and that's fantastic. Let's see them squabble them. They do look nice and tight, like smaller on board, don't they? A lot tighter, which is good to see. Not bad through 11. Is he going to be Perp in the middle sector? He isn't, but he is 0.3 up on the fastest he's done, and just up on Verstappen, but down on the overall fastest. So a little bit quicker there, but he's definitely be surprised if there isn't more in there for that middle sector. This is all on the C3 tyre. Does he? Yeah. He has gone quickest. Let me know what you think, Jonty, but I didn't have the sound on, but from what I was watching on his dashboard, I don't think he was flat to the line. It's a 32.861. Having said that, yeah, on the C3. So that's actually a harder tyre than his teammate ran. One step.
First dip into the 32s today.
I think
fastest time yesterday.
Fastest time yesterday, I do know this, was a 1:33.459. Yesterday's time. Fastest time.
Fastest time this week, then?
Yeah. Fastest time of the winter.
Starting to turn the wick up a little bit.
Fastest time of the winter. Full stop, I think. Because we were already yesterday, we were quicker than last week, weren't we? So that Cadillac is doing the smoking at the rear that the Ferrari's doing. And, of course, that's got a Ferrari power unit in it.
Yeah. Another, I think one other thing we need to remember, like with what we're expecting of Cadillac, Audi a little bit, is the last time a new team came in, we kind of got spoiled because no one was really expecting anything from Haas, and then they got P6 in the first race, where it was like, oh wow, people can come in and be competitive. They pretty much weren't for the rest of the year.
Yeah, but
that sticks in everyone's mind.
You're right. You're absolutely right. The only thing with the difference with Haas is Haas had quite a big partnership with Ferrari, didn't they? So quite a, not a leg up as such, but they had a bit of a hand there, whereas Cadillac have kind of come in, been given a Ferrari engine and just got on with it, which is... I know they're working on their engine for 2039. Intrigued to see where that goes. But...
is it 28 that they want to bring their engine in?
Well, they said they're definitely on course for 29, which was the original aim.
Right.
That doesn't mean they couldn't bring it in a year earlier, does it? If they can get ahead on it, but I don't think they're going to rush it. But then, having said that, bringing in their own engine in 29 when the rules are likely changing in 30...
Daft.
Seems a bit silly. You may as well just do the deal with Ferrari until the next engine rules. Unless the engine rules don't change.
And with how things have been going during testing this year, like, do you even carry on developing that?
Yeah.
Or do you give it 6 months and see what happens? See if this is actually going to stay? Because I don't think it's 100% just yet. It more than likely will, but there are still some questions.
Lena says McLaren Peugeot might have been a 1 year thing. Yeah,
they were swapping engines a lot, they're right.
Until they landed on Mercedes, and they had them forever, didn't they? Really, they've been back with them now. I understand Ron Dennis's thinking, you're never going to win a championship as a customer. Lando Norris last year. But I understand his thinking and his rationale, but swapping from what everyone could see was the all-dominant, conquering Mercedes power unit to Honda. And by the way, we knew in 2013 Mercedes were the engine to beat. That everyone knew that. It was just a known fact in F1. Maybe we just got lucky that it turned out to be true. But the fact they decided to switch to Honda from that is... But I mean, bearing in mind, Kevin Magnussen, podium on debut in a McLaren Mercedes, nearly dropped it off the line. But they were more competitive, and then they went to Honda because they wanted to be a works team again, and it just all fell apart. Then we had that weird little Renault phase, and then they went back to Mercedes. And it's easy with hindsight.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
But why would you leave the old? It's not like the Mercedes was a terrible engine. They wanted to swap out and try something else. Arrogance or an ego thing, maybe. Didn't like the idea of just being a customer, and
possibly
he had that about him, Ron Dennis, didn't he? Incredible team boss. Don't get me wrong. Very old school. As you could tell by the fact that Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton both had to shave their heads when they started at McLaren, which was odd. Fernando Alonso without hair is very weird.
Yeah.
He needs
and
that
people
hair.
think it's all super corporate, but then look at all the other things that were done during that time. All the wild and wacky adverts you had with Lewis and Fernando, or with Jensen and someone else. Perez?
Could we check out? They did Tuned, didn't they, as well?
Yeah,
With
Tuned
Lewis
was awesome.
Yeah, Tuned was great. Alexander Armstrong,
Which was all during, which was all during that, hyper corporate era as people see it. So it's a bit odd.
Yeah, Mika in the sauna, says Purple Zebra. That was a choice, wasn't it? Ego plus nostalgia as well. Purple Zebra says it could be. But look, McLaren, they went through a very difficult phase. I think Zach Brown and co, love him or hate him, have done a good job at the team to get them back where they are. But I hope for McLaren's sake last year wasn't a one-time thing. It doesn't look like it was, but it worries me. We don't want to see. F1's better with McLaren and Ferrari at the front because it just is. That's pure nostalgia. That is. That's all that is. McLaren versus Ferrari, which is why I feel disgustingly dirty when I wear my McLaren shirt. Why did they have to shave their hair, says Billy? Because Ron Dennis was very old school. It's one of the reasons. It wasn't a big reason, but one of the reasons apparently why Lewis Hamilton chose to go to Mercedes rather than stay, because he'd have more control over his image rights. And it's something that gets negotiated a lot with drivers. But McLaren and Ron Dennis are very old school in that you need to, you have to wear a suit and tie to all the events, and you must have short hair. You can't have designer stubble or any kind of proper beard. You have to look, if you do have any kind of beard, it's got to be nicely trimmed and tidy, but ideally clean shaven. It was just very. It was more aerodynamic, says Connor. Yeah, that's the truth. But it was very, very corporate and old school with it. So.
Yeah, you weren't a driver, you weren't an employee, you were a product.
You were part of the car at most.
And as a product, you had to fit very, very specifically within what their guidelines are.
Thanks, Lena. I'd left the morning drivers on the screen instead of afternoon. Sorry, I got too into the conversations. I was supposed to do it. So yeah, thank you, Lena. Appreciate that. Yeah. To confirm, your afternoon drivers are Piastri, Antonelli, Verstappen, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Colapinto, and Perez. Correct pronunciations right there for you. If it was the McLaren of old, Lando Norris wouldn't have survived there.
Where? Who? Sorry.
That's sorry. It was from Fudd. Says if it was McLaren of old, Lando Norris wouldn't have survived there.
Oh no, not a chance. Oh, I don't know.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I
did. It wouldn't have suited him, but I do think he would have bent to the rules. Oscar wouldn't have survived there. For all of his quietness, he's got enough of a sarcastic, cheeky streak in him that it really would have rubbed Ron Dennis up the wrong way. Lando Norris would have just gone, oh yeah, okay, and gone on with it.
There's that is it a Matt Bishop story of when it was during, I think it was during the height of all the 2007 stuff, and Ron Dennis liked everything clean, prim and proper, and so there was something going on, and Fernando Alonso decided to sit right next to him and eat a really juicy peach. It was something like, I can't remember what it was. I'll try and find it. It is on a I've got it somewhere.
Matt
on an
Bishop
old
gives
spreadsheet.
the best stories. He was there for so long and worked with so many different people. That's why I really like Mark Priestley as well, because some of the stories that come out, like when he revealed, I don't know if he revealed it in like an interview or in the book about the stethoscope during the refueling years that gave them an advantage, and that's still not that widely known. People just, it doesn't really come up that often. You know that one?
No.
Where the refueling guy, how the way the refueling system works is that it would actually lock off and seal and be safe, like about 3/4 of a second, maybe half a second before the lights went off to say you could pull the hose off. So they ran a stethoscope inside the refueler's overalls down to his gloves that were on the refueling system up to an earpiece in his ears. So he could hear it, like you could hear the valve lock off and get the hose off like 4/5 before the lights actually changed. And no one knew about that until Mark Priestley actually revealed it.
So the peach story was actually on Natalie Pinkham's podcast, and I'll quote Matt Bishop directly. He says that Ron's very precise about everything and equal. He admits to being OCD about cleanliness, and one of the things he absolutely loathes about almost everything is people who eat juicy fruit without a knife and fork. So if you're eating a nectarine or a peach or a plum, Ron wants you to put it on a plate, have a sharp knife, steady it with the fork, cut it with a sharp knife, and then put small neat pieces of the fruit into your mouth with the fork. Fernando arrived with, I think, the largest and ripest peach I have ever seen, and he just sat next to Ron Dennis slurping like that and letting all the juice run down into his beard and leaving the bits of fruit pulp in his beard.
That's exactly the kind of thing I would have been doing.
It's just such a random story. It's great, and it's the thing is, because we all know and love Fernando, really, you can see him doing it. You can picture it in your mind.
Oh, yeah.
I can even see the look on his face. I can even see it. I can't do it, but I can just see it. Great. Oh, people tuning in like, do these guys talk about F1 testing? It's like, occasionally, but we like to talk about peaches. As I said this morning, I keep kind of defending us on this. I don't know what, because some people do get a bit like, oh, do you actually commentate? Like, but what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Here's George, here's Kimi Antonelli going around the track much slower than we know we can, in a mode we don't understand, in a performance we don't know, with a fuel load we don't know, and he's currently 1 second off the pace, but don't read anything into the time on a tyre that might be correct. It's quite difficult to say. We just talk nonsense and we give you the highlights, the big moments as they happen, and keep you up to date with the times and stuff. So it's not the same as a normal watch along. I appreciate some people hate that, but we also like to just tell stories and reminisce about the old days, the good old days in the rose-tinted spectacles where drivers used to slurp peaches in front of Ron Dennis.
Yeah, as has been mentioned, as has been said, the whole idea is that you just sat in the pub with some friends or sat around a friend's house and you're all watching together. But 140 of you are not going for.
You're not welcome in my living room. That's too many. That's why I do the streams, because 140 people from all over the world, that gets expensive, and there's not a lot. I've only got like a 2-seater sofa and then an armchair, so, and I'm not sitting on anyone's knee.
Yeah, the way I see it is that people like us, and maybe not all, but the vast majority of the people in chat and people watching would be watching it anyway.
Yeah.
And possibly sat scrolling on the phone at the same time, or
and talking to themselves.
Maybe, and like I would probably have the courage on one monitor and be gaming on the other monitor.
We would all
be doing the same thing anyway. So why don't we all do it together and we can enjoy it and have some fun? And we can all experience when the crazy happens, like Ferrari coming out with their roly-poly wing.
Roly-poly wing. I've gone with roller coaster wing. Like I said, it's really cool with some little ants on there, like, whee! Best day of their life. Best day ever. Yeah, that's it. That's thank you for listening to our, please understand why we do this. It's because, honestly, take the microphone away. This is me. I'll be sat watching F1. I'll watch the races next. I'm not doing watch on the race this year. I guarantee I'll sit here talking all the way through them. Like, oh, I wonder what strategy he's on. Oh, why is he doing that? Oh, shut up, Crofty. You know? So I might as well do it live. So there you go. A collective bunch of weirdos, affectionate, watching non-competitive running and learning both a lot and nothing at the same time. Talking about a lot and nothing. Exactly. We
need a collective noun. We need a collective noun for our kind of F1 fan.
Losers. People who should be finding better things to do with their time. I don't know. Well, people think it's weird. And again, I keep saying I still can't explain to my parents how YouTube makes you money. Just don't get it at all. So do you have to arrange the ad for the adverts? Yes, I ring Coca-Cola on a daily basis to see if they put ads in them. No. Hi, me again. I've got a video out today. Could you put an advert in, please?
Thank you, Paint 2D.
Nerd.
What was your first clue?
I think that's the collective word we're going to use. Nerd. F weird collective. Oh, that F, much like FS, as in Formula Sean, but also for fuck's sake, and the F1 word. That's a play on the F. I like that. F weird collective. FWC. Is that anything dodgy? F1 nerds. Yeah. I think there wasn't a
no. I was thinking. I was thinking more of like a proper collective noun, like various animals have that are just really, really random, like a siege of herons or a crash of rhinos, things like that.
I like gaggle for geese. I love the word gaggle. It's a great word. A gaggle of geese.
It is.
I often use that when I was on I'd be sat on till 1 in Aldi. Aldi. And they'd be like, oh, is it busy down the fine line? I'm like, yeah, there's a gaggle on the way down now. Like the affectionate terms, of course. A waffle. It is a waffle, isn't it? A waffle of F. Yeah, that's a good one. Purple zebra.
Yeah.
A gaggle of F1 nerds. A waffle of F1 nerds. Get a thinking, chat. We'll settle on that tomorrow, and then we'll know for next year's testing streams, and that's what we'll call them: the watch-along, waffle, gaggle, whatever. I don't know. We'll call it something. A whiff. A whiff, says RC. As in we stink? Or it's a whiff of F1 fans, isn't it? Reminds me of CEX. Now you've mentioned it earlier in the stream, and it's unique smell. Every store of CEX.
By Sunday afternoon of Autosport, it was a whiff.
It was a whiff, yeah. It was.
Some people are ripe.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't have any deodorant.
Oh no, me included. I think it's because we were all sweating out about enough alcohol to pickle a rhino.
We did drink a lot. Tax deductible. We did drink a lot. Yeah. We didn't eat a lot. I think that was part of the problem. We went to that nice
because
pub,
there was no decent food in the hotel we were staying at, and we had to walk ages to get to a different one that had something of a restaurant, where it was ridiculously overpriced pizza. It was very, very nice pizza or burgers, but it was still overpriced and they weren't very big. And then we had to walk miles back and just sat in the really bad hotel bar drinking.
It was that or Subway or Wetherspoons, wasn't it, basically?
Yeah.
No.
God.
But no,
and the spoons actually in the NEC. My God, you could barely breathe in there.
Yeah.
So many people. Ugh.
Yeah, we drank in the hotel bar. Let me tell you, that ain't £4 a pint.
Yeah.
Jesus, they know you have no choice there.
That's another reason you need to come visit me, so we can just go to my pub.
Yeah, we didn't like my pub, did we?
No, that one nearest you, not nice.
It had a specific clientele, without sounding too snobby. Basically, stab at you before look at you, and sticky.
Which was,
yeah,
Phoenix Nights populated by the cast of Shameless.
Which Shameless? If you say Shameless US, I'll take it back off. They're all legends.
The English one.
Yeah, that was very.
Or maybe the cast of Snatch.
Snatch. Yellowing net curtain says, but yes, you get it. You get it.
Exactly.
Sticky floor, broken fruit machine,
purple zebra nose,
glasses where you had to pick the stuff off it first before you drank out of it. Yeah. A waffle of Stoffel has to be the winner, says All Wheel Dingus. A Stoffel of F1 fans. Oh, that's perfect. That's it. It doesn't even mean anything. It's just a name. A Stoffel of F1 fans. A Stoffel of F1 nerds. It's just because
it's got whitelisted.
Straight in. Well, to be fair, it's taken me 6 hours to mention him, so that's quite impressive for me. People that don't get the Stoffel Van Nord thing, will they? But yeah.
No.
Who cares?
Just watching the Williams round, it's not a really high rake angle.
That was what I noticed this morning. That's what I'd say to Stuart.
Yeah, I know it's come back, but that one looks really high. That and the Red Bull.
Aston and McLaren's rake from the side by sides we saw earlier looked very similar. That's what that. Do you know what? That's a completely pointless conversation for now. That is the thing I've forgotten that I was talking to Stuart about. It's that the Aston Martin and the McLaren rakes are very similar. There you go. Hang
on. Rake angle or aero rakes?
Rake angle.
Okay.
Why am I showing what an angle? This is an angle, Jonty. Just showing you again. I'm gonna run through the times again in a second, Jonty, if that's okay. So I'll let you go for another brew or a yellow flag. I don't need to know.
Check on the partner. Make sure she's all right.
Yeah. Okie dokie. I'll mute you for now. Then I'll bring you back in a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Go through the times in just a second. Could pop out chat again because that is playing up again. There we go. Get you back in real time. So as we approach, I'm a little bit early, but as we approach the final 2 hours of the second day of the final test, but actually it is the final test. It's the third test, technically second, possibly, I don't know. Anyway, testing. Oscar Piastri, not long ago, posted on the C3 tyre the fastest lap of the day and of testing, the fastest lap of the winter, actually, 1:32.861, 28 laps so far. For him, Max Verstappen still second from his morning time. He's just heading out on track again, is Max, at 1:33.162. That was on the C3 tyre, and that's 79 laps so far today for him. Lando Norris, 72 laps, 1:33.453. That was set on the C4 with Kimi Antonelli in fourth place, a 1:33.875. 42 laps for him so far this afternoon. C3 tyre for that fastest time as well. Hulkenberg's fastest time was on the C4. He's done 24 laps on the 1:33.987. Russell's 1:34.111 was done on the C3. 77 laps for him this morning. Albon 1:35.1, 80 laps in total. His fastest time was on the C4. Not sure on what the tyre was for Bortoleto and Bearman still. 1:35.2 and 29 laps for Bortoleto. 1:35.2 as well. And 69 laps for Ollie Bearman. Franco Colapinto, 87 laps, C3 tyre for his 1:35.506. Liam Lawson, 1:36.959. That was on the C2 tyre. 75 laps for Liam there. 43 for Lewis Hamilton, 1:37.385. That was on the C1 tyre. He, again, for those just dropping in for the times, etc., and for an update, he had a small problem that was difficult to find this morning, so he only got 5 laps in, so making up for that this afternoon. Fernando Alonso, 137.472 on the C3 tyre. He had done 68 laps. Unfortunately, an issue with his car, potentially electrical, which resulted in him stopping on track, brought out the red flag. He is back in the garage, as is the car. It has been returned, and we wait to hear more from Aston Martin and whether or not they'll get out again today. Esteban Ocon, 137.570, 29 laps for him this afternoon, C2 tyre. Sergio Perez has done 20 laps so far in the afternoon session, 139.323. That was on the C, I should remember this, on the C something. Was he the C2 as well? It's not on there. Bottas on the C1, though, did a 140.193, 58 laps for him in the morning session. In all day, Verstappen, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, and Colapinto. Everybody else has swapped out from the morning session. And that's pretty much that. Usual stuff. Please do drop a like on the stream. Would really appreciate that. It helps in the algorithm. It also lets me know that you're enjoying the content. So please do drop a like and subscribe if you are new. We're live all day tomorrow, 7 a.m. again, all the way through to 4 p.m. for the final day of F1 testing. And then we get to go racing in just a couple of weeks' time. So we'll get through all the talk and it's going to be great fun. So join us for that. And of course, live for the qualifying watch along and the race reactions for Australia and beyond into the season. Lots of other video content as well. You can also support the channel through Super Chats, which is greatly appreciated, or by buying me a coffee, link in the description. All of those contributions are going into buying a new camera, so every penny helps with that. But again, we always come to chat, so I never prioritise Super Chats. They get read when I get to them, but we always come to in chat. You can also support, that's what I'm saying, you can also support the channel more long-term on Patreon and YouTube memberships as well. You get your name at the end of a video, of every video, and every stream once updated the first of every month, if not before, and you get a little helmet and emojis and everything else that you see people like RC, AC, sorry, and Red Raven have. You get a nice little green name and a nice little helmet and some emojis to use and everything. So yeah, support always appreciated. We're back with Jonty. He's with me all the way till 4 ish. I always say ish because we might get the might get a nice little practice start again. Lights out and away we slow. And Red Raven says, sanity check. How are you feeling, Sean? We haven't entirely degraded yet. Keep it up, fellas. Yeah, my arse is numb. That's what you really wanted to know, Red. I'm starting to feel the day 2 lag. But I'll be good for day 3. Looking forward to tomorrow. Sorry,
I was just listening to
Quaver.
James Vowles.
I saw somebody mention in chat a moment ago. Sorry, I have to eat on stream, otherwise I'm gonna. Well, die would be a bit much. I mean, I'm not going to waste away, am I? But about a quote from Toto Wolff. And I need to find it. That apparently is a little bit interesting. So I need to try and find. I think they said the race. Yeah, here we go. So Mercedes boss angry response to fuel legality rumours. He said, we were told compression ratio is something where we were illegal, which is total bullshit. Utter bullshit, said Wolf when asked by the race about the situation surrounding fuel. Now the next story comes up that our fuel is illegal. I don't know where that comes from and it starts spinning again. Maybe tomorrow we're inventing something else that I don't know. I've been on the files, let's say that, God knows what, question mark. I've been on the Epstein files, God knows what, question mark. Oh, is what the people are going to make up. Sorry. I was like, is that a confession? Toto. Exclusive. So another nonsense. You know, this is a complicated topic with the process and all of this, but I can't even comment. The race understands that Mercedes fuel is on course to be approved with the certification procedure set to be signed off soon. On compression ratio, we said it all along that this looks like a storm in a teacup. The whole thing and the numbers that were coming up, if these numbers would have been true, I absolutely understand why somebody would fight it, but eventually it's not worth the fight. It doesn't change anything for us, whether we stay like this or whether we change the new regulations. I think the way it's been done now, that it needs to be compliant to regulations when it's cold and when it's hot, doesn't give anyone an advantage, he says. I think the attempt was from the other guys to have it only measured hot so they could actually have it cold outside the regulations. So now it's a fair game for everyone. So cutting that down, and I'm using his quotes here again, so apologies. The compression ratio being illegal is bullshit. Which, I mean, they got... Hey, Lola. I can see Lola.
Tail in front of the camera.
Bearing in mind that the FIA check that every step of the way, so calling it illegal is crazy. And it sounds like... I'm just going back and just check something. So it sounds like the race understands that Mercedes fuel is on course to be approved. So it looks like Mercedes fuel will get signed off and homologated. So that's good. Also, we know from other information that Red Bull's fuel has been signed off as well. So they're okay. So we're just waiting for confirmation from one other, aren't we? Or is that everybody? That'll be everybody, won't it? Yeah, that's everybody. So all fuel should be homologated. So not saying that information was incorrect, but it may be, it's not accurate now, is it? So they are sorting it out. So that's why people want me to go and have a look at the Watch Me Jigs, the race, to check that quote. So there we go. Thank you to those who said that. I did say, I did ask you earlier, didn't I, who you... read. I did see a lot of the race, to be fair. So apologies I didn't get back to that. I completely forgot, but a lot of people said the race. Do you know the biggest surprise? Well, not surprise, but when you think about how big of a deal it was, certainly for me growing up, when they only had the magazine, really surprised I didn't see Autosport on there. Just based on, not based on where they are now, but based on how big of a deal Autosport was growing up as a magazine, to not see them even mentioned as a reliable or a news source that people use much of was a little bit of a shame. But also they appear to, certainly motorsport, have certainly changed the direction they take their journalism. So maybe not.
Well, that's how the race came about.
Yeah, because of all that chaos.
The three main people, Scott Mitchell, can't remember the other two. No offense to them. They all left Autosport together to start the race because they were kind of fed up with how Autosport were approaching things. And Autosport did kind of have a podcast stream kind of thing going for a while with them, similar to the way we would do midweeks. But they're all nice people and they're all incredibly knowledgeable. But in that environment, they were phenomenally boring. It was like really, really bad. Like everything they're saying is of good quality, well informed, very insightful. But presentation wise, it was like, oh my God, I'm going to be asleep. So and I think that might have been a part of Autosport sort of dictating the format. They went and did their own thing and then brought people along who are better at the presentation side. And I think it worked. I think it worked really well. They're still running the editorial, which is why all the information's so good and presented so well. And when they do have, podcasts covering this, that, and the other, or video outlets, they get people who are better suited to it. It's working really well.
Yeah, I haven't contemplated, so it was their members club. I don't know if that's worth it, but I partly because I'm sick to death of not being able to read articles on my phone because of ads all the bloody time. Anything you try and do, it just jumps back to the top, and you're like, I was reading that. So I don't say ad blocker. I know. I'll catch up with technology one day. But yeah, no, it's I quite enjoy this. A lot of people don't. People could sort of think they're a bit biased and. But the reason I don't necessarily think they're that biased is because when they do like their driver rankings, then on their members club, they put out a video or article where they explain every single decision. And I think if you're biased, you don't explain your decisions, do you? You just go, that's the best and that's that. Yeah. So I don't, if they are biased, at least they're transparent with the way they come to the decisions. But I don't, of all the outlets out there, I think they're the least biased. Them and... obviously Chris Medland, but also Luke Smith, now of the Athletic.
Yeah, Luke Smith. I meant to mention him earlier. He's fantastic.
But
he's now writes for the Athletic.
Yeah. Which is that part of the New York Post?
I think it's part of the New York Times.
New York Times, yeah, not the Post. Or part of the same group.
It's New York Times or Washington Post, one of the two.
Yeah. American stuff. Usually when Autosport Motorsport reports something, it's probably true. I also used to follow John Noble, but he didn't really go to Blue Sky, if I remember correctly, says Lena. Yeah. I will say with Autosport and Motorsport and the race are the least likely to put something out without corroborating it with a source first.
Yeah.
And I trust that.
Yeah. I think that's the key difference between them and an outlet like race fans.
Yeah. Although race fans used to be quite a big deal.
Yeah, but they seem to fluctuate pretty wildly. And then be randomly quiet for ages. Then come out with some scoop, which, is pretty likely to be true. The people they've got, the access and context that people they have got. But there's also very much an old boys club feel. I don't really gel with. They were involved with Sayward for a while, and there was someone else. Not Keith Conteam, even though he has some issues sometimes. There was another one.
Well, Keith's the owner, isn't he, of race fans?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
anyway, getting into the weeds.
No, it's all right. It's what these streams are for. We do it here so we don't ruin race reactions for you all. Get it out of our system now. We actually cover the races then, you see. New York Times apparently, same as David Ornstein says RC. Thanks RC, mate. Yeah. David Ornstein's great as well, by the way, if you want your football journalist. Dieter Renken.
Could be, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That could be the person I'm thinking of. I'm not sure.
Yes, some outlets do feel very gatekeepy. We said this yesterday, didn't we? So, I think, but I will say for race fans, and I'll always give them this, they were the ones who broke the Ricciardo to Renault news and blew everybody's minds because nobody saw it coming.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We've already done it, Robot Wars, Ash. You missed it. Mate. I'm not going over it again. I got quite riled up on that one. Not as riled up as I could have done. But thank you, Ash.
I'm totally on your side with that. Screw Tornado, cheating kids.
Yeah, boo. Let me just check something very, very quickly. Robot Wars Series 6. It was 2002 that came out, so 24 years ago. We might eventually move on. we might get over it eventually, but. That was people talking about Mercedes. I tell you what, that was cheating. That's it. That's cheating. Yeah. I'm not having it. Anyway.
Although the last sort of 6-7 years or so, the one thing I have come to realise is as much as I absolutely loved Robot Wars.
Yeah.
Never missed it. Absolutely loved it.
Friday nights, BBC Two.
Watch a few episodes of BattleBots, ignoring the Americanizing of the way the production's done, but just the actual battles. Robot Wars is boring as hell. Nothing happens. Compared to them, which have quite a few less restrictions in what they can do, my God, it's absolutely psychotic.
Still prefer Robot Wars. They had Craig Charles, Dave Lister.
Honestly, some of them are mental. Absolute man. And the Razor team went there as well.
Best robot. Best looking.
It's certainly the best looking.
Yeah.
By a mile. Everything about that was gorgeous design.
Well done, Ash.
But the best robot, I mean, I said it in the chat when you were talking about it earlier, the best robot was Cassius.
Original Cassius.
And probably, yeah.
And
probably the best guy as well. He's passed away a few years ago, unfortunately. Rex Garrod. He was amazing. Like when he got to like semi-final or final, and he had to fight a team of like kids who'd kind of got there by luck, and he's like, "Well, I want to win," so he just kind of like gently turned them over because he didn't have a self-righting mechanism. Well, the Shremek didn't really exist at that point. And then the house robots went in, so he started attacking them, and I think he flipped like 3 of them. It was fantastic.
Oh, TV was so much better. I think Friday nights I have in my head was Robot Wars and Malcolm in the Middle on BBC Two. I think.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's coming back this year, by the way, Malcolm in the Middle.
Sighted Canvas, you are correct. Jamie Hyneman did make a robot for Robot Wars. And they weren't allowed to compete because it was too dangerous. It was psychotic.
Which is the point, surely. Surely.
I didn't know Grant Imahara did. I'm going back very early at this point, although I wouldn't be surprised if Grant did. That makes even more sense.
I'm just watching Lewis Hamilton go around, on board to see how that Ferrari looks.
Yeah.
Serious
That's right.
question.
Where one send, Blendo was the early one. And it was just madness. And as Punkate said, Punkate Lena says, yeah, RIP to Grant Imahara. That was a real shame.
I don't know
TV at that time was kind of weird. I watched yesterday on a whim because I found it after watching a load of nostalgia computer game stuff and whatnot. On YouTube, I found the first episode of Bad Influence. I mean, you probably don't even remember that. You'd have been about 8. Yeah. Things can happen at that time. It's kind of, they were showing off an art program for, I think it was the Amiga, possibly something else. And obviously, the art programs of that time are a bit naff. And you think about other programs that were on TV at the time. And you get Andy Peters turn around and say, well, you can do some art with that, but I don't think Rolf Harris has got anything to worry about. That hasn't aged well. It's just TV of the time when what happens later is like, wow.
Some updates from Autosport, which is quite funny. James Vowles speaking to F1 TV said Red Bull looked really good until we started talking about their power unit, and then they turned it down, which is amusing, said James Vowles. Then said, of course, it's never that simple, but it is true the moment one team appears to be cranking up the pace, they immediately reverse into the pack to try to hide it again, which is what we've been saying all week. This testing, more than anything, there's 0 point really too much into times and whatnot. Just look at the laps, look who's doing what you can read between the lines when you just look at the laps more than anything. And, sector times, if they're purple in the first sector, purple in the second sector, and they're a second off their own pace in the final sector, they're taking the mickey. But yeah, I still nothing on Aston Martin, which is annoying, but there you go.
Just a replay of Lewis getting a big snap on out of 5, I think. Maybe 4. Ran over the gravel. And that was a real sudden, I'm fine, it's gripping. Not anymore. Just out of nowhere. This was something you mentioned earlier. It is really nice to see that the drivers are driving cars.
Yeah.
They're not just piloting the cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've got to put the effort, not put the effort in. That sounds like they do nothing, but they're having to work for it.
Yeah,
and
which is great.
The more a car moves around, all right, fine. Arguably, the slower it goes, but the better it looks as well. And that's you see a driver fighting the steering wheel and multiple bites at a corner. It's not going quickly or quickly enough to worry the top of the timesheets, but it's great to watch rather than just, as we tend to see a lot, just a car just almost like it's on rails, like a scale electric. We don't want to see that.
And a good, that makes me really excited for places like Monaco.
Yeah.
Qualifying, that could make a huge difference. You could really get surprise results there as really good drivers in, not as good cars can make the difference.
So you're saying drivers can be in a position where they can wring the neck of it while pushing, says Sighted Canvas.
It's just a case of being in a position where the driver's making more impact.
Yeah. And I feel like we are
for quite a while.
Difficult in testing.
Yeah,
but
yeah, and obviously, like it is testing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's felt for a while that this percentage swing has gone way more to car. Certainly, the last regulations, it felt like 85% car. Generation before that, probably about 80. This feels like it's a lot more car, like probably a lot more. There's a lot more driver input, so maybe down to 70 car.
But to be depressing and ruin that, in 3 years' time, it'll all be car again. Yeah. But yeah, the drivers should be fighting the cars. We want to see that, and that's. I think fighting the cars makes it sound bad, but having to really work hard, you can't just push the throttle and go. You can't anyway in these cars now with the new power units. You've got to think about it all the time. But I can't. I love the new the boards for like straight mode. It's like SM, so it's sm, and then there's overtake mode, which is the song. There you go, Jonty. There's a reference for you. The song. Yeah, I just. Do we need a board? I suppose the drivers do, don't they? Although I'd imagine
the heads.
Smegging the heads.
Yeah.
It's total fascist bullshit, man.
What is it?
What a show.
Crypto-fascist.
Crypto-fascist, yeah. Crypto-fascist bullshit, yeah.
Time slides.
Yes, yeah.
Willis to find fluffy handcuffs and banana and crisp sandwiches.
A banana and crisp sandwich, yeah. What a show.
Yeah.
Series. Oh. I think that and Bottom are probably my two favourite sitcoms of all time. And Bottom just because it was stupid and it was two of the all-time great comedians and comedy actors. Oh, so good. Especially the live tours. They often went off the rails.
Yeah. Well,
Eddie. To be fair, it's taken us 2 days to get to sitcom chat. That's impressive for us. Any opportunity to talk about Red Dwarf or Bottom, or Rick Mail just generally. Blackadder was great, yeah. Blackadder's fantastic. Blackadder Goes Forth was probably my favourite, but I do like...
Yeah.
Is it Blackadder 2 with Miranda Richardson as Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah.
And Nursey.
The squeak.
Yeah.
That high-pitched squeak whenever she wants to get control of someone. I think when Blackadder Goes Forth, the last episode, it gives you whiplash. All the comedy and laughing, then they get to the end, you're like, oh.
I still well up when I see it. Perfect TV.
Amazing.
Beautifully done. We've got... Where are we? Who's doing what? Piastri and Verstappen-ish on track together.
Hope it's a good day, Killjoy.
See you later, Killjoy. Have fun at work. I say have fun at work. Hope it's a good job and you enjoy it. But see you.
Yeah, depends what you do.
Yeah. I mean, this is technically my job, so, you know. I don't know if I call it a job anymore now. I'm self-employed again. It's gone back to being a bit of a hobby, which is probably why it's quite so chill. Less stress. I say that as soon as I get off, I'll be stressing about something, but... Yeah, Blackadder was... Yeah. Even the first series, which is a bit hit and miss at times, was still epic. The Blackadder. Edna! I was looking at Rear Wings there constantly. Sorry, Jonty.
Was it the first or the third where Percy creates green?
Is that is the Queen Elizabeth one, isn't it? Second. Blackadder 2. No, Blackadder...
Maybe 2? I can't remember. They all seem to blend together.
Because Hugh Laurie was the Prince Regent in the third one, wasn't he?
It's second, apparently.
Okay, there you go.
This is what happens when you've seen so much over so long. Everything blends together.
Just one massive series. Yeah, Faulty Towers, classic. Oh, we've got a cameraman running down the pit lane again as Lewis Hamilton comes down. Not quite as sketchy as earlier, which was odd, but yeah.
Perez about to go out.
Good old Checo. Good to see him back. Going to keep saying it. There's that smoking Ferrari at the back. Is that just the... Oh, is that just the... Because the exhaust fumes are going under that plate, aren't they?
It's really hard to... I'm sure... I keep being convinced that I'm seeing it shooting up in the air like a wet track rooster tail. But then I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm surprised we've not read more about it, which suggests to me that it's probably just nothing and we're over-analysing it. But when you see a Ferrari doing that, your mind instantly goes to 2019 and you can't help it.
Of course it is.
When they used to start up the car and the entire garage would just be full of smoke, basically. Yeah.
Oh, they're still on the flappy wing.
I know, they're boring. I'm not impressed. Get rid of it.
Ministry of Silly Walks was Monty Python's Flying Circus, the sketch show.
Colapinto's not stopping. I thought he was for a second there. He's letting Piastri and Verstappen through. They all seem to be converging slowly. Piastri's sort of on the back of Verstappen. Colapinto has just let them through, but then Hamilton and Hulkenberg coming around. So Antonelli's now broken that by just exiting the pits. He is doing some... I did check this a second ago. He is doing speed tests in his Mercedes. So that's why he's sort of in and out a bit of the pits.
That replay they've just shown.
Which one?
I don't know if I'm behind you or not. Of Ferrari when Lewis came in, there is definitely smoke coming out of the rear light housing right at the top of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it going under the plate? That plate seems to wrap around the light as part of the light housing. So it's that one piece, and is the exhaust gases just coming through there?
What the hell would that be for?
Unless it's just because they've got that blocked off, that's the only place they want to go. It could be something as daft as that.
I mean, yeah.
Or as simple as that. But it could also...
It does look kind of strange.
But as you said earlier, and you're so right, and we hear it all the time, if it's not doing anything, it wouldn't be on the car.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, exactly.
You can't help but speculate. But people will... If anyone has any ideas in chat, if you've been watching it, so where that plate was we talked about earlier, and then it sort of goes around the light casing, the smoke's coming from between the light casing and the light. So it's almost like it's channeling through that as well. But it's a
bit dodgy. That's a lot
intriguing.
Of heat and everything being directed really close to a rear crash structure. Because that's what the light's inside. That's the mandated, very, very important crash structure. So...
Neelish says apparently the Abu Dhabi 2021 safety car is on sale. Where? And can I buy it? Have we already talked about all the drivers' comments about being difficult to pass? It's not sounding promising, says Zach. Do you know what, Zach? Honestly, mate, I had no idea that they've said that. I know they've complained about the regulations or have complaints about the regulations generally, but I didn't know anyone had said it was going to be difficult to pass. So that's something for me to look into tonight for tomorrow, because I didn't know about that.
Well, I'm thinking the issue there is that the straight line mode is for everyone all the time. That's going to be the issue. Apparently, everyone's got DRS all the time, so it's a permanent DRS train.
Apparently 600 grand for the Abu Dhabi 2021 safety car. So if you all get your super chats in, we'll present testing live next year from the back seat of an Aston Martin safety car. A quid each will do it. It's fine. Not quite enough people here for that, but there you go. AC, sorry, it's because you've got the racing radiologist as your at, so it throws me off. Says poll for Wooden Spoon 26, Aston, Caddy, Audi. Yeah. Aston, Caddy, Audi, Aston. I think, yeah, hang on. We'll do a poll. So, 2026 Wooden Spoon. So, basically, who's going to be last? Question mark. Audi. Probably done them in the right order as well. Aston. Cadillac. So, you get 3 options. I don't know why we don't do more polls, to be honest. There we go. I think I spelled it right. If I haven't, apologies. Wooden Spoon, who's going to be last in the championship this year come the end of the season? We've got a race on. And by race, I mean a testing race, which is not really a race, but Hamilton and Piastri going at it is a bit extreme. Although this is testing as well, isn't it? Hamilton following Oscar Piastri to see how easy these are to follow. He's trying to go around the outside of 9. And Piastri is not letting him go. This is a bit racing than I thought it was going to be, actually. It's not proper racing, but it's close enough. Don't let him through, Oscar. Race. Oh, you wimp. You've ruined testing now, Oscar. Yeah. Hamilton's through. That was, again, checking out dirty air. How easy it is to follow. What happens when you pull out. It's good testing stuff. But yeah, it wasn't a proper scrap, but it was still scrappier than I thought it was going to be. So that was fun. Thank you for that, Lewis Hamilton and Oscar Piastri. In comes replay Verstappen into the pits. Yeah, 0 anything coming from the back of that Red Bull. But without all that stuff that the Ferrari has, the back of that Red Bull looks almost naked. It just doesn't look finished all of a sudden. Have they got somebody to slot there? Let's see. But yeah, just showing us a replay of the pit stop there. Why not? Aston will have a hard start, but will end up in the midfield this year, says Latox. Aston with a GP2 engine and exploding gearbox, says K. It'll be Caddy because they're slow and unreliable. Slow and reliable, while Aston is unreliable but faster, says Neelish. I see 2 teams not scoring points, says 2 left feet. The smoke comes from the genie bottle hidden within the Ferrari to force the World Drivers' Championship. That's a good one, yeah. And apparently Charles definitely said it was difficult to pass. I'll go and look for those interviews tonight then. I'll have a look. I sort of get my stream ready for tomorrow and get it scheduled, and then I go and have something to eat, and then I sit and just have a read of the stuff from the day. So I'll see if I can find anything like direct quotes. It's just easy to do it tonight for tomorrow. It gives us something to talk about tomorrow morning as well, on what they're saying and whether that's a concern. It is interesting because in 2022 testing, I think K-Mag was quite glowing. I think it was K-Mag quite glowing of the new regs, and they were talking about how it was easier to follow. So, and
yeah,
ultimately ended up that it wasn't as easy and then got harder. But it's interesting that we're sort of the other way on these ones. So I wonder if that changes when we actually get proper racing. Neelish says, I wonder if the Ferrari smoke is oil mist from crankcase ventilation or something. It could be something very simple.
Yeah.
It really could. Or it could be something ingenious and they're going to get banned.
But it's more fun to think that it's more fun to speculate about it being something dodgy.
Of course it is. That's going to get them to do a dodgy agreement with the FIA that nobody gets to see.
Yeah. Again.
Love you, Ferrari. Busy track again. Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, Perez, Albon, Hamilton, and Piastri are out there. So we're keeping an eye on those as we muddle through. I say muddle through. We're fine. We're having good fun. Hopefully, it's watchable for you guys. So the poll at the moment, 53% are going with Cadillac, 44%. Wow. Only 3% think Audi will be last. 44% think Aston could be. Cadillac are leading the poll, though. So that's interesting. That people think that Audi with a new power unit in car. I suppose Aston have technically. Well, they have got a new power unit, but everyone has. So, weird. But interesting. Max on 99 laps, he is indeed circulating nicely around. Hamilton did 36.4 on a race run, which is fairly good, says Neelish. Or somebody let some dry ice fall in the hot bit of the engine to fool everyone. So it's all gameplay. It's all gameplay. More, I say, action. As the lights go down in Bahrain, the circuit improves so much, doesn't it? Just as a vision, just visually, so boring otherwise. I think Audi's experience in endurance racing will help in terms of reliability. Sure, they'll finish races. Aston and Caddy not so much, says Kay. I'll leave the poll up for a bit, and then we'll close it. But it looks like a lot of you are swinging towards Caddy for this one, which isn't a surprise, given that if you asked them where they were, they'd probably say probably last. They'd word it better than that. Sponsors and all that, but yeah. Although Perez has just got ahead of Alonso, by the way, who is still not on the track. So I don't know if we've had any updates on Alonso yet. Doesn't look like it's... No. Still on those James Vowles quotes at the moment. In fact, Bernie is there.
Ticked over to 100 laps.
Centurion, he's done it. Doesn't count in his testing.
It was really good lap counts as well. Colapinto 97, Albon 92, Lawson 86. This is good lap counts.
Some really have. All through testing. What's quite surprising is that Haas, although they are on over 100 laps, Ocon's only done the 36 this afternoon. There is still a long way to go, of course, but...
Yeah.
Well, the pole's starting to swing. I will say that. Really starting to swing a little bit now, so could be interesting if we leave that for a bit. I don't know how much of that is because of what we're hearing from testing about where the Aston is, but I think was it Kay or somebody else that said it in chat that Aston will struggle initially and then they'll be in the midfield by mid-season. That's probably about right. But what is the midfield going to be this year? Are we going to have a proper midfield, or is it going to be top 4 teams and everybody else? Or are we going to have top 4 teams, midfield, backmarkers? That's going to be interesting to sort of see and unfold.
Yeah. Well, I'm choosing to see like the couple of the few people saying Audi are just rightfully vindictive about them not keeping the Sauber name.
Well, who's their sponsor? Is it Qatar? Or who owns... Somebody owns a big chunk of that team. From the Middle East. I can't remember if it's Saudi or if it's Qatar, but... Or a business from there. But if you've bought a big chunk of that team and you're calling it Audi, and it used to be called Sauber, and I say visit Qatar in chat, but if it had been Saudi, surely you'd just call it Saudi.
Yeah.
Surely. But it is, yeah, it's Audi. And visit Qatar.
Yeah, I mean, I know officially it's still Audi Sauber or something like that in the official documents for, the registered team entry and all the rest of it, but I would still like to see the Sauber name. It's just a shame to see more names be replaced with corporate.
Yeah, and I think the Sauber name on documentation, as boring as this is going to sound, I think is to do with prize money rather than actually wanting to keep the name. So that's going to disappear eventually. But yeah, that's a weird system because it's the same team. So why are they not entitled to the prize money just because they changed their name? Yeah, they're owned by different people. It's the same mechanics, the same engineers for the most part. Perez, twitchy moment at 11 and runs wide. All good though. Currently P14, 26 laps, 37.635. I think I've hit a bit of a cliff out of nowhere, randomly.
Okay, need to go for a walk or something.
I might go for a quick yellow flag. Yeah, that's what I need to do. So I'll leave you a chat for 2 minutes and I'll be back. And just need to freshen up if you like. So I know I'm ready to go.
Yeah, go flush her in the loo. I'll wake you up. Yeah, Flying Tiger, you're right. All the different stuff that's going on with how these power units are behaving for different teams. I'm genuinely excited for how it's going to play out. It might not be the fastest racing we've ever seen. It might not be, you know, the super elite Formula One that people expect, but it could be very entertaining to watch. It really could. And we won't know any of this until Q2. That's the annoying thing. Got the rest of today, all day tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be a few more quick laps put in, but we still won't know through the practice sessions in Australia. It'll be Q2 when we find out. We're just hoping for some shocks. That's what we want. We want one team you expect to do well to suddenly be nowhere, or vice versa. Have a team you expect to be rubbish be right up there. That's what we need. I think F1 is in desperate requirement of some form of underdog story. It's been a while since we've had a really good one. Oh, Baxter, on cam, look, dog. And he's escaped. That's it, time to go eat some socks and pee on them in the garden. What about you? You can say hello? See, we noticed when Kat appeared, but she just sat here like the whole time, staring at me. No, CPB, I don't think Russell would have liked it. Whilst he can be the very sort of professional appearing kind of guy, he still can have a bit of fun. He still can be outspoken, and that wouldn't have gelled well with Ron Dennis. That would have led to some arguments. Oh, every cat owner has a kitty voice. You kind of, it's automatic. You go into it, and then you forget that. Then you remember. Oh, hang on a minute. There's people watching. Even when there's visitors here, you catch yourself. You're like, don't really talk like that. You got them on now?
Yeah, I put one the wrong way. I was like, what? Yeah, thank you for that. I just need to take a minute just for... Yeah, he's still around. I just gave him a crisp, so he's happy now, so... Bless him. Eats more human food than I do. Basically. Yeah, sorry about it. I just went a bit... I had a moment where I hit a cliff and my head went a bit funky, but yeah, stood up and I was all right.
You just need to move around, stand up, have a shake, whatever. I mean, I appreciate you doing the times every hour because I'm not that much older, but I think I'm that much more decrepit.
You feel it after a while.
Well, I had like 25 years of doing very, very heavy jobs when I've really not got the frame for it.
Mm.
So I kind of worn out a lot quicker than most people will.
And to be clear, by the way, when we moan about our aches and pains and whatnot, we still love the streams. We're still quite happy doing them. Yeah. Just every now and again you need to go off a stretch, as I'm sure you can all understand. But yeah, looking forward. I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow, weirdly. Not because then they're over, but looking forward to sort of hopefully seeing time start to ramp up again. Hopefully.
Yeah. More C4 runs, maybe some C5 runs.
I feel like today's been like on track action wise, it's been a bit of a slog. Because obviously have the Alonso stopping on track. Alonso stopping on track. And lockups and bits like that, but it's not been, apart from the Ferrari rear wing, not really anything to sink our teeth into like yesterday. But I suppose that's because yesterday everything was new and fresh and we were seeing it for the first time, I suppose. Whereas tomorrow we do start to see those last little bits they want to put on ready for Melbourne. Bearing in mind, actually, that by the sounds of it, a lot of these cars are going to turn up to Melbourne with a lot of new things on them anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So, but then we get the C4, C5 tyre run. The C5's here this weekend as well, so, or this week, so we might see some C5 tyre runs. I don't know if we see it quite so much these days, but once upon a time in testing, teams used to like to go out and try to get a headline time because it looked good for coverage and getting sponsors in the papers, and the rumours of Prost putting in some low fuel laps with a possibly illegal car just because they wanted to sign more sponsorship deals. Rumour, never fully confirmed.
Illegal car.
A slightly illegal car I'm going with. I'll be generous, but it was a very illegal car. So,
it was a shame because I wanted them to do well because one of the sponsors was PlayStation, which was really cool and different at the time. That wasn't the kind of sponsor you got in Formula One.
Well,
we'd had a couple of games earlier on, but never like the console itself.
Prost, you remember yesterday you were saying about how the 1998 Arrows is a livery we always say is one of the best, even though it was just black with white sponsors on it. The Prost was just blue, but it was still a great livery. It's just simple. Didn't need to be complicated. It was just such a really nice livery. Britain's Flying Tiger says that GPDA director Carlos Sainz appointed 2025 director, George Russell chairman, Alex Verts legal advisor, Anastasia Fowl. I don't know what that's specifically about.
Someone asked, just asking if I got asked if George would have thrived under Ron Dennis. I said no. Because despite his ability to be corporate and very professional, he still can be quite outspoken and have some fun. And I don't think he would have gelled with Ron Dennis. I think the only driver I think he would have done well with Ron is probably Lance, because he'll just shut up and do as he's told. Because he spent his last 10 years of his life doing that.
Where are you? Pascal.
Maybe Norris.
There we go. Yeah. Pascal said, good afternoon all. Finally got to tune in. Hey, Pascal. Says, to my surprise, Audi looks like they found a turn of pace today. Yeah, Hulkenberg P5 on a 33.9. So Audi just starting to ramp things up a little bit. So yeah, good to see you, Pascal. Hope you're having a good week. And Latok says, Haas coming late to the first test with Magnussen having the fastest time of the day. Haas never had so much coverage as that day, 2022. I think that was. It was after they'd sacked or terminated Mazepin's contract. Then everyone went, oh, what are they going to do? Then they got K-Mag in, which a lot of fans are very happy Mazepin had gone anyway. Then K-Mag came back, so they were really happy. And then he did amazing in testing, even though they were late. Didn't he score points in the first race as well, Magnussen?
I think possibly.
I've got, because that was in 2022, wasn't it? 2022 F1 season. Let's have a look, because I'll soon know if I'm wrong. Nikita Mazepin, sacked, replaced by Kevin Magnussen, and K-Mag. I've got a feeling there's a stat in here that I've used before, and I'm going to go for it anyway. Magnussen scored at 3 of the first 4 races, including the sprint as well, in Imola. Fifth place in Bahrain, so 5th, 9th, 14th, then 8th and 9th. So immediately their decision was pretty much justified, I think, from a sporting perspective. Forget the political aspect of it or whatever, but the sporting aspect, yes, 100%. 100%.
Especially when you consider that probably the previous, because Mazepin had already done a season. His debut race lasted a corner.
Yeah. Well, 2 technically. I always get confused by the first 2 corners because he does get through turn 1 and then he's into turn 2 and then he goes off just for turn 3. So, I'll give him that. He did get round 2, sort of. Yeah. He was...
that was their second season?
2018.
Second season at 2017 Australia, I think.
I'm sure it was 18 because the channel wasn't
must
around.
Have been 18.
Yeah.
It must have been 18 because it was in the first series of Drive to Survive.
Yeah, it's 2018, and it was
where he qualified. Their first year they got a P6 finish, then the second year they got P6 in qualifying, It was really, and everyone was super hyped, and they were running really, really well in the race. And then one set of wheels fell off, and then the next set of wheels fell off like within about a minute. Oh my God!
And they were on for a big result, weren't they? They're on for a big result.
That must have been brutal for the team.
Dave says, to be fair, Hadjar's first race he didn't even last the formation lap. That's true.
That's true.
However,
that is true.
However, what Isack Hadjar did last year more than makes up for that. Nikita Mazepin did sod all after that to justify or to let him off on that one. That's the only difference there. But yeah, no, at least he got the formation lap in, so that was something. Again, I've said this 100 times in the last 12 months, but that. You know, you look at drivers' careers, and every now and again there's a crossroads. In life, every now and again you come across a crossroads in life. That was such a big moment for Hadjar. He could have let his head drop, been an absolute nightmare, been terrible for the rest of the season, never got over it, but he didn't. He picked himself up, went straight to China, out-qualified, and out-raced his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. That's what you do. You pick yourself up and get on with it. So there's a life lesson for you. But yeah, I think this is what was
I think that's what most impressed me about Hadjar last year. That mental strength to come back from that. I mean, it's going to be hard for anyone first race of the season to crash out in the formation lap, but your actual F1 debut, everything you've spent your whole life striving to get towards, and you do that must be soul destroying. And then he was awesome. Like, well done you.
I've got to be honest, I just generally, maybe love's a strong word, but really, really love Isack Hadjar. I think he's great as a personality and as a driver. And when you think about, can you remember all the talk about, oh, no, he's not got the mentality, he's too aggressive, he's too angry all the time. How much did he just chill last year compared to F2? That's how you do it. You mature and you grow and you take that criticism and go, okay, well, then I'll walk away. So he went from, hugs from Lewis Hamilton's dad. His name's gone, Anthony Hamilton. Getting hugs in there and help Marco, essentially calling him a wimp. Let's be honest. Was it Help Marco?
Probably.
It was somebody senior somewhere said, get over it, don't cry. And then he came back to China, and apart from a little bit of a drop off in the summer break, around the summer period, it was pretty much faultless. There were moments for a rookie, but you expect them, but he really shone last year, and that promotion, whilst potentially a curse, is thoroughly deserved. I would have still preferred one more season at Racing Bulls just to make doubly sure, but they had to make a change, and they did, and I think he deserves it. I can't think of anybody else that was available that could have gone in that seat anyway, but I think Hadjar deserved it, so he's a good lad, is Hadjar. I think, I don't think last year's rookies, Bearman, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Antonelli, I don't think there's a single unlikable person in there, is there? They were all just a really nice bunch of guys, and they're very good at what they do. So that's, I like that. Not that it matters if I like them or not, but he is very different than his F2 years. Very different. Do you remember Monaco? F2, Isack Hadjar, when he was going to win, and then the safety car came out and shafted him. The anger on his face and on the radio. Oh, he was seething, understandably. But we didn't see much of that last year, which was great. And that's right, Neil. I should completely agree. A regs change is a great year to be in the second Red Bull seat, because it's just a fresh start for everybody, isn't it? So that's what I was saying about Lindblad earlier and the other day in my video, which, by the way, again, thank you to those that have come over the F1 World and watched that. That's given it a real boost in the algorithm, so thank you. This is probably the best year to come in as a rookie, because whilst it's still a lot of pressure, it's the same for everybody. So he's got a better chance than Lindblad this year.
Yeah, you might be you're still lacking the experience.
Yeah.
But it's as level a playing field as you're going to get.
Yeah. Best time. So.
Yeah, everyone's starting fresh on the new regs.
And no help Marco.
Yeah.
To throw you out the door because you farted in the wrong direction. Hamilton's back in the pit lane and has been for a while by the look of it, and they've got the nose off and they're around. Are you changing the rear wing, guys? Go on. One last time. Last time.
Put it on.
Go on. just so the camera.
Here's a question.
Rear wing. Go on.
Can anyone make one and get it there by tomorrow? From this morning? Probably not.
Unlikely. Well, it's probably possible, but that's a lot of work to do and get it flown out to Bahrain.
Yeah.
It's possible to spend a lot of money, have a private plane to take it there, and have a lot of people at the factory, I suppose, but unlikely. They are at the rear wing, Jonty. They are around the rear wing.
With Audi having the flip down.
Yeah.
I mean, did they already have that, or have they just put it on back to front?
There was something about their rear wing was it last week we first noticed the Alpine one? It was, wasn't it? It didn't look the same as, say, a Red Bull one that wouldn't open normally, but I don't remember seeing it drop down. So whether it was always supposed to, and they just allowed it to do that this week, I don't know. But
the thing that gets me about the Alpine and the Audi, if you're moving it in that direction, you've got other places where you can put the actuation. So to again get rid of a bit more drag. Yeah, you could have that on the back of the struts, pulling it down, as opposed to the one on top in the middle pushing it down, which is probably creating more drag than the traditional one because it looks a bit higher up.
It'll be interesting to see if anybody brings it with their first proper update package, their big update package. If they look at what Ferrari's done and gone, hey, that's a good idea. Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Day Edwards. Everyone already had it in CFD 2 hours ago.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely certain.
Who said that? I'm not
when
getting
they were
interviewing.
If you during the interview with James Vowles, he was saying it's something we hadn't even considered, but we're already working on looking at if it's actually worthwhile.
Oh, there we go. How weird that my chat seems to update after yours. It's my bloody stream. That doesn't seem right. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Your chat popped out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. Do you want to nip off and stretch your legs again, Jonty, and I'll run through the times again? Not the newspaper.
Another hour already.
Yeah. Only one to go, mate, today. And then just 4 tomorrow, and you're free.
Yeah. Well, on this occasion, I could do with a wee.
There you go, then. Okie dokie. I'll see you in a bit. Oh. Sorry, chat, having a second. Ready to go. So, haven't muted myself. That's a good start. Almost into the final hour of the second day of the second official pre-season test in Bahrain. Oscar Piastri still leading the way on that 132.861 from earlier. That was set on the C3 tyre, 56 laps for him. Max Verstappen, 133.162, 114 laps at the minute for Max, and he's still out there circulating. His fastest time set on the C3. Lando Norris this morning set the 133.4 on the C4 tyre. He did 72 laps, 61 laps for Kimi and Antonelli, 133.726 on the C3 tyre. And then, of course, Nico Hülkenberg, just mentioned, up into 5th place, 133.9 C4 tyre for him, and 59 laps in total. George Russell, this morning, 77 laps, 134.1, 1.2 off the pace, and he completed that time on the C3s. Colapinto was also on the C3s, 134.6, 99 laps for him, 98 laps for Albon, 135.1, that was on the C4s. Bortoletto and Bearman, still don't know what tyre they use for theirs. It just comes up as you when you look at the thing, so no idea. 135.2, 69 laps for Bearman. 29 laps for Bortoletto, 69 laps for Bearman on a 1:35.2. Esteban Ocon, 1:35.5, 43 laps for him. 65 for Lewis Hamilton, 1:36.2. Of course, missed quite a bit of the morning with that issue in the pits that was resolved. No problems there in the end. 1:36.2 for Perez, 32 laps. 88 laps for Liam Lawson, 1:36.9. 1:37.4. For Fernando Alonso, 68 laps. Still no word on what's happening there. His car stopped on track earlier. In fact, there might be an update. I'll do that in a bit. Bottas, 140.1. 58 laps for him. And the tyres have disappeared. So we're going to try and see if we can get that back up again, just so I can let you know. We got to Lawson, didn't we? Or somewhere around there. And I'll read through who did what on what. So Alonso was on the C3 for his fastest time. Bottas was on the C1, Lawson the C2, Perez the C3, Hamilton the C2, Ocon the C3. So we're now into the final hour of the test, and we're going to see what happens with Aston Martin. I'll save it so Jonty's back to read any sort of update if I can find it. I thought I saw one. It might just be a bit of speculation. But yeah, please do drop a like on the stream. Really appreciated your support and your company today. We've got one more to do tomorrow, 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. GMT. Please do subscribe if you would like to, of course. And then you won't miss that one, hopefully. And lots of live streams, lots of videos coming up over the course of the season. Super chats, memberships, Patreon, buy me a coffee, all of that links in the description if you would like to support the channel. That would be massively appreciated. Thank you so much to Annette for your contribution over on Buy Me a Coffee. I missed that one earlier, sorry Annette. Says enjoy your new camera. I will do. Hopefully get that in the spring once we've got to any potential birthday money in. Sounds silly at 40 years old talking about birthday money, doesn't it really? Feels a bit immature. I'd like some money for a birthday, but it's going to go towards equipment, which sounds really dull. But I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, Annette. Really appreciate it. Not just your support on Buy Me a Coffee, but also just your support generally. You're a star, and we love you loads. Also, thank you to Hatbrust as well. I forgot to mention that yesterday for becoming a Patreon over on surprise, Patreon. So thank you very much, mate, for your support as well. That is very kind and generous of you. So that Alonso up a date. So Autosport say looks very much like day done at Aston Martin with no signs of activity outside of the garage with the screens up. So it looks like it is pretty much day over as Jonty returns for Fernando Alonso in the garage. So the screen's still up.
Oh, we had a report.
Sort of. It's a bit of speculation from Autosport that it looks very much like the day is done for Aston Martin. No activity outside the garage with the screens up. So a pretty miserable test. Continues to be miserable for Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Let's end this poll as well on that note. Closer than I thought, actually, I'll be honest. Thank you for your votes, everyone. 50% of you got me Cadillac for the wooden spoon. Aston, 46%. Audi, just 4%. So if someone could try and remember that... we'll come back to the end of the year and be like, oh, you see, you can't read into testing, or oh my god, you're all absolutely bang on. I'm pretty not in a nasty. I don't mean it in like a negative way. Just I'm pretty confident Cadillac are going to be last, but I'd expect that of a brand new team that didn't exist a year ago, really. So yeah. Dave the Fish says, I've always wondered, is the reason they're only allowed to run one car to cut the cost of not having to run and build two cars? And I'd have thought they'd want them to run two with the whole refresh of the rules. Pretty much. I think you've nailed it there, Dave. It's a case of they already run their mechanics and engineers in shifts, don't they, through the day? Morning shift, afternoon shift, evening shift. So you'd then need that twice for both cars. You'd also need two lots of parts, which means if you've got a nice fancy rear wing that keeps flipping itself over and that gets broken on one car, you can't use it on the other. Replacement parts, I mean, they'll have quite a few spares, I'd have thought, but they can't waste them all in testing. So there's that, there's the cost, there's I think one car's enough for testing, even with new regs.
And Antonelli's on the quick one. He's
just crossed the line and gone fastest.
He won.
1:32.803, 64 laps, C3 tyre.
Purple in middle sector.
Hi, Baxter.
Which is the twistiest of the three. Yes.
Can't have cuddles. I'm on stream. It's too heavy to pick up now. Audi hype is real, says Latox. Yeah, I think they're doing all right. As Lawson moves up to 11th place as well. As we look at Bono in the garage, talked about him earlier, weren't we? So there's probably a really clever way it's explained in rules and whatnot why they don't bring 2 cars, but ultimately the upshot is it's too expensive, and you'd need a lot of people and a lot of spare parts.
Catherine Boyle in chat saying we used to take car parts to testing in hand luggage. You're not quite allowed to do that anymore. I'm not sure they fit anymore. Depending on how long ago that was.
Someone tried to fit their fancy new rear wing through airport security. Honestly, it's just shampoo. Ocon up to 8th. Starting to pick up the pace a little bit here, some teams and some cars. Lots of green sectors. So, massive lockup for somebody down at turn 1. That looks like Colapinto, who's just ahead of Ocon. Not really watching.
I'm not trying to take a front wing.
I've not tried to pay any attention to Alpine this week. That's just a hangover from last year.
They're just quietly getting on with it.
Yeah. A bit like Haas. I'm Williams, actually, looking at the lap times and the lap count.
Well, Vals was saying earlier that they're actually really pleased with where they are. You know, they took the decision to not do the close test, but then had the surprise shakedown filming day, which basically just allowed them to find any of the gremlins that would have been found during the close test anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Marked as a gift. I like that. It was Colapinto locking up right front of turn 1. Pretty standard to what we've seen all week, really. Is it quite a big one? A smoke? Yeah. Oh, that's a huge one. Wait for the replay, John. It's a great shot from the side as well. That's a proper lockup, that is. From Franco Colapinto. Not good for those tyres, that's for sure. I want to see we need to watch Hamilton here. They were at the rear of the car. I noticed that it's a normal one. They've got the actuator there, so boo. Unless they're going to run it with the actuator, try something new.
You know it's a big lockup when from the onboard you see him go off, turn around the corner, and you can still see the smoke from his own lockup.
Hamilton's been off at turn 8, a little bit wide there on the exit, or quite wide there at the exit. He's slowed down now. That is definitely the normal rear wing on the Ferrari, unfortunately. So, yes. Should we spin the wheel, Jonty? We've already done one.
Yeah.
I think we should. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's illegal not to. That's a bit much. Let's see what we get from the question wheel. It's going to be... It's a Moray question. It's a Moray. Said, what was the best year for car liveries? 2018 stands out to me.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one. 90s, this is total bias. 90s cars and liveries always seem to look great for the most part. Lola aside.
91. It's a good one. Jordan 191.
It's just, do you know what, Jonty? It's your stream. Apparently, chat don't want me to know anything. I'm so far behind you. I'm still right back at a yinker here. So it's all up to you now. You're in charge. I'm off to bed. Yeah, I loved 90s liveries, particularly thinking of. I know you love that BAR one. That was great in the 99, wasn't it?
I just brought up an image of all the liveries of 1991. All, Jesus Christ. Hang on a minute. 27
Counting.
of them.
27, bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's a bit much.
Well, but there's some gorgeous classics in there. Jordan 191.
Yeah.
Tyrrell with Leighton House turquoise on it.
Yeah, that's a nice colour actually. Yeah.
Benetton, where it was mostly yellow body with the blue side pods. The footworks always look nice, kind of similar to the Toyotas, the red and white. Yeah,
Did
there's a lot of
footwork
nice
have a
cars.
blue nose? No. Which year did the footwork? I'm sure the footwork used to have like a blue nose. Then
there was a
transitioned to
year when
white,
it was
then-
all a bit mixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always-
Ligiers were really nice.
See, I always like the 94, 95 style of Benetton colours, even 96, 7 as well. The blue. Because obviously the
That was
sponsorship.
really nice.
That was a nice livery.
Also, 95, you had the pale blue wheels.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which looked gorgeous.
Is it Grevon? Says, I've always loved that bright sky blue of the Benetton. Yeah, same. The 98 Benetton, was Dave Richards the boss then? He was never very glowing about that car. But it always looked great. That colour of it, but also the design of it. And but the funny thing is, whenever I think of the 98 Benetton, I think of Fisichella into the back of a Minardi in Belgium, and then the torpedo because it lost its wheels. It was just a torpedo. That's what I always remember of it. But I love that livery and that car.
Yeah, 98's another good year.
Yeah.
The Minardi was the blue and white. That looked really nice. The Prost looked nice. West McLaren. The snaky boy Jordan.
Wasn't the Minardi silver
No.
and blue?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more of a cartoony list.
Yeah. Okay.
The Red Bull Sauber, that always looked nice.
Yeah.
I always like that one. The arrows that we've already mentioned.
Beautiful livery.
Yeah.
All the West
Stuart
McLaren
was
liveries
all
were
right.
great.
The only one I never really liked was Winfield Williams. Not a big fan of that.
Which was always a surprise because Sir Frank Williams didn't like his cars being red. You might argue it's a brownie red, but he never liked his cars being red. But obviously you got to take the money, haven't you? So, but no, yes, I agree. CPB, the 95 Benetton is better than 94 Benetton as a livery, for sure.
And there's no 2003. Still got the West McLaren. Still got the Red Bull Sauber, but you've also got the Williams BMW with the HP, but actually looked
Done
awesome.
properly in Williams colours
The
as well.
Jaguar
Wasn't it?
the Jaguar was really nice. I've always loved the Toyota.
Yeah,
There's a lot of good years.
there were a lot of Bridgestones as well, but hey, that was terrible. I'm sorry. That I'm gonna get a single laugh, and I'm devastated. It's. I think back to the early standout liveries from the early 2000s. That, as in bad, that bloody Minardi when it was that luminescent yellow. Gaston Mazzacane was in it, and like banana
but you also had
medicine. Piastri off
but
track
you also
at
had
10. Lock up.
40 that were that yellow as well. 1 year, 2 years.
Which one?
I think I was 94, 95, 40 Ford F-O-R-T-I.
Yeah, they were yellow, weren't they? But they were a nicer yellow. 40.
I'm looking at another year, 87. Again, another nice Ferrari. Brabham with the Olivetti dark blue and white. That was nice. Not the great Benetton years when they had sort of random colours splashed everywhere. And the worst Benetton. Had like the dark green, but then over the side pods it was white, but it kind of just had like daubs of different colours from a paintbrush because they were sponsored by
United
It was
Colours
Crown
Benetton.
Paints.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, it was United Colours of Benetton,
Yeah.
but then they got a thing.
I thought you meant on the back of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, Josh, a lot of people don't like the 99 BAR. And it's a shame they had to do that because individually, both amazing liveries. The 555 livery was gorgeous. Come on, everyone likes the classic McRae Impreza and Richard Burns Impreza. And it looked amazing on the F1 car, but when they're stuck together, it was not nice.
Yeah, but Albon's up to 8th, by the way. Lawson did move up to 10th, now drops to 11th as Albon moves up. But I was just going to say, because Albon's on the C5, by the way, just to let you know.
Oh, good.
We say this about the BAR Zip livery, but
we've had a lot worse.
But also, it's been 27 years and we still talk about it. So it worked.
Yeah.
So doesn't that make it therefore a good livery?
Because there's such thing as bad press.
Yeah, because you're still talking about it. So, and I'm still talking about it, and I do, I remember it. It also, it's not that bad compared to some of the crap we've had, like this bloody Audi. Which again, the quicker it goes, the better it seems to look. So that's all right, then, isn't it? But I don't. Yeah, I'm never going to be sold on that at all. But yeah, so we got Albon on the C5s, the softest compound. Albon did jump into 8th place on a 34.5, and Lawson did move up into 10th, now down to 11th on a 34.9. Antonelli back still at the top, sorry, 32.8. So I think. Sorry, Stuart.
Anyway, I think certainly in recent times, I will agree with the original question that 2018 is a really good year.
Yeah. I was just going to say, looking at that from Antonelli before we've even got onto the softest compound, Stuart's 32.5 might be a bit slower than maybe we end up with. I still think my 31.2 is insanely ambitious, but I think we're only 3 tenths off a 32.5 and we've still not seen a Piastri or a Verstappen, for example, on a C5. So, yeah, sorry, Stuart. We'll see. We never know. Not a fan of the FedEx Tic Tac Ferrari. Vodafone is way better, says CPB. I love any Ferrari, apart from, which year was it? Where it was dipped in barbecue sauce.
Oh, God, no, that was it. That was horrible. Was that the SF1000?
Yeah. Well, what? Yeah, I think it was. Because they ran it in all that colour at Mugello, didn't they?
Yeah.
But for the rest of the season,
that colour looked a lot better.
Yeah, they just dipped it in the sauce at the back.
Yeah, the baggy jeans walking through puddles look.
Yes. It didn't look good. And I don't really know why they did. Well, it was in celebration, wasn't it? But it was still cack. Really, I think I have the actual. Maybe not.
You've probably got it there somewhere.
Ow! Elbow the microphone.
See, I have a diecast of the best Ferrari.
All of them. The Nart, probably.
How did you guess?
I just knew. Can
you focus on that camera? There you go.
Thinking about. There you go. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. And they're just a gorgeous shape of car anyway.
On board with the Hulk, by the way. Not seen a lot of the audio, but a couple of times today now. So that's good. Prior to that, I hadn't really had a proper look. Not improving, no. This is looks like where is he? He's done 5 laps on these. 5 laps into at the moment. So someone else locking up at turn 1. As we go to a picture of Hulkenberg, because that was more important than the car on track. I'm guessing that was going to be Antonelli, given that Hulkenberg is behind Antonelli, locking up.
We should try and do rankings with chat about the nicest looking chassis, like car itself. Like if you can completely strip the livery away, just the shape of the car. Over the years, that could be quite tricky. I mean, my favourite Ferrari is, I think it's 643. 90 or 91. Absolutely. So it's like the best looking winged car there has been, because it's just so sleek. It's beautiful.
Not a huge lockup for Antonelli. Just a little one. Came off the brake pretty quickly there, to be fair.
On the testing tyre as well, isn't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure what compound. It's usually a harder tyre, is it? I don't understand the testing tyre. They're testing tyres next week in Bahrain, so I don't know why they're doing it today.
After sort of the failed experiment the C6 turned out to be, maybe it's a new C5.
Maybe. Could be.
And yeah, Lena, 100%. Overall, that is the best looking car in racing history. To be quite frank. Not just F1.
Eagle Westlake. I'm Googling it. Sorry. I should have said I'm Googling it before I do go quiet.
Dan Gurney.
Yeah, that's pretty. Pretty.
Yeah. Slight peak on the nose, like an eagle beak.
Yeah.
And there are two different versions, because at first it didn't have the Westlake V12. There was a different engine in the back, so the exhaust setup was wrong. When it actually got the V12 and you've got the chrome pipes sticking out all balanced and even, so it looks like the tail feathers. It's absolutely stunning.
They're talking to Mario Almondo from Bremo at the minute, for reasons, I guess, to do with something brake related would be my absolute guess. They're back surrounding the Ferrari, so we can't see it. All 6 of them, or 5 of them, stood at the front of the car. As we have a good look at the front wing now. So maybe going to change the rear wing. Please. Or I'm going to have to watch replays of that all night.
Put it on.
Busy track again.
Only got 40 minutes left.
Antonelli, Lawson, Albon, Perez, and Colapinto out on track. So we'll do your questions for the next half hour or so. So make sure you get lots in chat. Will be tomorrow afternoon. I'll be honest. We'll be leaning a lot on the wheel, and you guys in chat, I suspect. So, if you've got an absolute banger that's going to take us an hour to discuss, save that for tomorrow. But if you've got something we can answer relatively swiftly in the next half an hour, then do get it in chat now. So, appreciate your support and your company, really, more than anything. Because like John said, I'd just be sat here doing this anyway, so I might as well do it with you guys.
Yeah. And the thing is, with sort of the type of neurospicy in my head, I can quite happily sit and talk for hours about a multitude of things, not just racing.
I go have a lie down. What we got? Antonelli passing Colapinto. Colapinto was going slow, so they're showing his fastest lap. That's what they're doing. So this will be fun on board to watch. This is not full whack, of course, because it's testing, but it will be. Get an idea here as to how twitchy the car is, and you see it's a nice, neat, tidy lap so far, but you can still see him having to jostle it a bit, and there's a lot of movement in there, which is good to see. So it does look, it's a lot smoother than I've seen some, though. I will say that so far from Antonelli as he comes through turn 10 for me. I said it was a busy track, and now everyone's pitting. That's about right, isn't it? Every time I say that. A couple of bites into turn 11. Nothing. A little twitch on the exit as well. I think even though the steering wheel he's not moving the steering wheel a lot to fight the car itself, whether it's just because of the T-cam, but the car itself does just seem to be moving, bouncing and jumping and bobbling, and they're full of energy, not just electrical. Good luck from Antonelli. We were watching that, and then they've cut away to Jolly and Palmer trackside. Why not? Do you have a favourite RTS game, says MSC Biles? RTS.
Real-time strategy. I mean, there's only one answer to this. Command and Conquer Red Alert.
I don't know gaming terms, but I'm guessing Civilization is turn-based strategy.
Yeah.
But that would be the closest I get, probably.
Would you call it real? Yeah, it's not real-time strategy, is it?
It's definitely turn-based, but I would definitely, I in terms of strategy games, that's probably the closest I get. Maybe Age of Empires.
Age of Empires 2.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's been remastered 12 times.
It's a great game. I used to love, as a kid...
There is an argument for Red Alert 2.
I don't know.
Go on.
I was gonna say, the one I loved as a kid was a game called Knights and Merchants.
Yeah.
And me and my brother used to race home from school because whoever got home first got on the PC first. So we would race home to make sure we were there first, and I loved that game. It's an old one, an oldie but a goldie. But yeah, I love that game.
Yeah.
Very simple, but frustrating as hell, by the way.
As well. Oh, yeah.
Frustrating as hell, Knights and Merchants. No, I said, go over there. Stop attacking that surf. I need you to attack the knight.
And also a shout for the original Dawn of War. I'm very excited to see what Dawn of War 4 will bring. Now I'm straying off into a different topic.
Here we go.
Of the old Warhams. No, the first Dawn of War was genuinely fantastic. It was a little bit more involved because your squads are smaller. You get a bit more attached to them as you go along instead of just throwing millions of unnamed bits of meat into the grinder.
I wonder if I've got it set to
played
top
any
chat.
for a while.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Go on.
No, all I was going to say is I wonder if it's because I've got it set to top chat instead of live chat, but it doesn't make any difference. It's exactly the same thing. I assume it's supposed to be different, but it isn't different.
It should be different.
Is top chat top chat filter out spam and bots, and is that the idea?
Probably.
It doesn't. It's just no different for me. Oh well, I tried. What we're doing? So I thought we were watching somebody, and it's gone. Colin Pinto's keeping an eye because I was intrigued by what is going on at Alpine, but yeah, not a lot from Alpine. Let's have a look and see if there's anything on the updates. Lots of lockups. Colapinto. I'm surprised we've heard nothing from Aston Martin, which suggests they must be still trying to find a fix. You would think? Otherwise, they'd have said our day's over.
Yeah.
Usually, they're pretty quick to say that's us done for the day when it's over, aren't they? So, still no tweets for a couple of hours or anything from Aston Martin. So, not sure what's going on there, which is frustrating.
Monday Club. Has anyone seen what type of on-screen graphics F1 TV to let viewers know what state of charge or boost the car is in or will look like? Will they have any? I assume they will have some. We haven't really seen anything yet. I mean, it's kind of the information that you're going to not necessarily need to know, but want to know. Because it will give you more information about how battles might be playing out on track.
You think there has to be something.
Yeah.
Like you say, there needs to be. I mean, Formula E have the tech to give you battery charges, what's left in the battery, don't they? So there's no reason, or what energy is left. So there's no reason why F1 couldn't have a similar system.
Yeah, well, we've already seen like AWS graphics with how much charge they have, but I think it was all very vague. Very, very vague.
34.3 for Colapinto goes 9th overall. That was on the C4 tyre. So we're getting softer runs in at the moment. Perez is on the C5. And he looks to be pushing about as hard as you'd expect for testing. I was going to say not flat out, but I mean, this could be flat out for the Cadillac, to be fair. But he comes out the final corner. He'll get that active aero on, I'd imagine. No, he didn't, interestingly. Stays 14th, 1:35.369 on the C5.
That's not the most...
exciting.
Yeah.
But he didn't use his active aero on a start-finish straight at all.
The rear wing went up.
Did it?
Yeah. At the start or the end?
At the start.
Definitely went up at the end.
At the end, I thought the end it didn't. I thought it was the way around. That Ferrari engine smoke.
I mean, end of the lap. Not the end of the straight, I mean.
Oh, it did, but it doesn't go up as much as their slot gap is so small.
Yeah, it really is.
Wow.
But it's also not that deep a rear wing.
No.
So it's kind of confusing.
Sergio Perez fans celebrating a grandstand with the number one held up. Stick a 4 next to it and you're about there. Needless says Formula E teams keep their battery state of charge very secret, but whenever the battery charge comes on the timing screen, all the race engineers tell their drivers how they compare to others. Did I miss anything last hour, says Red Raven? Not. Honestly, no. Track action-wise, it's been a bit of a slog. But we're starting to see some C5 runs now. And I think you were here for Alonso breaking down, weren't you, Red Raven? I'm sure you were. That was a couple of hours ago now. Yeah, it would have been, yeah. That's all, really. No updates either on that one. Except for it sounds like they're not coming out again, but odd that we've not heard a thing from them. But otherwise, just checking my note. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing much. Antonelli fastest 32.8. Can't think of what has happened last hour. We've been watching. We've got quite a few onboards actually. We've quite enjoyed watching. Antonelli's lap was good. Bit of onboard with the Audi. Looks like a tidy car as well. Yeah. Otherwise, not much. Testing stuff, really, more than anything. But I'm excited to see a few more C5 lap times. So Ferrari gone back out with Hamilton. 2, 4, 6 cars on track. Colapinto still circulating. Slowly on a run to turn 4.
It shows slow-mo replay of Colapinto. It looked like the top elements, the moving elements of his front wing were bouncing around quite a bit compared to the rest. You know, they weren't locked solid while he was going around the corner, so it was in downforce mode. That's looked a bit weird. Maybe it was just the angle of the camera or something, but it looked odd.
I'll answer some question. I was just going to ask, how automated is this active aero at this stage? And as Lewis Hamilton went across the line there, he pressed the button, so it is all still driver as he goes wide at the final corner. Driver implemented. I wonder if longer term we will end up with a more automated system where they cross a sensor in the track and then their active aero, the driver still gets an override, but it'll do it itself rather than, because that would be one less thing to have to focus on for the drivers. But yeah, make sure it all works first before you start putting automated active aero on these cars, obviously. But I do wonder if we might one day see that. Is that it for Hamilton?
I would rather not.
Back to the garage? You'd rather not?
I would rather them keep it driver activated.
Safety? More than anything?
No, just from requirements of a driver. I mean, that's a thing down to driver skill, awareness, keeping their head about them while they're racing.
Yeah.
Get one driver that forgets to press it for a second or two, they get punished.
Adds another variable. Yeah. Ooh, big moment for Liam Lawson at turn 6 and 7. You'll get a replay in a minute. Look, I thought he was going to go round, but he just caught it. Oh, that's a good. Sort of snaps right and then snaps back left again. I thought he was going to go round then. Lawson, he held that well.
Yeah, that was
rejoins nicely. That would have been a biggie.
Snap.
Currently, the top 4 teams have the top 7 spots with a hook in between the bunch, says Letox. Yep. The top 4 will be the top 4, but in a different order this year. Same as last year, but different order. Probably, I don't know, I've got a feeling about Ferrari, but I have a feeling about Ferrari every year, and it's usually pain, so that's not a great surprise. Sometimes it's indigestion, but it's usually, it's not usually a good
whatever it is,
Ferrari.
it's wrong.
Yeah, generally speaking. Remember when we did those predictions with Chamber, and I said I thought 2022 they'd win 14 races. You all said I was mad. then you saw the car and went, hang on a minute, he might have a point here because it looks good. And then I couldn't be any further wrong, could I, really?
Yeah, then they won 1.
Max Verstappen, rear wing open on the run to turn 4. We've talked about the graphics. We did the graphics. Might do some Googling on that later, see what I can find out. Nothing's been confirmed yet. And we've not seen any new graphics, really, have we, in testing so far?
No.
So, but then the teams would want to keep that very quiet anyway, wouldn't they? So that's probably why. They might be testing it.
Oh, yeah, good point.
What's that?
No, because it's testing.
Yeah.
Teams might not want that kind of telemetry being displayed publicly just yet. Once it's in race scenario, tough. There's nothing they can do about it. Anything the FIA gets, they can broadcast. But during this, and it could well be not representative. You know, they might be running something that's not, like you said before, they could be running something that's not legal.
Yeah.
So there's no point in displaying that because it's not relevant.
There'll definitely be somebody at Biggin Hill, or wherever they'll get sent to now. I assume it's still Biggin Hill, who's probably got a big window open that shows all of the battery charge that they will broadcast, but they're not going to do it in testing. They're probably testing the systems behind the scenes. But Verstappen over the line on the C2 tyre on a 20. Well, these tyres are 22 laps old. Doesn't necessarily mean he's on a 22-lap stint, but he has done 137 laps today as Max Verstappen. He's going to be bored. No, he hates these races. He's done 137 laps. Oh, that was no. We read his comments yesterday, didn't we? Yes, we did. We did.
Who?
Max Verstappen's quotes about
yeah,
about everything. Yeah, we've already covered that, so we don't need to go over that one. Formula 1 2378 says Sean. Hello. Red Raven says, I'm hopeful that while the top 4 appear on to be the top 4 again, the midfield cars can have some freak abilities, bringing them into contention in some special races. Special meaning chaotic, I assume. We're going or special performances. That sounds nicer, doesn't it, than chaotic? Piastri again.
Yeah, well, no, just say that Alpine really are onto something with that rear wing.
Yeah.
So while the top 4 might be the top 4, but then you get Alpine rocking up at Jeddah and Monza and Silverstone, blitzing everyone on the straights.
That'd be
cool. Yeah. And you're saying, remember Guy Mario saying that the rear brakes are often stone cold because of regen, which is causing problems because they have half the grip coefficient as when they're warm. Yeah, there's so much regen coming from one axle that the brakes aren't really doing a lot. That could be a problem.
I know there's a good chance that most of you are subscribed already, but I just want to say we're 85 away from 2K.
Already?
So if we could do that by the end of tomorrow, my head is going to explode.
I haven't refreshed that window since about half 10 this morning, something like that, and it says 1.87K.
Yeah.
So I refresh that, and it says 1.91.
We're getting there. Again, I'm just an idiot. But having said that, when it comes to monetization, the boring YouTuber stuff, I could have done it till 4,000 watch time hours anyway, but it would have been nice just to have one less thing to worry about. But it's more about getting people over here than it is the monetization, to be honest, because we spent a lot of time building that bloody community. A lot of time. So we'll start again. Or start fresh, as Sam keeps telling me. Not again, start fresh. We're not starting again. We've learnt a lot. a lot of what not to do. Like, for example, don't overcomplicate it, Sean. You're an F1 fan who wants to talk about the sport. You're not a major news organisation. Stop it. You dickhead. That's me talking to myself. And Jonty in messages, to be fair.
Get F1 out the name so you got the option to cover anything you want.
Oh, yeah. F also stands for Fallout and football and Formula other things. Yeah, I like that. 19 minutes to go.
Maybe not so much Fallout, because we'll just argue and disagree.
Well, that's going to happen tomorrow, isn't it? We know that's coming. If it doesn't spin in, I'll make it spinning until it does. I'll keep spinning that wheel. 20 minutes to go. Wow. Nearly 19 now, like I say. C5 for Colapinto at the moment. Personal best in the first sector. Has he backed off a little bit? No. Hamilton's on the C3 at the moment, so not going to be... he's doing a personal best, Hamilton. I assume they've got the boring wing on. Rolls eyes. But yeah, I wonder if XPB managed to grab a shot of that Ferrari rear wing. I bet they didn't. I don't know where they're positioned. Hamilton. It's loading. They did. Wow, that's a cracking shot as well. Russell and Co over at XPB. That is a very good shot. Guess where we're going in a minute. We're going to make one last visit to the doodle board, I think, once I've got this picture in there. Because that is arguably... Well, that is a much better photo than I thought I was going to get when I went on there then. I thought it was going to be a long-distance one we had to zoom in on, but it is not.
I'm going to full screen this one.
It's a close-up. Let's just do that and that. Get it in there. Right, so let's go over to the doodle board one last time for today. That's your Ferrari. It looks so silly. Your Ferrari rear wing. Upside down. It's not broken. If you're just tuning in, that's not broken. That is what it has been doing, or what it was doing this morning. That's not supposed to be there like that. The other one is HP the other side, so it flips around upside down. It's bizarre.
I think that's like 8/10 of the way done.
Yeah, it goes a bit further.
Got a little bit further to go. But you can see this is going to be difficult to try and point you to. But you can see on the inside end plate on the far side, you can see the workings, and there's a little bulge going back to the pivot point.
Yeah.
That isn't on the outside, which you can see this, the near side. It looks probably a hydraulic linear actuator on a linkage to get it to turn around like that.
And we're missing.
It just looks so strange.
If you know your DRS and whatnot, we're missing the actuator, which would usually go sort of somewhere. That's a really great drawing, Sean. Somewhere there, maybe a bit further over. Actually, it's sort of there, but
we're not seeing any drawing.
I've done the drawing.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So I've a bit like I said, a bit further over to the middle, rather than where I put it there. But yeah, that's sort of.
Well, highlight the bit I was on about then, you div.
Which bit? The silver bit over here.
Right hand side of the screen. Right, above the 44, above the end of the main plane, you can see a long, narrow bulge on the inside of the end plate. That's not on this side.
She's talking about sort of down. You'll see the drawing in a minute. Down there, ish. That bulge.
Yes.
Yeah, so sort of down.
That's presumably where all the actuation is. Now, the interesting question is it on the other side?
You think.
Or is it just on one side?
I'm also noticing, sorry, obviously this will come into you a little bit later, Jonty. There's a bit on this side that looks like something's been cut out to slot something in almost. Like that's not. I don't know. Is that?
That's a mounting for the main plane.
Is that all that it is? That looks really badly cut. So sorry, it does. Looks like someone's taken a scalpel to it and go, right, we'll slot that in there. But there we go. How strange is that? Weird. Anyway, yeah, so that was our trip just to show you the wing. Because we keep talking about it, and I was waiting to see if we had a photo for it, but that is the photo. Like Joe said, it goes a little bit further over, but that is the overall gist of it, really. So that's the weird Ferrari weirdness. Like, weird in a good way for a change as well for Ferrari. Usually they're just odd. But yeah. That's all right. That's our highlight. That's our DAS of 2026. Our DAS moment.
I want more of that.
Yes.
Come on, teams. Way more. All sorts of mad stuff.
I know you don't want to talk about it after testing, but another reminder, once the season starts on the other channel, could work. Lots of people back for content then. Yeah, I mean, I keep popping the bits in the community section, Catherine. I don't know who reads that, but not many apparently. But I could try something, but yeah, we'll see. I'll mention it in the preview, which are on the F1 word for now. So possibly an access panel. Does this make the stress on the wing insane, says Valentine?
There'll definitely be more stress on it. Stuart touched on that earlier.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Like when it rotates round, there will be that time when it's completely vertical, getting the maximum pressure. See, rocket launchers, they call it max Q, the maximum dynamic pressure, when it's under the biggest possible load it can be. But the point I was trying to make that Stuart saw, then forgot about for an hour and a half, is the fact that when it's at that point, it's a massive big air brake, which is going to be detrimental to regen. If it's the drag slowing the car down, a lot more than it should compared to the axle slowing the car down through regen, that's energy lost. And over the course of a race, that can mount up by quite a lot. You could lose a lap or two's power, which could be a major problem.
Yeah.
But said that, is that style of wing enough to make up for it?
Thank you, Thomas, for your super chat. As always, mate, thank you for your support. It says, do we need to add that, the long, narrow bulge, do we need to add that to the Book of Wisdom along with pneumatic fluid? One day
probably.
You'll let that go, Thomas. I need to say something more stupid than pneumatic fluid, and that's going to take some doing. Just so you'll leave me alone on that one. But yeah, maybe we do add that to the to the Book of Wisdom. Yeah.
Or you can throw in my Honda Prius with that from years ago.
Yeah. Your podium cemetery. The most depressing podium ever. It was quiet though. Car seems to be launching quite happily for the pits with only 2 seconds of revving, says Neelish. Yeah, I don't think the pit stops are as concerning as maybe. We're gonna get another one here as this coming in, but yeah. Are they doing a practice pit stop, or they're just going to put him straight in the... Oh, it's just a practice pit stop. They haven't actually pulled away with him. But yeah, no. I was watching... It wasn't Russell. He's just done one. Antonelli's just done one. It was somebody else came for a practice pit stop earlier, and they did one, and it didn't look... As I feared they might have to sit there for 3 or 4 seconds to spin things off to launch. But I suppose once the car's been running on track, when you come into the pit lane, I suppose... How am I trying to word this? You're not stationary as long as you are on the grid, are you, in the pit box? So you don't need to spool quite so much. But also, I suppose in a pit lane, you're not going to be flat out anyway, are you? Because you can't be speed limit. So that might be something to look into, actually. That's a good point. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Depends who your pit crew is.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. Still nothing on Aston Martin, by the way. So I'm guessing with 10 minutes to go, that's their day over. Wouldn't be surprised. Mercedes' illegal engine trick was revealed by Toto to Max when they were in a boozing spree at Sardinia. Max left the island the moment he learned it. Toto still doesn't know why Max still avoids him. It says Formula 12378. I think all this turbo spool stuff is not all nonsense. Just deal with it. You're the best drivers in the world. Oh yeah, they're the best drivers in the world, but they've still got to, whether it's nonsense or not, they've still got to spool up the turbo. That's what I'm trying to work out is how it would differ in a pit stop versus the race start. Is everything charged up enough because you've been racing that it's not an issue at the pit stop? Because 20 laps of racing is very different to one formation lap to the grid, isn't it? So
yeah,
I'm just intrigued as to how much of a difference that's going to make as Hamilton jumps up to 4th place on a 33.4 on the C3 tyre.
Maybe they can do a fully electric launch from the pits.
Possibly, yeah. It's not.
It happens in a lot of endurance series.
You need to get away, don't you? Because you've got to be quick in your pit stop, but you can't. You've got to adhere to a speed limit anyway, so you don't need to be sort of 0 to 100 miles an hour in X seconds because you're only going up to whatever the speed limit is at the track you're on. So Thomas says 19 of the 20 best drivers in the world. 22 drivers, don't forget, Thomas. You keep forgetting you're as bad as me. Yeah, I keep saying 20 and 10 teams. 20 drivers, 10 teams. It's 22 drivers and 11 teams now, which, by the way, just is wrong. It should be either 12 or 10. I don't like 11. 12 or 10. Nice even number, please. As we look at palm trees from a drone for some reason.
Still 20 of the best drivers, though.
Oh, we're not doing this. There's only 8 minutes to go, Jonty. Save that for tomorrow. We want to upset everybody, and we've got a few days to get over it before they all forget. Get the abuse out of their system. We've got a red flag, but I think we're just going through all those procedures now.
System testings.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get a better start practice this time.
Yeah. I'm not putting the red flag up on screen because it's all the testing. So I'll put it up when there's been an incident. So that's the plan. Stan, as my mum would say, because she does. Yeah, so the red flag is nobody's crashed. Everyone's all right. No one's stopped. It is just the system test. It's red flag, formation lap, start, and then there'll be like a virtual safety car somewhere in there as well, possibly. So, one thing where Aston gets an instant 4-second upgrade, it starts with L and ends with E. Wow. How rude. Yeah, there'll be some saying that. I don't know about 4 seconds, but there might be time to be found there, perhaps. But unless Lance wants to stop, that's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah. Dad, turn on the rain.
Do what? Lawrence, yeah,
you
Lawrence.
Remember all the phone calls he makes in Lollipop Man.
Oh, of course, yeah. Lollipop Man are great. They're very good at what they do. They're very funny.
I'm so looking forward to that.
They're daft.
It keeps getting better every year.
Just something fun in the cesspit of F1 social media.
Yeah.
It's nice to see every now and again. You can still have fun, peeps. Yeah. You're allowed to talk to each other and be nice as well. It's easy.
I mean, the standout moment from last year was Piastri reversing out off the grass. It was absolutely hilarious. And Alonso's song. I can't remember how it goes now. But he did like silly little songs in the driver voices and he got like 50,000 plays on Spotify.
I still remember another peak moment from Lollipop Man was Checo's song when he did a cover of Count on Me by Bruno Mars. And Max Verstappen slams the door in his face. Reasons. Oh, Checo, no. Checo. We're at the end of the pit. Or we're not. We're still very much here. But Piastri at the end of the pit lane, leading the cars to the grid, I assume. I'm guessing
8 cars?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we've got 10 cars.
More than there was before.
Oh no, 9. Sorry, the Racing Bulls and the Cadillac were masking each other because they're white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 cars, I believe. Heading out. Well, obviously Alonso can't, can he? So that's 10. So we're missing an Audi, I think.
Got feet, haven't they?
Yeah, get on there. Come on, Fernando. So they'll go round, they'll stop, and then they'll go again for an extra formation lap. I really hope we don't get 2 formation laps in Australia. That'll be annoying. But also, I take 2 formation laps over a rolling start. I'll say
2
that.
formation laps in Australia last year.
Yeah, but only
because people crashed.
only because we get crashing. We've got a stop at Piastri, I think we have. Oscar, don't ruin this. God's sake. Stop to the... they've got a standing start, but this may get red flag before we get there. Oscar is stopped.
Yeah, he just
in
pulled
neutral.
off.
On that run-off, that escape road on the inside of turn 1.
Is that an escape road? Is that a bike corner? Is that a short track corner?
Could be a shorter track corner, yeah. Know. I'd call it an escape road for this though. Are they gonna let them start? I mean, they need to test it, so they might still let them do it and just tell them to take it easy.
He's in neutral. 1. There are 4 colours of lights on his wheel, so that's probably not good.
There's about 4 colours of lights on his bloody wing mirrors as well, flashing away with those flipping hazards. So yeah, McLaren done. Yeah, they're sabotaging him early. They're making sure he can't get his practice starts in. You're right. Oh, Team Lando. That's total sarcasm. It says track clear in sector 2, which is where Piastri was, but I'm fairly certain.
It is clear in sector 2.
Not.
To be fair.
They're going to do
it's clear in sector 3 as well, just not sector 1. It is very, very much out the way.
Yeah. And they're not going down there full beans. So,
yeah. Someone's going to have the most spectacular crash of their life to actually hit him from there.
And we've got an extra formation lap anyway. So,
yeah.
Lewis Hamilton's picked grid slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for some reason. Is that where he thinks he's going to be? Come Australia? Maybe. Or just doesn't want to plough into the back of someone like he nearly did with George Russell this morning. Well, that's because George had a ton of wheel spin. Just giving a bit of space to the car ahead, I think, is the idea here. But this should be...
But that one this morning, it did get me thinking, like, even that little bit of speed differential from George just getting some wheel spin, with a full grid of cars, couple weave out of the way, that could get messy very, very easily.
Yeah.
And that's even without a car stopped.
So extra formation lap. Just a note from Red Raven says that's the 3rd practice start in a row that McLaren hasn't taken. Ooh, conspiracy. And I bet they were all Oscar, weren't they?
So this time it's the car fluffing starts, not Lando.
Here we go. So Oscar gets away all right into pit lane. Oh, I say all right. No, he's stuck in first gear.
No, because oh, right.
Yeah.
You say everyone else is just crawling away because it's second formation, isn't it?
So yeah, they're watching replay in the pit lane, so he's not getting away anyway, and then just he's not getting out of first gear. Drops it into neutral and pulls off. So that's a concern for Oscar, but at least it happened right at the end when he's moving now. Right at the end when really none of this matters, does it, for anything other than just testing the systems. So rain is expected in Melbourne. Max it is assumed will be racing with his go-kart for getting to the checkered flag at least. Is that why McLaren is lobbying for start changes the hardest? Maybe. Do you know what? Brand new regulations, concerns over the starts, People not sure about how these cars are going to work. And rain. Go on, then.
Yeah. I would take the weather forecast with several buckets of salt, considering it's like nearly 3 weeks away.
2 weeks. 2 weeks tomorrow. We're in practice.
Yeah, 2 weeks, 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah, nah. It's totally accurate.
That's a long way for a weather forecast
Totally
anywhere in the
accurate.
world.
100% guaranteed. It's actually surprising how many wet Australian Grand Prix we get, although there'll be Aussies saying, not really, Sean, given the time of year it is. But
yeah, just winter. Well, no, it's probably
autumn. Australia, won't it, by then?
Depending on which bit you're in, will be a lot warmer than others. I imagine it fluctuates quite wildly between the North Coast and the South Coast.
Max Verstappen lying straight up on pole position. Good lad. I love that bloody Red Bull. It's such a good-looking livery. Oscar is going to take the start. Here we go, then.
Going to try.
Yeah, he might not get away, but he's going to try the start. He's taking the mickey, though. He's taking ages to form up. Yeah, see how you guys like it for a change. That's what he's saying. I'm sure it is. So we should get the blue lights once he stops, which he has. So then we're going to get the blue lights for 5 seconds. There we go. Then the light's going to come on. And it is lights out and away we go. Max was slow, very slow. Lewis Hamilton's gone from 5th to the lead. Look at that. And Antonelli says, no, you're not, mate. Get out of my way. No, he doesn't. Yeah, there you go. Max was very slow away there. Very slow. Could be wheel spin again, like we saw with Russell.
Looks like it was wheel spin. Look at that Haas take off.
Oscar Piastri's gaining positions for fun on this lap. And now Perez is past him. Wow. Oh,
Haas and the Ferrari took off at rocket's pace.
Ash.
3 Ferrari cars in 2 starts that were very, very quick.
Ash in chat giving it the through goes Hamilton. A line that annoys both of us because it was like, overtake of the year, Hamilton.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything. He just stayed. He just didn't run off the road.
All he did was follow the line, and the other two knocked each other off the track like 3 times.
The commentary should have been, and on track stays Hamilton, really. Oh, I think Hamilton was stuck on the yellows.
But I have to make that point. 3. Oh, here we go. A replay.
It's, yeah. I'll let you watch the replay, then we'll do times, and then we'll sign off.
I know it's still only testing. People are getting to grips with these starts and what have you, but it's pretty telling already. Ferrari-powered things seem to get off the line.
Yes.
Pretty well.
Which isn't a surprise.
No.
No, they've optimized it, potentially. Which is the right thing to do. Or the best thing to do.
Toyota.
That's how you do it.
We're going to get a Toyota repeat, aren't we?
Maybe.
The car's actually not got that much race pace, but it's rapid off the line and rapid in qualifying. So they'll be taking off at the start of the race and then just caught up and passed and be nowhere.
That's it then. Testing day 2. It's over. I might just let you go now, Jonty, then I can run through the times and then let you get off because I feel like I take up enough of yours and Stuart's time in the day as it is for these testing streams. So I'll let you shoot off, mate, and then I'll do the times. But I will chat to you again
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes, there you go. Yeah, Jonty will be from 12 tomorrow again. So, any final words of the day, Jonty, or for the day? On
what
testing?
was that? Sorry.
Any final words on testing for the day?
Well done, Ferrari. Showing us something interesting.
I like that.
Someone else do it tomorrow, please.
Yeah, for the love of God. We need it. All right, Jonty, I'll let you go, mate. Thank you very much, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye, chat.
Yes, thank you very much to Jonty and, of course, to all of you guys. But I'm going to run through the times before we wrap up for the day. Makes sense given we've got the checkered flag, which should be on screen, Sean. Wake up. So, Antonelli finished day 2 fastest on a 1:32.803 and completed 79 laps. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri was second on a 1:32.861. 86 laps for him in the end, and he completed his fastest time on the C3. Max Verstappen third, 1:33.162. 139 laps today for Verstappen. He was in all day. That's not just an afternoon, don't worry. But that is all day for Max Verstappen. Fastest time is the C3. C3 time for Hamilton as well. In fourth place on a 1:33.408. 78 laps in the C3 as well. C4 for Lando Norris. 72 laps and a 1:33.453. Franco Colapinto ended the day in sixth place on a 1:33.818. That was set on the C5 tyre. 120 laps. It was a busy day for Alpine today as well. That's good to see. Hulkenberg, 73 laps, 1:33.987. His fastest time on the C4, and he was in the top 7. So, 7th and Hulkenberg seem to go together like two things that go really well together. I guess that's where my mind's at today. I always seem to Hulkenberg P7. It's what he does. Russell 1:34.111 in 8th place. 77 laps. His fastest time was set on the C3. It was a C4 for Esteban Ocon. 1:34.201. 58 laps for him. Liam Lawson 106 laps today. 1:34.532, and that was done on the C4. Alex Albon on the C5 tyre. 117 laps for him, and a 1:34.555 was his best time, of course, set, like I said, on that C5 tyre. Good to see a few C5 runs today. Hopefully lots more tomorrow. That's the hope. Bortoletto 1:35.263, 29 laps. His fastest time was on the U tyre, so the testing tyre. We're not sure what that one is. Bearman 1:35.2, same tyre for him, 69 laps. And then it's Perez on 35.369, 50 laps in the end. On the C5 tyre was the tyre he ran for his fastest lap. Fernando Alonso, 68 laps today, was in all day. His fastest time of 1:37.472 was set on the C3, but the Aston Martin ground to a halt out on track. 3 hours ago now at least, isn't it? And that was the end of his session for Aston Martin. No word yet on what the issue was. All we know is it took a while for the car to be recovered because the warning lights were on, so it wasn't safe to touch. So it may not be safe to drive yet. Let's see for Aston Martin. Valtteri Bottas 16th at 1:40.193. 58 laps for him, and his fastest time was set on the C1 tyre. So good stuff there from, I think, good stuff. Yeah, I think Perez 50 laps, and then that's 108 laps for Cadillac, isn't it? So I think that's a decent haul of laps for them. So well done. Good to see them getting the laps in, is what I'm saying for Cadillac. So there we go. It goes together like spaghetti and bolognese. There we go. Well done, Lena. I'm impressed with that one. That is it, though, for today. One more to go. We are live tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Stuart with me, aka Chamber, from 8 a.m, and we're live all the way through until 4 p.m. Stuart disappears at lunchtime. Jonty comes in at 12, and we have a good old waffle again. So if you've got any big questions, jot them down somewhere tonight. Remember them, or keep that handy and bring them with you tomorrow, because we're definitely going to need them in the afternoon, unless we get somebody bringing a rear wing that does 6 backflips and executes a perfect landing or something like that. Then we're not going to get too excited. So yeah, please do get your questions together for that one. Thank you so much for your support today. Your subs, your likes, all greatly appreciated. Please do drop a like before you go, and if you haven't subscribed already, please do consider subscribing. Like I said, live all day tomorrow. In terms of live streams, midweek lives, we'll have those in season. We've got the quality watch-alongs, the race reactions, but also we have lots of video content as well. So really appreciate your support. And thank you for your super chats and all of that today as well. Just double check I've not missed any, actually. If I do miss any, I do apologise. I will definitely come back to them tomorrow. No, I think we're okay. We're all good. So yeah, thank you very much for your support. And I will, I guess, do me sign-off. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Or should I stay live for another 4 hours? No. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Formula Sean, and until next time, goodbye.